Tell them, D. Let's go. Let's go. How you guys doing today? Good morning. Good morning. Live from Silicon Valley. I want to show you all something. All right? Today's the day we get what we want. We go get it. This is the start. Yo, I'm going to show you all something. Now, I don't care which way y'all swing. Okay? But I got to show you all something. Okay? I got to play this video for you. And it's going to be your motivation for the day. Okay, so if you're a woman here, I apologize. Flip it and reverse it, whatever you got to do.
Booted up that shit up and down like a skate ramp. She vaping in my room, that shit lit up like a glow.
Let's go get it. Go get it. Go get it. All right, that's my motivation today. What's up, y'all? If you guys could, hit that like button, subscribe. Let's get right into it. We got a lot of earnings. We got a lot going on right now. All right, I wanted to give you all a little bit of motivation for the day. Something to go after. Whether it's, you know what that money gets you. I don't care. You're the ugliest motherfucker on this planet. You got a little bit of moolah on you. You can get that bounce if you know what I mean. All right. So we left off yesterday. I had I had two green trades yesterday, two small scalps. I ended up kind of like taking the day off to see what the markets wanted to do. I could tell we were in this, like, decision. I feel like I want to see if the markets can try to climb here, right? You're still holding this level. I want to see if we start to fade it. What I really think, though, is if we just sit here and stay flat. The market is quiet. We have nothing. We have no data. You do have Fed members coming out, but we know what's going on. If we start getting jobless claims to continue to rise, that's going to be good, right? That's going to mean the Fed's going to cut. You're going to see the market go higher. This is what I think. Okay? So bad news is good news. Not really bad news is good news because not all bad news would be good news, right? A bank going up would not be good news. For like the first few weeks, and then obviously if the Fed had to step in and take care of things, it's just, you're not going to see the market go straight up. The market would worry that the Fed's done too much too quick and should maybe think about not ending that program. But anyway, if initial jobless claims continue to just stay on that rise, PCE, inflation data just continues to stay at 2%. I don't know what the market's going to do if we get a number that's below 2%. Guys, we could come in at like negative. We could come in at flat negative. Like, what happens then? If the Fed still hasn't cut, it's like, yo, what are y'all trying to do? You got to your target. We're here. Y'all playing around, like, wanting to wait a few, like, what the hell is a few extra months for 25 to even a half of a basis point? 25 to 50 basis points. Right? What's 0.25% versus a half of a percent? I get that they want to wait longer, and that's okay, right? Because if you guys know my stance, I think the amount of homelessness, the amount of stuff that's going on from 2008 until now, I think we need a mild recession. I think we need to pull things back. The Fed's not going to do that. They're not going to do that. But if you want me to be totally honest, I would love for them to get it over with and this economy go into a mild recession, which also brings up opportunity. I argued with somebody on YouTube. They wanted to say, "Oh, people don't have a job. What if they stick up your kids?" And I didn't say I didn't have any kids, but I'm like, yo, if you have a job and you get laid off, you're not going without a check. There's not like there isn't government programs, and it opens up other doors. People are, things happen. There's a business model that you can make out of that situation. Okay, if it gets that serious. And I didn't say a serious 2008 recession. I'm like, you keep mixing 2008 with a mild recession. There's been a mild recession in real estate, but JS didn't even know it. Right? So, let's get right into it, guys. So the markets are just sitting flat. This is what I'm going to tell you guys right now. We sensed a little bit of a sell-off 2 weeks ago. If this market just sits here and sits flat for about 2 weeks, okay, if we just sit in this like 489 to 496 range, we sit in this like 6 to 8 point range for a week and a half, 2 weeks. I'm going to show you guys what happened last time just to be aware of it, because if the market doesn't go up, we're going to go down. All right? If you guys remember, just about every other time. Now, we could consolidate to go higher, but I feel like we have way too many gaps here. It's been a little while, We didn't fill the 400 gap from 2020 until 2022, late 2022, something like that. So it took 2 years to fill that 400 gap. Now you guys can see here, during this whole time that like you would see here, right? Like here, see how we would just sit here and stay flat? Bang, right? You would sit here, kind of stay flat, bang. I want to see if we just sit and consolidate, and I know it did it again, you know. I know it did it again. I don't know. Maybe you consider 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and you guys get what I'm saying. I guess I'm taking that one time. I knew that there was more, like here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days sideways, and you got a little bit of downside. So that's what I'm going to look for. If this market is not going up and it's not consolidating with buy side volume and stuff like that, you know, I will look for a little bit of downside. So I saved myself some money, or I sold myself some premium, because I'm going to let the market tell me when it wants me to get into puts. I'm not getting into it right now. We held this level on the SPY. Let's see if we can start to climb. I would have thought, though, that we would have came in with a gap up. Okay, I would have thought that we would have came in with a mild gap up, which could still happen. And look, the market's trying to bounce off this level right now. So I want to go see if we can test 495 in the markets. If you're a person that trades the markets, I'm not sure what you have to help you like get some like movement in there, because you know we don't have hardly any data this week, and I don't know about around the world, right? I don't think there's just this week. It's just really quiet. You can tell watching Bloomberg how quiet it is because they're making up stuff. Last night I'm like, damn, the market really is quiet, because they're just like coming up with this, with any little reason to tell you, like to talk about the markets. Like the traders are waiting for this, traders are blah blah blah. I'm like, well, ain't nobody waiting for nothing. All right, we're waiting for data. That's about it. So we don't have much. Fed barking. Excuse me, what do I think up? It's probably this Wawa coffee. Fed barking at 12:30, guys. Okay, we have Fed Collins today. Fed Phil. No, that's Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. We don't have anything. This stinks. So we got to look for earnings and like some of the plays we were looking at last week. You're going to get Fed Mester at 12, but we already know where she stands. I think she spoke yesterday. Kashkari, he's a little dovish. Let's get right into the levels. You guys pretty much know them. You know, we're just sitting here at this area, right? We have a flat top resistance here. And, you know, we're going to look to see if we can get up here and somewhat reject, like, you know, it's like 494. Personally, 495 for me. All right. I want to see if we can try to get back up to that previous high right here. I want to see if we can get back to that. But I'll be looking for 494. What is that, 494.50? It's like an area. Yeah, it's 494.50. Bang, bang. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, because it broke that yesterday. So, look, here's what's going to happen. If I see us test 494.50, guys, and we can't get through it, I'm grabbing some puts. I might grab some puts. Now, you might have to be patient. It may go up and hit 495. Why do I say this? Because, look, we broke through it yesterday or Friday. We broke through it Friday, and we never retested it. You never retested it. That's shy. All right, that's a shy move back to that area. So I'll be looking for 494.50, and then that previous high there. All right. So that's what's on my radar. Where's it? Sorry, I just want to put a box here because it's like a 10-cent area. All right, it's like a 10-cent area. And again, I apologize yesterday. Like I said, there just wasn't much going on, guys. You know, I had 2 small green trades. Nothing crazy. I think it was like 4%. So that for a, it was actually, you know, it was like 4% total return on my account. So it wasn't too bad. But we got to put ourselves in the right position. Let's go through some of the news. All right, that's the SPY. You could obviously look for the cues. Now, right now, write this down, whatever you need to do to remember it, because I'm one that doesn't remember things that well, or you know, just kind of loses track. If the Qs are weak, now the Qs are kind of hanging on a little bit stronger now. You can see that they're up to yesterday's and Friday's highs, making their way up there. If we start breaking through at Qs, you want to look to be long tech. Look to see if yields are pulling back, see what the dollar is doing, and we'll look to get long tech names. And if the Dow or IWM is weak, we'll look to be weak. That's where we want to look for weakness, okay? US 10-year. I'm going to look at the 10-year. And the 10 years pulling back, it looks like, yeah, 10 years pulling back off of that level. It's still holding it, but it's important to look at your yields. And you know what? Let's see. You know what? Let's go look at our CME Fed projection, because this has probably changed. 62. Damn, it went all the way up to 83 now. What happened for that to go higher? I don't know what we... Oh, the data from yesterday. So you guys can see how this is all changing, right? You guys can see how it's all changing. You know, we'll see. You know, the economy's strong. Let's see here, guys, if we can break... Let's see if we can break this right here, guys. I don't really like it. I know we had one on the Qs. I don't really like that because it's not really... This could be it here. That could be it there, guys. Because we've been putting in these wedges like you've seen on the SPY. And we had it on the Qs. We've been putting in these wedges here. So we could look if we do not break. Let's see if we get to, you know, somewhere down here. I think we got to test this level. Look, you got a nice retest here. And we never went back there to test it. I'm telling you, when these orders get plotted and they get filled there, usually we revisit that area. So I'm going to be looking to grab some puts again today. All right. So that's the Qs. I mean, you just have flat top resistance here, and you have mild support at 493. All right, 493 to not 493. I'm to 426. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was saying there. 426. 426 to 426.50. All right. We start holding 429, and we look to try to put in an extension higher, guys. And, you know, how far that goes, that's, you know, it's hard to say, right? It's hard to say. So that's that. Let's go into some of the movers today. Let's go into some of the names first that we were looking at today. All right, Coinbase. We were looking at Coinbase. I gave you guys all these trades yesterday. Now we're below. I told you guys 2 weeks ago, I thought we would get a failed breakout here. It's literally what I said. I said, guys, I think we get a failed breakout here. Everybody was bullish, Coinbase, this, that. I'm like, that's fine. You know, that's fine, you know, but there was just something, everything about that chart told me to just, like, don't get too optimistic on the upside, because that's just what it told me. That's all. You know, I can't explain it other than what the chart told me. So we broke in 120.65, 121 area. You know, you could look for a bounce back to 120 and possibly get a short down to 110. Okay, there's still a little bit of a movement there, but I would wait for a low volume bounce back. Okay, you can see how the volume has increased. I missed this watching Palantir yesterday. And yeah, so we have some support. You have some mild support here at 120. How do you know when to get in a trade? How do I know when to get into a trade? How do I know when? Because I have multiple indicators, and I have, whether it's prior support or resistance, right? Here's the thing. We never know, right? Because you could have news hit the tape, right? As soon as you go long, right? You break through a level, RSI, MACD's negative, getting ready to curl up, go positive. You know, we've pulled back like I could show you an example here of the SPY. Why I took a few longs a while back. It's about probability, because there's always that 10 to like 2% chance North Korea sends a missile and it just hit Japan by accident, right? So it's like we could say, we don't know that it's going to break, but as soon as something holds and it starts giving us, I want to see like a low volume pullback if I want to go long. I want to have all the other indicators like all either lining up at once to give me confidence, like to give me a buy signal. Like if you're with us during the day, you'll see that like, here we go. We have a buy signal right here. Our indicators are converging. We had a low volume pullback. Our indicators are meeting right up at like yesterday's close or yesterday's low. We have, multiple indicators all at the same area putting on a buy trigger. And that's what algorithms are doing, right? That's how institutional buying, it's how institutional trading is made, right? They pretty much say, I want to be a buyer at 93.30, and that's where the program puts it, because that's where all the indicators are telling them to buy at, right? It's a buy trigger. So if I go here, right? If I go here, you're going to see like I have a perfect picture of also divergence from the Dow, the Qs, and the SPY or IWM, from tech to blue chips. If blue chips are selling off right now, what have the Qs been doing? The Qs have not been putting in a higher high like the SPY. So that means if things turn around, I want to be short the Qs. I want to be short tech, especially if I also just have the 10-year and the 2-year rising. We just have the CME Fed rate tool rising on top of that. So there's divergence in the sector itself. What sector is strong? What stock is strong? Does it have a catalyst? Look at this right here. Right here, okay? I don't know how to make this bigger. This is divergence and giving you a buy signal right here. You can see here. You see how this MACD, right? You see how the stock is pulling back. Puts in a new low. Look at your MACD. Look at your RSI. Okay? Stock comes up. It pulls back on heavy volume to the downside. Look at your MACD. Look at your RSI. They're putting in higher lows. Right at the third double, you have also a double bottom here. Look at that double bottom with a new low, with an increase in buying, with the MACD also putting in another lower high or a higher low, RSI another higher low. These are all signals at a major level. That is a buy signal. I have been giving a double bottom at a level with all my other indicators telling me, hey, I need to take this long. It's not just going to bounce off. It may not bounce off this level today, but look what happened. Bang. With an increase in what? It's 5 million, damn near 5 million. That is triple what you had 2 days prior. You had some nice volume there, but this is all, probability. Who's to say that news couldn't have came out on this run up? Like midnight, something happened, and the stock just dropped and broke that level. It's okay. It's going to happen. This is why we have stop losses and we buy right. Because if we buy right, we're buying cheaper, and our losses are smaller. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm going to pay $1 contract at 95 and I have resistance at $1, and we start getting past 95, and the closer we get to $1, like that area of resistance, say the stock's 95, and our resistance is we'll just say like a $5 zone, right? Or a $2 zone. We come up into $1. I'm not going to get short right at 95. I'll see if we get a little bit more of an extension on low volume. I'm going to get short at like 99, 99.50, whatever it gives me, right? If it as it's extending into 100, let's just say, as it's extending in there, I'm getting short. Because I know that either the contracts or if I'm going short the stock itself, I'm loosening up the area, okay, and I'm paying a cheaper price if you want to pertain it to options. So look, yeah, you got to have multiple things telling you, right? We used it yesterday. Yesterday, I took a small long on Palantir on a weekday, but I took it right off because we did not get the extension. We did not get the increase in volume, and I had 2 green trades going the opposite way. It was a 4%. I think my total account was up 4% on the day. Nothing crazy, but that's my loss, right? But that's my loss because I want to be better at losing than I am at winning, right? I want to be damn good at losing and great at winning, but I want to be better at those losers to where my losers are small profits, right? Because I want my losses to be very tight, right? If we put it on a chart, and this is an institutional thing, if you put your losses on a graph, right, and they should be all tight together, and your win should be just like a mountaintop, you could say, right? You could do it on a linear graph too, but you know that you just got to be able to make more when you're right than when you lose when you're wrong. We went short Coinbase. Indicators told me right here on this day when we all went long that this was going to probably reject the 50-day and reject 137. Everyone was long, and I'm like, guys, we could get a failed breakout here. What happened? We got that failed breakout. I was correct because the indicators told me that. But you know, it's not over yet. So what I would do is on Coinbase, you have support here, like right here in this area. All right, 120.05, right, to 121. All right, monthly value area low is here too at like 120.75, but we have support here. So if we get up into that area, okay, it doesn't mean today because the stock made a big move yesterday. So today I want to see a low volume bounce into that area and not close above that area, okay, which I'll go into like a 15-minute chart here. All right. Bang, right? I want to turn this red. What am I doing? So it doesn't mean that I'm going to get short. It doesn't mean that the short is going to work, but what is the probability? Especially if I look, like, here's what I do, right? On the daily chart, you got to look long term, whether it's weekly, daily, you could do monthly, daily, and so on. If I go to the daily chart, I have a week RSI. So I should expect this in 2 to 3 weeks, if like a month, right? I should be able to see the daily chart start to bounce. We have a low, you know, the volume's been pulling back a bit. We broke this major level of 120 on Coinbase, but on the daily chart, I have a negative MACD, okay, which is it tried to cross over and then rejected. So that's telling me we may have a little bit more downside. The RSI is still weak, which is relative strength. There is weakness here. What I'm going to look for is if the stock puts in a new low and this puts in, like, if it starts closing like this, right? If it starts doing something like, come on, right? If the stock's putting in new lows and then this starts doing this, right? Putting in lower highs, right? And the stock's putting in new lows, then there's going to be that day where I'm like, shit. You know, all the indicators are telling me that weakness to the downside is like the sellers are exhausted. Okay? And these are just 1 to 2 tools that you can use along with support and resistance to have confidence that that level is going to hold or reject. Not just hope and pray that it holds and rejects, right? You know, you play your levels and use the indicators with it to give you that inside, like, to tell you what's going on with the money, right? What's going on with the money? Is this new money coming in? Right? Are the buyers stepping up or the sellers stepping down? Right here on Coinbase, the sellers are stepping down. This stock is in a downtrend. Don't fight it. So as we get bounces, we're going to get short until something changes. Now we're coming into the 100-day moving average. Coinbase, today, I want to see a low volume bounce back to like 120, 122. It's like 124. Right? This whole area, we get a low volume bounce back, get short Wednesday into Thursday, and see if we can't take this thing back down to the 100-day moving average. And that would be about a 10-point move there. All right. That's my plan for Coinbase. Just like that. All right. So, you know, honestly, I would like to say I want to see it stay in this area right here. Right there. So I'm going to let Coinbase do what she needs to do. But anything above 122, then I'll wait for the breakout. I'll let it pull back into this level. Like if it gets back inside here, right? If it gets back inside this range, which is like here, all right? That's your first range. Here's your second, right? It's all a range. I don't know if you can see that. Oh, come on. Right? This is all a range. Okay, you see what I'm saying? It's all a range. And if we get back into that box, I'll wait for the pullback, and I will no longer be short because I'm already seeing on the daily chart weakness, like we're already oversold. We can remain oversold, but then I'll look for that pullback down to that area. Then I'll look to take it back up there, right? From 120 to 128. That's an 8-point move. It's a nice trade, right? It's a nice trade. But we'll see what happens. So today I'm probably going to be focused on more so earnings and some of the names from last week. But that's Coinbase. That's my plan for Coinbase, guys. Let's see if we get a low volume bounce up. You can see it's already trying to hold yesterday's low. All right, it's already trying to hold yesterday's low, this area here. Now, if it does reject for whatever reason and there is severe weakness, you can look at Bitcoin. Okay, look at Bitcoin. Because if Bitcoin starts pulling back, it's going to pull Coinbase back with it. You got to watch, though. You have that 100-day moving average sitting right there at 110. All right, 110, psychological $1.10 level. What about TS? Is that TSM? Tesla? Yeah, I wanted to short Tesla yesterday. I never got my entry. Let's go look at it. So, yeah, look, Coinbase right now is rejecting off of this pivot low. But you have support here at 116.70. It pulls back there, then look for it to try to make its way back up into this area. And if you cannot break back up through 120, you know, you can look for the short. You may not have that much momentum today. You may not. I'm not sure if you will or not because it made a big move yesterday. It needs time to, and it may need a day to rest. Or you could get a day 2 continuation where it brings traders in that weren't on it today. So I think this is my target for Tesla, like 155. All right, I think if we start pulling back here, I'm going to have to buy some. Look at yesterday. Look at that volume yesterday on the downside. All right, buyers are still in control. Look at that. Look at that volume. Right? Look at that volume. You have, in that day, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candles there. You have 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you can see weakness is still there. All right. Tesla's also got a little bit of divergence, and you can sense that the sellers are weakening. So yes, but yesterday's volume though, right? The buyers are still in control. You know, you are getting some divergence here. Not really. See, what you want to see is this, right? What you want to see is this. I don't know if you can see this or not. Let me make sure you can. What you want to see is this right here. Well, this is just one sign, right? You see how it's going higher? But what's the stock doing? The stock's going higher too. All right? This is why I still think there's weakness there. You can see here that the stock's making a higher low. That's not what we want. We want the stock to be making new lows while this is going higher. That's going to give you, which I think will give us one more downside. Like today, let's say if we bounce, consolidate, unless there's news, and then we flush it out, and then you should be able to get this. Like this should come down here and put in a 35 with the stock coming up to this level, reject 180, and start coming down to like 171, 170. That's what I think. Let's see if we can get Tesla down to that low 170s and break yesterday's low, and then start putting in the RSI. This is how you read the future. Okay, it takes time. I've been doing this for close to 10 years. But this is setting up to give you what I just drew. It's setting up for that. All right. Now, if this thing ends up coming way down here with extreme weakness, then that's that. But it looks to me like it wants to put in a higher low, and the stock put in a new low, and that'll start to help us. It'll start to get shorts out of the name. It'll start to bring buyers into the name because you're seeing divergence. You're seeing bullish divergence or bearish divergence, however you want to word it. So yes, we're still watching Tesla. I was upset that I wasn't able to get in Tesla because I missed the fill. I didn't get my fill on that. And it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. All right, so we want to see Tesla making lows, but we want to start seeing divergence, right? You know, I think if you don't have the divergence, you're not going to have much upside. The buyers aren't going to feel confident that it's time to put in a long. This is why I think that. This is why I think you need to see that divergence. All right? Because we need to give buyers a reason to buy other than let's just nibble on a little bit for a long-term portfolio. Or like let's just nibble because this asset is at distressed prices, quote unquote. It may still be expensive. Who knows? Guess what? The market's going to find out where that room is that where Tesla is or isn't expensive. The market will tell us. But again, until we get divergence, it's not going to give the bulls any reason to like really bring this thing up and start getting shorts out of this name. Right now, shorts are sensing weakness. There's blood in the water. They're putting on new shorts. They just took profits on a huge move. Look at it just rolling over. It's rolling over. So we want to see this thing start to like give us some signs of hope. All right. Tesla, I would look for this pivot low from yesterday. Okay. I will look for that pivot low to reject. We can see if we do that. All right. Which is 180 to 182.35. All right. Which was, what is that? Friday's low. Let's look for Friday's lows to act as resistance. See if we don't hold right here and start working our way up. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. All right, we get up here. You might have a little rejection. This is what I think, right? Bang. You kind of maybe you even do this. Like it starts working its way up, and we get to the bell. We're right about here, right? We pull back, and it may even just it may pull back to here, right? It'll pull back to here, then it'll just slowly try to grind its way up, right? It'll just grind its way up to this area. Right, and then we look for the short and then possibly come in with a gap down tomorrow. We'll see. All right, I think we'll get a little bit. We may start pulling back here. Like we'll get another little bounce, and I think we start to pull it back just a little bit. All right, we'll see where we're at, where we're open. See if this is about right. That would be my game plan for Tesla. I would look for this thing to bounce coming out, going into 930. Have it pull back into like that pre-market lows, like the highs of pre-market lows. Look to be a buyer down around this area, okay? Especially if we come in with the gap up. I'm going to look, and also yesterday's lows. I forgot yesterday's lows as well, 175. That's what I think is going to happen with Tesla. Let's see if we come in with a gap down tomorrow. Let's see if this plays out. We get a small bounce upwards, and then they attack one more time, especially if the market's weak. If we get the market weak, Tesla's weak, we could get a really nice downside on Tesla. I really think we're going to be down here at 155. That's just my prediction. I don't know when we'll get there, but I think you just listen. Here's the thing as well. Why you still need to lean short is because you just put in a new low on an increase in volume to the downside, on top of everything that we talked about with levels and indicators. All right, you just made a new low with an increase in volume. Don't fight it. It pulls back further. You want to owe it, nibble on it. Buy a share or two, 10, 100, whatever, whatever you got. Let's see where we're at for the daily chart, because look, we're way below the 200. We were waiting for this, and we said it. We said once Tesla gets going, it gives you direction. So this is where I think we're headed to, this prior pivot low. You have a gap here, from 2022. Looks like we might be working our way down to find that. So, we'll see what happens today. It'll be on my watch list. It's on my watch list. I do want to see where we're at, where we open. So, let's go into some of the news real quick. I want to see, Palantir. We have Palantir. Let's go look at Palantir. And we'll look at Apple and stuff. Apple's had some strength. So if you're looking for something strong, Apple's had some nice upside. It's recovered nicely. We were long and short that thing all last week. We made some really nice money. So yesterday after hours, if you were with us, I had an order sitting at the 50-day moving average. I never got it filled. I wasn't even worried about it. I was actually glad I didn't get filled, because it was a day where I just needed a break. I was exhausted yesterday. You guys could tell I was falling. The market put me to sleep 2-3 different times. Once at noon and once again in the afternoon. Palantir, I want to see if we get a pullback. I need a pullback on this name. It might be hot. I'm not sure. You have to look and see what the short float is on this name. because if there's any shorts that are in it, you just want to know those things, right? You want to know what the short float is, because if there's a 20% short float, a 10% short float, this thing could start going. All right, this thing could really start going, and we're at $20 now. I would look for 21.85 area, that pivot high. Anything higher than that, I think they raised guidance. It wasn't that great of a quarter, but they raised guidance. Yeah, we got to look for this level here. This is where I would look for Palantir. If you get some upside today, honestly, you may not even get that. I'm going to look right here. This is where I would look. All right, 21.22. And then you have a gap fill right here. I know you guys probably can't see it, but this could be where we're going. Again, it all depends on the short float. I don't know what the short float is. So there's your gap. You have a gap up here at 24. So you get into $24, you're getting into the gap fill. All right, then you have another little minor level right. You have like a little pivot high right here. Right there at 23.11. All right, and then you get to the gap fill, and then you're talking about all-time highs. You're working yourself up to 27. All right, so that's what I would watch for. Where are you at? $20 right now, 2014. Let's look at time and sale level 2, 2012 to 20. That's a nice spread on that. That's a 1 cent spread. So this thing's pretty liquid this morning. That's pretty cool. 2010, 2008 to 29. That's cool. So $20. We're at $20. I would watch this previous pivot high. I just watch that area. I would watch this area. You get through it. You turn it into support. Hello, 24.25. I think that's where she's going. What I want to look for today is a pullback. I don't know if we'll get it. I don't think we'll get it. If you want me to be honest, I don't think you're going to get the pullback, especially to the 50-day. I want to pull back to this 50-day moving average, or yesterday's close, or this previous pivot close. I don't think we get it, right? Where's this at? This is at 1750. So I don't think I'll be playing Palantir today, unless for some reason it shows me that it's got enough strength. All right, I'll probably... this is insane. That's so insane. I tried to get long yesterday afternoon. I tried. Just be careful, all right? Just be careful, because if it pulls back, you might get scared. And if it doesn't give you the pullback, you're going to be upset that it didn't give you the pullback and that you're not long. So just let it go. Y'all got to learn to let shit go. It's not that serious. It'll give you another chance to get long. You can't be just like in a hurry. If you want to buy it. It pulls back and it starts pulling all the way back down here. All right. If the institutions who make markets start pulling this thing back to $17, $18 to get long or take profits, because it's all you got to think, guys. It's all the way up here. Whoever has been long, they're going to be like, damn right, give me some profits. Okay, you do have some nice increase in volume pre-market. So just if you get long, make sure you have enough time to hold it. If you're in options, make sure you give yourself time, because it may pull back, but it may not. So that's the decision you have to make. Me, if it doesn't pull back, I don't give a shit. If it does not pull back and give me a shot at $19, I just let it go. And if we break this 20 and it pulls back and it doesn't pull back to $20 and make this support, I don't care. I'll find something else. I'm going to make my money somewhere this week, okay? Somewhere in the markets this week, I will make my money. I just got to figure out where that is. The markets are starting off really slow. Let's go into some of the big cap names. I really want to touch on the news real quick because we need to know what's moving, okay? We need to know some of the names that are moving. Now, Lululemon, or no, Eli Lilly, I think it was. Eli Lilly, I don't think did too well. I want to see where they're at. So Spotify dropped. Oh, no, Spotify, they did increase. Spotify increased guidance. So they're up 7.5%. They were. All right. They reported an increase in subscribers, but they also raised guidance for next year. Palantir, the obvious, 608 billion. See, this thing is like, I don't know. I forget how much. Maybe 100 billion market cap, which is crazy insane. I think the stock is really expensive. And I won't be buying it here. If I buy it here, it's because it's a trade. So, let's see. Hold on one second. I just have to move this stuff around. Alright. Alright, so we have Apple up here. So we have Eli Lilly, LLY. Alright, now look. Remember what I told you guys. Remember, if you've already forgot, take notice this week, because I already forgot, but I have it written down in front of me. The Qs. Where are they? Okay, if the Qs continue to start putting in a higher high, we want to be long tech. If the Dow is DIA, if the Dow, look at the Dow. You see the weakness? You see how the Qs are up here? It's just, it may sound elementary, and it kind of is, but it's important. See how the Qs are up here, and the Dow's down here? We want to be short blue chip Dow names, okay? If the market goes to the downside, that is. If the market starts moving higher, we want to be long tech names. All right? And especially with yields. Okay, you got to watch yields. Because also, on top of that, I know it sounds like a lot, but if yields start rising, okay, that's going to put a lot of... It's gonna weigh down biotechs, solar names. Okay, they're tech, but they're also really... They coincide with rates. They depend on rates. As a business model, rates affect them the most. Okay? So, you know, you want to make sure you're understanding what tech stocks to go long, which ones to go short. AMD, NVIDIA, rates, for the most part, quote unquote, won't mess with it. Now, if you get an explosion in rates, then yes, it will. All right? But those companies are big enough to where they don't have to borrow money. They're not worried about, their customers aren't going to buy their product on loans and may be affected by interest rates. And they may not want to take that loan because rates are so high. They may not want to get new solars. They don't want to get solar on their roof because of where rates are. If rates are low and the price starts to make sense, that's when those stocks do well. That's just an example. All right, so what do we have here? So there's the Dow pulling back. Where's the IWM? I do want to see that because if the Qs are higher, then let's see if the Dow... Look at the IWM. This is just weakness, guys. Be nimble. I'm telling you. This is risk, right? Risk. This should be going up with the Qs to an extent, quote unquote. Because if things were okay, then the riskiest of assets would be going higher. Okay? This is not. So... watch out, because if you get long the Qs or if we get long tech names and it just pulls back out of nowhere, you got to have a trailed stop, something to get you out, or like, you know, something to be aware of what's going on. The IWM is putting in a really nice pattern here. Okay, now I'm going to go into AMD, Apple, and some other names. And Netflix, we're watching Netflix, Boeing, and Eli Lilly. But I just wanted to show you guys right here, we broke the 50-day moving average. This red line, okay? Let's see if we can take the IWM. This could be a really nice trade. This could be a really nice trade. Back down to like 188. All right, 188 is where I want to see if we can take the IWM back down to. I think that's where she's going. She did hold this level pretty nicely. Okay, but if we can get a little bounce in the 192.50, 192 area, get the short. Look at this tail, right? You guys see that tail? Everybody's like, "Oh, look at that tail! Look how bullish it is." Fuck out of here with that. Look at the volume. There's no volume. All the sellers did was step away, and they're gonna pop back up right there at the 50 way and catch you lacking. You're gonna get long like everything is gravy and pop. They're gonna pop that ass. 500 still looks good. Sorry, Zig. Why? Hold on. You know what? I got this over here. Let me move this screen. 500 still looks good this week. Right now it does because there's nothing to bring us down. I agree, but we could get a failed breakout. Listen, everything looks good until the elephants in the room, the JP Morgans, the Goldman Sachs say, wrong. And then you just, all of a sudden, you just get some random volume and they just start cutting levels out of nowhere. And you're like, oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? Oh my God, oh my God. Right? Everything is good until that shit ain't good. All right? Excuse me for cussing. So don't get caught lacking, okay? Clutch your pearls, whatever you got to do. All right? So just don't get caught. Don't get caught. If you're getting profit and you're long, just take them. I know you will, Ziggy. And I agree with you. I think we could still get that little bit of a breakout there. I think we can. We don't have a reason to stop us. But just what I'm saying is just watch if we just sit here sideways. If we are not making, if we make like a 50-cent high, a dollar high, and we pull it right back and we're sitting in a range, I'm telling you right now, if we do this for like all week this week and a little bit next week for like 6-7 days, you're seeing the markets just sitting in a range. We're going down. I promise. I will promise you. Even though the SEC would like to knock at my door for that statement, I promise. All right, we already have the divergence that I was talking about 2 weeks ago, and then now everybody and their mother on planet Earth on YouTube, and because they're friends with people on CNBC, want to start talking about a sell-off. Yes, February is naturally weak, okay, but I sensed this sell-off not last week, but the week before that. Institutions really came in and started taking profit. All right, IWM. Let's see if we can start filling some of these gaps here. Okay, let's see if we start filling some of these gaps, or if we hold the 50-day, which is at, I need to hurry up because time is a-flying. I need to get my watch list ready. 192.50. All right, 192.50. Let's look for 192.50 to be a rejection point, and look there, 192.49. Rejected on the dime, on the money. All right, it is holding. So the IWM did close green yesterday? No, it did not. It didn't. So you can see here. You see how the 50-day is right here where this red box is. Look, support, support, resistance, resistance. Are we going to try one more time and then it pulls back? If I get short this name, I will be taking profits right here. I'm going to tell you guys right now, if I take this trade, I'm going to be taking profits off right there. And then I'm going to take profits off again at like 190. It's like 190.27, 26 area. Okay. I'm going to be taking profits in front of this morning's support level. In front of it. As we're going towards it, I'm going to take some profit. I will take, if we get through that level, I would take profits at yesterday's low. I'm not going to wait to get to yesterday's low. As soon as we start embarking on that level, as soon as we start getting there, well, however that word is said, like right here, see there you go. That's a perfect example of support. Kind of right there. Right there. Shit. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. I just want to put this out because I'm going to put it here right now so that you guys can see that this dotted line, as we start to get there, I'm going to be taking profits on the short if I take the short today. All right. If we come up and we hold 192, then we can look for 193 to be resistance. I'm going to walk it up or I'm going to walk it down. One of the two. One of the two. Okay. Look at the RSI on the 5-minute. You going to tell me that this thing ain't ready to pull itself back? Let's go look at an hourly. All right. Hourly, it's got a little bit of room to the upside. Let's go look at a 4-hour. 4-hour is really low too, but it's still in a downtrend. It's trying to curl itself up. Okay, so the thesis to the upside might work. But again, you're going to need a reason to bring in longs. We don't have a reason to go down. It's in a downtrend. You can see, you know what? Like this here, you can see that it's trying to curl itself, right? Can you see how this is going down? And then look at my cursor. My cursor is starting to flatten out. It's trying to get a little bit of a bounce. So you know what? We may be able to take a long right into 194. We get into 194 and see if we can't get there. So what I would do is, like right now on the 5-minute, or even 3-minute, it is telling me that we're going to put in a pullback. But where is that pullback going to take us? I'm going to watch for yesterday's low at 190.50. Write this down. If we pull back in, if we do not hit the 50-day at the bell, if it starts right now to like 9:15, starts pulling back, all right, or a sharp pullback off the bell, I will take the long at 190.50 if we have not rejected the 50-day, and I will look to take it long up into the 50-day, take profits going into the 50-day, see if it can break it and get to 194. Okay, I want to see if we can get to 194. If we get up to the 50-day and we cannot get through it, and I'm watching the Dow pull back, I'm watching the Qs not make hardly, it's struggling to make new highs, then I'm going to say, okay, let's see if we can roll this thing over a bit. All right. I'll go through the trade with you guys though as soon as we open up. I want to look at Lulu. I probably won't trade this. Where is it? Where is it trading at right now? Let's go look at Spotify real quick, and we're going to go to Apple, AMD, all that fun stuff. All right, Spotify's going higher, struggling right here. Let's go to Apple. Apple's been pretty strong, right? The market's been pulling back. Apple's been going higher. We have a nice trade here. So yesterday, I was looking for a pullback to 184. We never got it. So today, if we are able to pull back to 187, 189, like 198, oh my God, 186.95, like 186.90, right? That 10-cent area. And 187, okay? That whole area right here, 187 to 186.90. Look to get long and get, I want to see if we can get up through yesterday's high at 190 or 189. Liz Young is on 189, and see if we can't get up here to this 100-day moving average. I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking for. All right. I want to see if we can start to get up to that 50-day and retest it, because we never really tested it. I know because I've been playing Apple. I've been long, I've been short, so I know how this thing's acting. You got to watch because sometimes you might have to be patient for it. So right here, what I'm going to look for, wherever it is that we open up at, where are we at, 187.70. All right. So right here, I want to look for a pullback down here. I want to hold this level, and I want to look to be able to get through this level. We might do something like this, right? Okay. And then we get up to the 50-day moving average, which should put us like right up here at 190. There's your 50-day moving average. It should open up like here. I know this is like 2-3 days worth of action. Then I want to see if it rejects or if it goes higher. So I'm going to look for a move from 187 to 190. I will get this trade on. Maybe I get next week contracts. Okay. I'm not buying it long if it's not at 187. If we're not at 186.90 and we're at like 175, 174, I'm not going long, because then the risk to reward is not there. In order for me to make money, I need to buy right. So I'm not going to get upset if this thing just takes off without me. I don't care. If it goes, it goes. Again, I will find my money somewhere else. I will. I promise you. Y'all know I will. Just like I told you last week. I got 225% gain on the very last day. I didn't give up. I know some of y'all were giving up on me. He ain't doing it. He's not getting that 100%. He's not getting that triple-digit gain. And what's he do? All right, so, yes, I'm going to look for that. I want to get long Apple at 187 and look for the bounce into the 50-day moving average. And you can start to see this 50-day start to slope down, okay? You have a solid trend line here on Apple, okay? Because I think there's going to be another trade after we hit the 50-day. We're putting in lower highs. Is this going to be another lower high? And we start to get that short. If we take a long from 190 and we get to that 50-day, I'm going to tell you right now, if Apple does not get through that 50-day, I'm going to get maybe a month out, 2 to 3 weeks, depending on when we get there. I'm going to look short. I'm going to look short on Apple and see if this RSI is going to put in another lower high and kind of get back to this trend line. Why is that? Because we have not made 184 support. I was looking to be a buyer there. We never made it support. You just went through it. Okay, if you go back and look at 184, and that right there is something you guys may or may not do, is watching a level that does not get tested that should. Okay, we have a nice double bottom here. You just we ripped and ran Friday. Friday, we were long this. We never tested 182. I'm sorry, 182 or 184. Okay, we never tested it and pulled back, brought in some new buyers to take this thing long That's why I think Apple will run out of gas here in the next couple days, or at least when it is able to get to that 50-day moving average. Okay, that's just my opinion. Does it have to happen? No, it doesn't have to happen, but I think it will. The probabilities that Apple is going to be back down at 184 are high, very high. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for there. All right, Apple, I want to see if I can take this long at like Friday's high at 187. See if we can get a little long. If we start getting up to like yesterday's high at 189, I'll be taking profits up there if we can't get through it. Because like me, guys, I'm the type of person, I'm not just going to like get long something in options, especially if I'm in weeklies, or if I'm like 2-3 weeks out, a swing trade, that's different. But even for a swing trade, I need at least like a month to 2 months. I need confidence that I have enough time to sit through a consolidation, because you could consolidate. So if we get that move, just like I showed you guys Friday, that I was taking profits on the move, because on the move on options is when you get paid and then it pulls back, right? And then it goes higher again. You just got pulled back on those options, and then if you didn't buy the right options, as the stock went higher, you just went right back to not even where you were if you were in dailies, right? So you got to understand the options flow. These did get to about $400 a contract, $4 a contract. It was a beautiful move. This was a beautiful trade. Right? We took profits in a 225% gain, and then we went long Apple. It was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful way to end off the month of January, even though it was February. Still, this is, to me, this is the first week of February. All right. So pullbacks to 180, 187, 186.90 area. Let's get a pullback in here. See if we can't get the long. It seems a little too easy, so I will be patient here. And if we just don't ever test it, then we just start going higher. Then I'm going to wait. Okay, if we just start going out the gates right up to it, and we can't get through 189, 190, then I'll look to get short up there for a small pullback. All right, but listen, Apple's in an uptrend. So even better, if we could get that test of 184 today for whatever reason, if Apple could pull back, that would be awesome. Because it looks like it is trying to roll over, right? It looks like it's trying to roll over a bit. So if we get a break of 187, if 187 doesn't hold, I will be short at 187, and I will take that down to 184, and then I'll switch and go back into the long at 184, if that makes sense. So if we hold 187, I'm going to get long 187, take it to the 50-day. It's only a few dollars, so you got to watch. The risk to reward really isn't there. But like I said, at 187, 186.90, my stop will be about 15 cents or so. All right. Because the upside, there isn't much upside, so I'm only going to give that a little bit of room. I'll try to be patient and buy right. But if we crack 187, then I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to take this short to 187 down to 184, if not 182. It's in a downtrend. Let's not forget. All right, it's went up for 2 days. That's it. Which is a, you know what? Let's do this real quick. I know I'm spending too much time on Apple. We're going to get into some of the other trades. Let's draw a Fibonacci. Let's do a Fibonacci retracement. Guarantee you, it's like a 50% retracement. 61.5 from the close. Yeah, that's no. All right, right there. All right, so, and you can see if that 50-day starts to come in, that's going to be your 61.8 retracement. All right, if it starts, that 50 days should meet us right here. See, this is multiple indicators meeting at an area. Look at the prior support here. Right? It's an area. Right? Support. It breaks it, and now it's coming back up to retest 190. And what's coming in? The 50-day moving average. They're all converging at 190. But so on a Fibonacci retracement, you gotta know why you're even drawing a Fibonacci retracement in the first place. Okay, it is showing you buyers and sellers. It is showing you whether there is a change or a continuation. All right, is it a trend reversal or a trend continuation? Which it's showing you the emotion and are the buyers. If I were to draw a retracement right here, okay, I'm going to give you guys a quick lesson on Fibonacci retracements. Let's say right here to the highs. If I have Apple pulling up and Apple pulls back. I know it's hard to see, and I apologize, okay? But if we pull back, okay, to a 23 fib right here, right? We pull back right here to whatever it is, 185. And then we bounce off of that level. That's telling me that longs are only taking profits. If we pull back to the 38.2, same thing. Okay, that's not a sell-off. That is profit taking. Let's look for the bounce. 50% retracement. Still, it's like, okay, any more than 50% of that retracement, this is not buyers taking profit. This is buyers taking profit and selling, along with shorts probably getting in, and we're getting ready to have a trend reversal. So what's telling me about us hitting the 61% retracement on that move down is that it feels like there is a change from the downside to the upside, because now we have retraced more than a quarter. We have retraced more than half of that downside move. So chances are that downside move may be done with. That's how you read a Fibonacci. It's telling you the trend reversal or trend continuation by understanding the sentiment of the pullbacks or the bounce backs. Okay, because if it bounces back way too far, chances are this is shorts covering and longs going long. Okay, this is buying. Okay, you have went from selling to buying. We have went from selling to possibly buying. We're going to find out very soon. All right, and that's the point of reading a Fibonacci. It is to give you that sentiment change. Anything past like, I want to say a 50, but 50% is too much for me. If I'm in a stock during the day and I see something go more, if I'm long and it pulls back more than like 38.2, I want to say 40%. If it pulls back more than 40%, chances are that long is no more, and now shorts have gotten a hold of it, and now the buyers are scared, and the buyers are going to start selling now too, because you have retraced, too much, right? You want a low volume pullback, a quarter, 25%, maybe like, 30%, 35% of that move. Get long again because you're at VWAP at that point, because you extended above VWAP. I could go into standard deviations. I can make it not make it complicated, but the reason if you were up 2 standard deviations and you pull back 30% of that move, chances are you're back to like your median level, which would be like VWAP. And then you would look to get long again, which would set you up for another buy entry. All right. It's hard to explain, but it's really not, because you guys will see me do it. You guys see me do this stuff all the time. So that's Apple. All right. Pretty simple stuff there. That's a little bit of a lesson on the Fibonacci. I don't think a lot of people talk about that enough. Okay. You see how this thing just sold off, retraced it all, then it came back, and they're all nervous to, like, you had that steady grind higher. But if I were to draw a Fibonacci here and I wanted to get long, like, let's say if we opened up, it would also depend. Yeah. Like, here, you guys see here? All right, Fibonacci during the day. So we gap up. You see how we started to retrace 50%? You see how that tail got put in there? Because the buyers tried to hold this thing up. Where did that 50% line up at? It lines just about up at 187 level that we're talking about. So you have the Fibonacci lining right up with 187. You also have yesterday's high at 187. That's multiple indicators lining up at the same price point. That's what I mean. And look, you got that long tail that got rejected, and then obviously what happened after that? The buyers gave up. All right, they pulled back. You came into this level, it held. You had, you can see even here that there was a low volume bounce back because they were not sure. You can see here at 9:50, 9:54, 9:57, 10 o'clock, they were still unsure of the direction to the upside because they just saw this thing break 187. Is this going to be a low volume bounce to 187 and reject it? That's what's going through the minds of institutions, because there are also people behind the algorithms. The algorithms are thinking that too. Okay, 187, we're going to see if this is a buy point. But what happens is if we get to 187 on an increase in volume, that algorithm is going to change. That algorithm is going to change to a break and be a buyer at 187. Okay, because then it's going to switch everything back around. Trust me, it works like that. It works just like that. All right, so right there you just saw multiple indicators lining up at the same area with the previous day's high at a major level, and you saw this wick get put in right here on this candle. Wham! You tried to see them take it back, and then VWAP rejected, and then they gave up. They gave up. They tried to take control at 187 because they were told to be a buyer at 187. All right, that's all. I just wanted to do a quick lesson in Fibonacci, along with it lining up to a level and the understanding that, you know, what it's really telling you. AMD. I wanted to get short AMD yesterday, and I missed the move. All right, so it's a little hard for me to pay up 150, 200%. Think about that. If the move has happened and you're buying options, you know, how much more are you paying? Are you buying from somebody that's in at 35 cents and now this thing went from 30 cents to $1.50, and this option is up 300-400%, and now you're picking up the bag? Okay, think about that. All right, that's why I did not get in at AMD, because I played Palantir and I wasn't in the right part of the market, and that's okay. It looks like AMD's trying to hold up here. If we get a bounce back and can reject this area, I want to look for pre-market highs. I want to look for a rejection, okay? I feel like we went up to 180. We're pulling it back. Let's go to a daily chart first so we really know what's going on here. This is kind of a nice hold. Like, I'm still 50-50 on AMD. I feel like we're going to go to the downside. So what I'm looking for is 174.50. Okay, 174.50. If we can not get up through this level, okay, it's like a $2 level there, but I'm going to look for 174.50 to 175 psychological number and see if we can't get up there. All right, if we start rejecting this area again right there, then I want to start being a seller. All right, I want to start getting short. What I will do, all right, you know, the other thing we could do, all right, is measure the move. I can tell you right now, I don't even have to measure it. That's probably a little over a 38% retracement, 38.2 retracement, probably a little bit over. I've been doing this for a while. All right, you see how it's a little bit more than that 38.2, but not quite 50% of the move. Once you do this for a while, you'll be able to understand where like the movement is. Okay, half is about this level right here. All right, so let's see if we can get a bounce. You know, let's see if we can get back up to like 178. I want to let AMD tell me what it's going to do. On a 30-minute chart, it's a bit overdone. 4-hour chart, not really. So that's telling me maybe we get that bounce back to the upside and then, you know, get short. Listen, this all also coincides with what are the Qs doing? What's the SPY doing? Okay? Are they making new highs? And that should help the SPY and the Qs. So that's what I also want to reiterate is watch what the markets are doing. AMD's at a major level here. All right? We sold off yesterday, had a nice day with an increase in volume. You broke that level. You broke that level with an increase in volume. So chances are that is going to become resistance, and it did yesterday. You saw it become resistance yesterday. It's an area. All right, so we'll have to be patient because there was a decent move made yesterday. I feel like I'm being told that, like, maybe we get back up here to, like, 176, and it's kind of just like an inside-out type of day, and then we go into Wednesday. So we got to find relative strength and relative weakness. I don't know if AMD is going to be a play for me today, but I will be watching it. All right, it made the move yesterday. Chances are today it's not going to give you a day two continuation without like some type of news, upgrade, downgrade, whatever it may be. All right, let's look at Boeing. There was so 175. I'll be looking for the short. So look, it's holding this level here. I told you guys I was looking for that downside move to this area. Okay, and let's see if it starts to bounce. There's a lot on here. I do apologize. I would like to try to get my 209 short. Okay. You know, Boeing's going to be tough. It feels to me that they do not want to pay anybody. There's just you got to watch for, you know, whether it's a downgrade something. Fuck, man, it's already 9 something. I'm sorry I went on with those lessons for so long. God damn it. because, like last week or 2 weeks ago, Bank of America came out with a downgrade the day after Tesla reported. Bank of America came out with a downgrade on Boeing, and we said it right here in chat, right here. That day right there, we got all that follow through. Everybody was talking about Tesla, and we're like, yo, Bank of America just downgraded. They just downgraded Boeing at 209. It's our chance. Let's get it. Everybody's watching Boeing, and the institutions over here, or everybody's watching Tesla. Institutions are making big money on Boeing, while everybody's sidetracked with the shiny object. So you got to watch for those kind of things, because you can see how they held it up. It kept. We were watching it go to the 200 day, go to the 200 day, go to the 200 day, and this is what I'm talking about with the market. If we just stay here and we don't push to new highs and we just sit in a range, it will go down. I promise. If we do not start making highs and make a high, pull back, get buyers in to go to a new high, and we don't start putting in a direction, we're going to get a pullback, just like Boeing did right there. If you guys start noticing a stock sitting in an area and not moving for quite some time, chances are you might want to watch for a pullback. Whether they come out with a downgrade, something's probably out. There's probably something out there that's going to put out a hit piece on it, and it'll pull itself back. Boeing looks like a long. All right, it looks like a long, but 209 is a pretty major level here. So if it bounces back to 209, this valuary monthly high, or like that valuary monthly area, 209, maybe we look for a short. 209 short. Anything else with Boeing, I'm going to wait till it gets to the 200 day to get short. But I want to get a bounce back. And look, this actually lines right up, guys. Where does this line up to? This lines right up to Friday's close. So let's see if we get a rejection or some type of news. If we can get to 209, and we'll look to take this thing back down to 200, maybe even break 200. Okay? That's what I'm looking for with Boeing. All right, 209. So write it down, 209. And if 209, we'll see how it acts as it gets there. But if it gets to 209, and look, we're on a 15-minute chart. What do you guys see? Look at this. If we start rising and this thing's up here, what does that tell you? If the RSI is up there, right? And it's climbing, and the stock's at 209, right? And it's up here. What is that showing you? That's showing you a downtrend in the RSI. Put the future together. All right? It takes time to do that stuff. And look at the MACD trying to curl. It's positive now. Let's see if it curls negative. See if the stock goes up and the MACD curls negative. RSI puts in a lower high. Bang. We all get it connected. We get told to be short at 209, 209.50 area. But I'm going to call it 209. That is the area. All right? This is how you guys can have confidence. And when you guys start to do this over and over and over, you'll build more confidence because you'll see what I'm talking about. And as the trading day goes on, I will show you. Like, I will talk about what it is that I'm doing. And guys, please, if you guys could hit the like button, subscribe. Let me know if you guys start to see relative strength. What do I mean by that? Like something that's just running and gunning right out the gates. Okay, running and gunning right out the gates. I want to know about it. Let's get ready here. I don't think... I want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. I didn't have much of a chance. So yesterday, I forgot to get coffee last night when I was out. I went and got cat food for my little girl, and I forgot to get coffee. So I had to run out and grab coffee this morning. I woke up at 6, at like 5:50, 6 o'clock. And then I took melatonin last night, and I fell back asleep. I fell back asleep, so got up at 7. I woke up a little later than I wanted to. All right. I want to look for upgrades, downgrades. Costco veteran CFO to step down. Kroger's finance chief to take over. Look. Dawa downgrades Tesla over increased governance. Now, you got to know who's giving the you got to see who is giving the downgrade. If Blow Joe's giving a downgrade, if I give Tesla a downgrade, that don't mean nothing, right? That don't mean anything. So if you get like a Bank of America or Morningstar or like someone that is a reputable brand, whatever that word is, but Dawa, I don't even think I've heard of them. I don't even think I've heard of them. So we'll see what happens. Let's see what Tesla's doing right now. That came out a few minutes ago. 15 minutes ago. Let's see what Tesla did 15 minutes ago. Alright. Let's get ready, guys. Yeah, look. The stock went up 15 minutes ago. 8:15. It's 9. So at 9 o'clock, the stock went up. They tried to downgrade it, and Tesla went up. Alright, let's... real quick. Alright, Netflix, okay? We're watching Coinbase for the light volume bounce up. Netflix. We've also been watching Netflix because if this market does start to pull back, we got a nice pattern here. We have a really... I'm not even logged in, guys. Shit. I'm watching 570, 565. Call it 566. 566 I'm watching. Come on. Come on. Give me 1 second, guys. Mullen is spiking right now, I think.
Because right now the SEC is saying, okay, is he a rogue character? There is a board. Now, you may think that the board's conflicted. I don't care. The board has to issue a statement today saying we have examined all these, or we have hired, I don't know, Paul Weiss, and they're going to examine all these. Okay? They have to do that.
You don't care that the board's conflicted because the stock's been a winner? Is it sort of ends justifies the means kind of thing?
And the judge talked about that. The judge talked about, hey, listen, it doesn't matter if it's a winner or not. What we're really involved here is that there has to be disclosure in order to have.
I'm a firm believer in cheat codes and not giving out your information if you don't have to. So I just threw in a little picture-in-picture.
Would just say, hey, you know what?
Netflix, okay, Netflix. We are watching Netflix for weakness. We want to wait for the market to show us that. If the market's just going to go higher, cool. So Netflix has kind of just been hanging out up here, and the market's been making highs. Oh no, I think they just heard me. I think they just got me. Oh, you bastards. Oh, that's funny. They threw it right back at me. I bet. You know, the markets are back at highs, right? We're going to see if Tesla, or not Tesla, but Netflix can get back up there to, so 560, 559, 85 area is what we're watching for Netflix as support, okay? As you guys can see right here. Sorry, I'm trying to get all my stuff up right before the market opens. Okay, you can see this major level of support. Okay, 560 is a major level of support. Okay, so if we pull into 560, you know, you pulled in there yesterday. Let's see if it gives us a pullback and a long opportunity. It feels to me that Netflix is setting up for a possible short or a long. Like, I'm thinking I want to put on the long. I want to put on the long and put in a lower high. I want to put in a lower high up here at like 570 or so, which is still a $10 move. Come on. Dude, what the fuck? I got to get my other computer up here. I have an Apple computer down here, and I need to get it up. They're fucking with me. This is crazy. Come on. I just want to have another source of news just in case I don't hear about it. Oh my gosh. Sorry. God damn it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to fix this. All right, good to go. Good to go.
They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payment.
I think I know why it did that because
Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we
I think because I had my stream on here to make sure I had sound and I never clicked on it. So what I'm going to do is I got Tesla written down. I got Netflix written down. I have Coin in here. So I'm already ready, and it's not going to take me very long to get in or out because I'm putting everything that I'm looking at in right now. You guys can even set orders. Don't be afraid to set orders or limit orders to get out. Please know what you're doing, though. Please know what you're doing. All right, Netflix. What else were we looking at here? You know, like I said, it's a boring week in the markets. It kind of stinks, man. It is what it is. But, you know, there's days like this, and this is only going to help build up for what's to come. Okay, it's only going to help build up for what's to come. So Netflix, I want to look for this previous area here at 570 on Netflix if it starts to move. Okay, I feel like there's not much volume, but I feel like it is going to start moving one way or the other. Okay, yesterday it held on low volume. You can see yesterday that Netflix held on low volume. All right, that's a breakdown. Does it start to work its way back up and reject that pivot high at 565.23? Okay, does it reject this pivot high area? 565. So we're up here. So what I would look for, let's see if we can pull it back down in here, guys. Down pretty low. I'm going to look for a pullback in here for a possible dip buy. Okay, this looks like a little bit of an area that we could look for. If Netflix starts to hold, we should be able to expect a bounce. Okay, we should expect a bounce depending on what the markets are doing off of 564. All right, what I'm saying is I'm looking for this range right here. Okay, I'm going to show you the range that I'm looking to play, and if it breaks out in any of those directions. Wait, what did I just do? I'm sorry. Guys, seriously, I am. I am very sorry. I apologize for all the nonsense shit that I do because my ADHD is stupid right now. And the mouse that I haven't went and bought yet. Alright, this mouse, I'm ready to just throw it out the window. So, you can see here, okay, you see how we're holding that level? That mild support level right there? Let's see if we can continue to hold it. If we do not break it, and you start to see the SPY and Qs maybe go to the upside, let's see if we can start you know, making some way up to 570, 575, and look, there it goes, as soon as I say it. See if they try to take this trade from us. Just understand, 15-minute chart, it's a bit overdone. All right, your RSI right now is about 75. It's at 64 now, it pulled back. So you're seeing right now, prime example of weakness. Okay, you can see here, I know I went up too far. You can see here the stock went and made a new high, and what's the RSI doing? It's putting in a lower high. All right, so that's a bit of weakness there. Why did the stock put in a new high, and the RSI not go higher with it on that extension? Because it's telling you that it was there just weren't any sellers there. It's just, you know, there was just a few buyers, and no sellers stepped in. They waited to step in up at 566. So we identified 566, like I just said. Let's see if we reject 566. But if we hold 564, right, we're going to battle this little area right here. Once we break out, we should at least be able to get short from 564 down to 560, call it 558, okay? Or we can look to take the long, which we are above right now, from 564 to 570. Which is still an $8 move. Or we don't trade it and we wait. We wait for the direction. Which is a better plan, right? Use your head. Just listen. You guys just gotta act smart. Just make the right decisions. Let's make the right decisions. I make stupid decisions all the time. I'm not saying I don't. I make some dumbass decisions. Real dumb. Not really real dumb, but you know, it's just, if you guys miss a move, just let it be. Just let it go. Look, another rejection. Another rejection. Where are the Qs at? Did the Qs get to a new high yet? Nope. Still another lower high. I think the Qs have a little bit more ways to go, especially if they pull back right now. If the Qs pull back, look to be a buyer at 429. Let's get it. Let's get it, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. If you guys see something, let me know. All right? If I see something, I'm going to let y'all know. UBS resumes buybacks. We got to watch banks, too. We can watch banks. All right? Remember, don't forget about whatchamacallit. What was it? New York Community Bank. All right? New York Community Bank. Come on. I got to get my chart set up here. There we go. Ah, God, that was so loud. I'm sorry. I apologize. Right out the gates. Ooh. Stuffed. Look at that resistance area there, guys. Know this for the Qs. You have resistance at 430. If we break 430.06, then we look for the break and the pullback to it. Okay? Look for the break at 430.06. Right here. Bang. Put in a dotted line so that I know that that's the area. My little girl is yelling at me. I don't know why she yells at me. I can do anything wrong. I'll get you. Have food, love. Look at it rejecting there. It's struggling there, guys. I could take a short right there, right now. I would be down with it, and my stop would be tight. It feels to me that it's struggling right there, guys. Are they going to give up? Somebody went short there. Here they go. They're going to give up soon. Look. Nice little pop back up in there. Yeah. All right. All right. Hold on, love bug, please. I love you. Just give me 1 second. You have food. You have everything. You guys see every day like clockwork. She comes in here and just whines and cries at 9:30. As soon as the bell opens, it's like that bell. She knows. Come here. Come here. You're okay. Come here, love. Come on. You're not. Come on. Say hello to my little friend. Hold on. No. Hold on, please. Please, baby. Oh my fucking God. I just about lost everything. Dude, you're killing me, girl. I know. Jump down. I just about fucking lost my... Alright, so let's see here. Look at that rejection. Look at that rejection. Nice rejection. I know, jump down. Spoiled brat. Love you to death, but come on, you're killing me. Alright, let's go sense the divergence. So there's the Qs not doing its thing. SPY. And which one is leading and which one is lagging? Leaders and laggards, okay? Look at the IWM. I told you, push right down into that area. See if you get that bounce. See if you get that bounce and try to take it to the 50-day. But that is... The volume is... That's a low volume pullback as of now. And we're looking for this level right here. Shit. Right there. Now that's your range right now. See, look at it hold. It held pre-market lows. I missed that. I just tried to pick up my phone to take a long there on the IWM. Didn't happen. It's low volume. It would have had to have been a scalp. Something's halted. I'm not sure what you guys see. Look at that. That would have been a beautiful long. But look at the volume. I would be taking profits right there, guys. You got to watch. I would be taking profits right there at 191.60. Look at that low volume. You just got that huge extension with no volume. That's telling you, that's giving you a sign of weakness right there. Look, still low volume. Dude, there's so many people that are going to get sucked into making this long. And just get screwed right here at pre-market highs. I would still look for a short at the 50-day, if not 192. I'm not sure what Tesla's doing right now. So the 50-day is up here at 193, 192.75 for IWM. Come on.
HSDT, Helios Medical getting a pop here on heavy volume now. Hotel Sandy Delta Tango. Shares up 30% off the earlier.
All right, now you're into that 9 EMA. Watch that 9 EMA. That would be like right now, this area should have been a sell trigger. You should be getting short right there, even if it breaks through it. Even if it breaks through it. That's a sell trigger because you're going to lose less if you're wrong. You're going to lose less if you're wrong. And look at that. 15-minute also. Look at your 15-minute trade line coming in right there. Right, everything's meeting at that level. Bang. I would give it a second. I would stop out right there on if you get a pullback. But, you know, you're not always going to be right. I still think there's a pullback coming there. And again, it's an area. It's not an exact price. Yes, right there. That's where I would look. See, your 50-day is up at 192, like 193. I'm thinking about it. I'm really thinking about it. The only reason I'm not going to get short right here is because our 50-day is right up here at this prior double top from yesterday on the IWM. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. And we also identified that it was starting to shift, right? We saw a shift in the IWM. Come on. Sorry, I gotta fix this. And look at that. So that's a low volume rejection there. Look, now that is low volume. The sentiment has shifted. Fuck, that's a long. I mean, volume's kind of pulling up. It's why it's important to be patient, because you could get tossed around. At least I would. I'd be getting tossed around a little bit. I would have loved to have taken that long right off of that low there. That was a beautiful long. But again, watch what the markets are doing, because it's just, you want to see who's leading and who's lagging. All right, so there's that. Qs. Look at the Qs in the downside. Told you. Everything's cool until the big boys start coming in and selling shit. That volume is still a little low, Ziggy. If you're still here, that volume is a little low. I would look for, you could look for a pullback to 428. 428 on the Q. See if that holds. See if 428 holds. Even though it held yesterday, that's a key level I would look for on the Qs. I feel like something is. I feel like something's not right on my charts. It feels weird. Do you guys see anything with relative strength or relative weakness? Fuck. Come on, man. Yesterday was a down day. No, yesterday was... It was flat. Yesterday was flat. It wasn't down. Is that it? I wonder if we start wanting to be a buyer here. Do we want to start being a buyer there? Well, alright, where's Tesla? God, I wish I could have music playing. I mean, risk to reward. I hate that this market is just so flat. You know, again, that's resistance. Until it breaks, it's resistance. I'm trying to tell y'all. Keep going. I'm, you know, I know you keep saying we're going to 500, Ziggy, but what? I mean, we pretty much went to 500. We went to 496. Look, you're putting in lower highs. So the SPY is turned around. Okay, the Qs are down. Look at the Dow. So the Dow is leading today. All right, so now we found our strength. So we got to look at down names. Look at like UNH. Come on, hurry up. All right, UNH is trying to break out to the upside. JP Morgan. Look at JP Morgan, guys. Relative strength. Found it. Bang. Just like that. Straight like that. Straight like that. All right, this is how we do this. That's how I do it, at least. You got to watch. You have a little bit of resistance there. Shit, I don't like that that selling that's going on there. Oh, man. Shit. I feel like they're trying to squeeze a little bit more out of JP Morgan. I'm going to take a long on JP Morgan if I can get a pullback. All right, come on. Was there any upgrades, downgrades, futures subdued, China's boost? Oh, China names. I forgot about China names. JP Morgan Chase plans to build more than 500 for the next few years. 20% of share. Are targeting 20% share of U.S. deposits. 75. So I'm looking at a 175. Dude, I'm going to miss this. I'm already paying up for it. God damn it. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I apologize. I think I just missed JP Morgan. I think I missed it. I would like more volume. I got to be honest. I would like more volume. Actually, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I would like to have a pullback. I just don't know if it's going to give it to me. You could look to see what KRE is doing. I know I keep moving the screen around, but I'm trying to get it correct. I'm trying to come correct, all right? Right here at, you have a little minor area right there. Okay, we have a minor area at 176. So, you know, getting long into an area of resistance isn't that smart of a thing to do. I did not even touch that. So why was that moving? This is why I get irritated, guys. If you guys didn't just see, I touched right here and it started moving this. Like, that's what I was wanting to do. I want to see my volume. And look at the downside. See what I mean? Going up into 176. It's not smart to go long up there. You know what? I may try it. I may try the... if you guys, you know, if anybody's here, what are you guys watching? I'm going to give JP Morgan a minute. TSLA, because it is rejecting off of that area. Look at that. Long on Tesla. Look at Tesla. Look at the strength on Tesla. This is why we built this, guys. If we can get a pullback right here to 182, like we said, 182 long Tesla, if it gives it to us. Dude, I wonder what happened. Something happened. This is short covering. The SPY's going too? If the SPY ain't going, if it don't look like Tesla, I'm going to be mad, Ziggy. SPY ain't going nowhere. It's just breaking. Look at the volume. Man, you ain't got no volume. You ain't got nothing. The SPY getting ready to get rejected on this gap fill. Look at Tesla. You're saying SPY going. That shit ain't going nowhere, my fam. TSLA, my boy, that shit ain't going anywhere. Look at Tesla. You want to talk about going somewhere? That's what's going on. TSLA. This is what we want. This is what makes us money. Why? This is institutions putting big money to work, and we need to get behind it. All right, we're looking for a gap fill on Tesla, guys. Gap fill on Tesla up at 188. 188 at least. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to get in this thing, man. Fuck. Fucking hit my elevator down. Damn it. Look at the volume on that 15-minute chart, y'all. Look at that. That's big volume. We could sense a continuation type of trade here. Look at that volume. Fuck the SPY, or F the SPY. Look at Tesla. If we can pull into 182, I'm going to show you guys an example right here. Guarantee you the 38.2 or the 23 fib. The 38.2 should line up with 182. This is a buy signal right here. Watch. Watch what I'm about to do. All right. This is professional trading for you. Let's see if this adds up. Oh, wouldn't you know? It's already going to break through. It already broke through. Damn it. Come on. All right. Right there. Bang. Look at it. Just a continuation. Just going. Just going. This is a continuation, guys. It's probably not going to give us a pullback. You can see the 23 fib. Am I doing this? Am I on it correctly? Because you can see this level. Look at the 9 EMA. The 9 EMA. All right. All lining up at 182.38. This thing might go a little bit higher. And where I think it goes would be right there. You see how the 38.2 lines up? Right with 182.45. See if Tesla goes a little bit higher and it gets to 185.46. And then see if we can get that pullback. Let's see if it does that. Watch. See if it pulls back up here. Let's just see. Let's see if I'm correct. Dude, this is insane. We're in the gap now. Or that's probably the area. This fucking blows, man. Jesus Lord. Oh my God. Alright, so if we can get it, this is going to be my plan. This is going to be my plan. If we can reject 186 and pull back and hold this level here, I need a pullback. I want to get long Tesla. Because I want to look for a pullback in the 182. Okay, 182.25 area. 182, yeah, something like that. This sucks, man. Yeah, this 28.3 fib is prior support. Let me make sure I'm looking at this correctly. Yeah, we need to see a pullback right here on Tesla. 495.2 SPY price target. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing, Ziggy. Just don't get hurt, man. Make sure the juice is worth the squeeze. Scalp it all day long. You know what I mean? Get your bread. I'm rooting for you, bro. I am. I'm rooting for you. I would like a pullback on Tesla. I would love to be able to get a pullback on Tesla. And where am I looking to take Tesla to? I would like to be able to take it back up to... See, it's already got there. It's in a downtrend. This could just be a lower high. But that volume is something else. That volume on Tesla is something else. Oh, you know why? You know what? You know what? I think I just messed up. Oh, no. The high is lower than yesterday's. Okay, no, I was right. Alright, so if we can get a pullback right here, guys, this is the area I'm looking at. 182.28, and we should get VWAP right around there too. If I'm not mistaken, we should have VWAP right up here in this area. It should pull VWAP up with it. It should. It may actually go down, depending on the strength of the pullback. Look at that. You see how VWAP is lining up with that small double top yesterday to make this area support? This is a buy trigger, whether we're right or we're wrong. We want to see a low volume pullback, which the volume's getting pretty big. But still, we don't fight the price action, right? It is what it is. If it's pulling back into an area of support, and we had a nice increase in volume, then we stick with it. Damn it! It might start to go now. All right, I'm going to look for 187 to 188. 187, 188 target. That's where I'm going with. I'm going to try and get long Tesla. Fuck, man, this sucks, man. This sucks.
I sold that.
Let's see here. I want to make sure I do all the work. I'm going to let it pull back just a little bit. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I just wasn't prepared and ready. See, we've reclaimed this. We have reclaimed this area. If you start to fall out of bed, I think, man, this would be a better buying opportunity. I think we need to see Tesla pull back to 182.50. But it's not going to. Look at the volume. The volume is so much bigger than what we've had, so it's like it's either I start to buy it now and look for the move to 188 and take profits up there to fill that gap. From 2 days ago? Okay. 188. So that's a $4 move on Tesla to 188. It's going to do it now. So anybody that's here that's looking at Tesla, I apologize. Sometimes this happens. You know, it's like you got to be able to identify it early. It's why it's good to have a group, right? And have a few monitors on. Like, we all have different names where we're covering the markets and things start to break out. Amazon still sitting sideways. AMD. Look at AMD to the downside. She's moving again, too. Fucker. Sorry, I don't want to keep cussing. This sucks. Sometimes it's like this, man. Sometimes it's like this. Oh, you just cracked that level, too. I guess AMD's heading for 164, 165. Yeah, 164. Look, she's trying to come back up, make that resistance. I gotta get on it, man. I gotta make something. Dude, you're kidding me. That's brutal, guys. That's fucking brutal. I apologize, gang. I apologize. So Tesla's trying to pull back. Come on, Tesla. Just pull it back, dude. Pull it back. Let's get this long here at 182.30. It doesn't want to break this level, unfortunately. We may have to try and take this gap fill right now. Shit. Or it's just going to fall out of bed on us. Because that's the level, 185. That's the level. Here it goes. Here we go. You could get us. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. See, it's consolidating to get VWAP up to this level here. Because this is a key level. At 182.25 area. At least to me, it feels like it is. I said previous double top, previous support and resistance. I think the buyers are giving up. Fuck. So what did we say? Look at the Qs. The Qs are pulling back. And what did we say? If the Qs are pulling back, we want to be short tech. Look at AMD. Alright. Look at Snow. Snow's pulling back. Look at Coinbase. Coinbase is going higher to that level. Alright, Coinbase, again, like we said, we want to see a low volume bounce on Coinbase. Alright, we want to see a low volume bounce to like 124 and then be able to get short up at like 124 area. If it can get through 120. But this is the level I'm looking for on Coinbase. Or no, I'm sorry, right here, 124. Really, I'd like to get that level, but 24. I cannot believe I missed Tesla. I cannot believe I missed it. Watch shorts start to give up here. If Tesla can start to get past that level, I feel like shorts are going to start giving up. And this thing could take off. What's JP Morgan doing? I do not want to miss a trade. All right, JP Morgan's pulling back. $75.
www. Wolverine Worldwide, sharing active insights as company is said to have caught the eye of an activist investor. That's whiskey, whiskey, whiskey.
Pharmaceutical at Curo and 89 Bio were all companies working on this NASH illness. And you can see what happens when Lilly comes in and has the on phase 2 work. Incredible business.
Look at that. There's a buy trigger right there. Let's see if this thing can continue to go higher. I want to see what the volume is. That's a nice buy trigger right there. That's what we were looking for. Man, there's just heavy resistance right up above us. Alright, because on the 1 minute here, you had this little area that lined up somewhat with yesterday's high. And VWAP right there, bang.
How about tonight? You mentioned Simon.
Okay, got Simon, which again had a great number, gives you great yield. I have Dave Gitlin, who just rang the bell for Carrier, which is a very exciting company. Now, did it do as well as Train? We'll talk about it.
I'll try it. I don't like it. I don't like the long, guys. I gotta be honest. I don't like the long on JP Morgan. I don't like it. Alright, I don't like it. Because I feel like we could get the short at 175.55. 175.55. 175.55. Alright, and where I would look to take it is down here. I want to see if we can get JP Morgan back down to 173. Alright. 173, so hourly doesn't look bad either. It already held 173. Prestige Worldwide.
We'll see you tonight, Jim. 6 p.m. on Mad Money. Dow losing some opening gains up about 100. Chips are down. We'll watch that as well. Back in a moment.
Yeah, so semiconductors are pulling back today, like AMD. We sniffed that out. Dude, you gotta be fucking shitting me. I'm so frustrated, man. I hate missing moves like this right out the gates. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. What's Tesla doing? So much in AMD, Tesla, JP Morgan. And look, Tesla's going to try and hold this level. I need a pullback on not JP Morgan, but I need a pullback on Tesla. I need to get it down here. I would have liked 181, but that's probably not going to happen.
Having Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, you just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself.
Yeah, 188. Let's see, 184 to 189. I think that's where we can take Tesla to. You just got to watch the volume. Just got to watch the volume. All right, so those are the two I'm watching right now. Let me pull up the SPY.
The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today. weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line. Being born and raised here in New York City in the late 80s, early 90s, everybody wanted to find a way to get out.
Okay, guys, so look. If you guys look here on a 15-minute chart, can we hold VWAP and the 15-minute 9 EMA entry at 182.30? 182.30. 182.31.
SLAB, Silicon Labs, and
And look. What does that line up with? That's funny.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla.
Look at that increase in volume. I'm still a little. Look at the SPY pulling back.
Coming off of yesterday's
Ziggy, what happened, bro?
change, Dow is up 70 points. Nasdaq
Oh, 180. Hold on.
pressure right now.
190, 495.
Another higher week. Treasuries right now. Take a look.
I'm telling you, man. Listen, this is a low volume pullback, though. For anybody here, that's a low volume pullback on the SPY. Listen, guys, I'm telling you. Go find out what is leading to the downside. Is it the Dow, the IWM? Because then you'll be able to identify the future direction. I'm telling you, it's straight arbitrage. IWM. Okay, so the IWM bounced. QQQ. So the Qs are leading to the downside. So when the Qs start to find a bottom and start to bounce, then you'll look for the SPY or the IWM to start to go higher. Because they're just going to follow right behind the Qs. And the Qs have volume. Damn it, I should have stayed in the... I should have got back in this trade today. Fuck. Look at the volume today. It's not too bad either. So, if you guys don't know, yesterday I was in February 23rd. February 23rd, I was in like the 415s or something. Alright, so let's look for a bounce. No, not 138. What did I pay for those yesterday? We were going through that options chain. Dude, that's another continuation to the downside. Here you go. If you don't hold this level here on the Qs, watch out. Yup, you just cracked it. You just cracked right through it. This is weakness. If it doesn't give you like a nice long wick, just like, never mind, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. You're just busting through these levels, guys. This is why you can't be long right now. I'm trying to tell you, all my ideas are damn near short. NFLX. Look at Netflix pulling back. Jesus Christ. Excuse my language. Again, I do apologize. I'm sorry that I'm cussing like that. I don't want to do that on the stream. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. All right, we gotta bust a move here. Gotta bust a move. All right. So we have Tesla going to the upside. I need a bounce back. I'm staying hungry. I'm staying hungry. All right. If we can just get a bounce, like Netflix, okay? If we can get a bounce and try to get a rejection at 560, that prior support area, then I want to look to get short. Maybe I'm being a little... Yeah, I need to try to get short at 559. 80, 559.50. We have some volume here. We got an increase in volume on the break through it.
Meanwhile,
Okay, because your support level is down at like 545 on Netflix. If we do start heading to the downside.
Looking at that comment was in track. The reporter narration, not a soundbite from Powell. To Rosengren's point yesterday, just added some confusion.
Where Scott Pelley said that
There is no confusion with Powell. Okay, they want to see a little bit more data to stay on the path. That's it. Okay, that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Stop trying to make it complicated. Okay, let me plug this in. All right. Let's see if we can't do it. What are the Qs doing? Let me look here. Let me bring this up. Everything is just going crazy on me. All right, the SPY is...
so basically Powell should just talk to us.
Let's see if the SPY can hold this level here.
Super clear on all
Kind of makes me not want to short Netflix at this
who surely
area. SPY's at an area right now where it's got to hold. If it doesn't hold, you might as well just stop trying to be, you know, not trying to be long, but play the range. Play the range that it's given you.
two of the answers. How would you rate the economy?
If we can bounce back up there. It's just going to probably give you continuation. So the SPY, it's got some real nice support here. Okay.
Laundry for the Biden
Come on, man.
about how unemployment is below 4%.
Right here.
Real incomes
You got a really nice support level right there.
handle on it.
Can it hold?
Economy just came off of a quarter where it grew more than 3%, and yet every
I don't know. I'm getting frustrated because my stuff isn't working. And I would love to know why.
that you could try to find out to make them feel better in the Biden camp would be, are young people always feeling kind of gloomy?
No, it does feel like there's a bigger gap this time
What did
between
the numbers look like 10 years ago, or I don't know, on a survey like that?
we
Is it
could.
always, it's never easy to be in your
Also, yeah, you're right. People who answer surveys are usually negative, or maybe negative. I think Goldman took a look at this yesterday.
And they found that inflation
All right, Tesla. What did we say? 195? Motherfucker. You gotta be shitting me, bro. You gotta be shitting me. I'm not doing very well today, obviously. It's pretty clear that I'm not staying on track. 190. Gotta look for 190 on Tesla.
Price to really filter its way through.
and they think it'll get better, but not completely better by
By the election. Also, they say it could be worse this time because the price of especially goods that we buy every single day, like food and like gas,
I want to lash out.
part of the
I want to lash out. Why am I not long on the pullback? Why am I watching other shit? God damn it. I hate when this happens. I fucking miss moves because I'm...
gas prices, although food prices are
I'm just going to relax. I'm just going to take a deep breath.
taking a look at
I'm going to relax. I'm going to take a deep breath and I'm going to relax.
higher bond yields that we've been talking about over
Alright?
recent
I'm going
days.
to take a deep breath and I'm going to relax.
As well as
Because
our next guest
the fucking screen doesn't want to work. The
David Harrow, Harris Associates portfolio manager
whatever you want to call it doesn't want to work.
for the overseas markets. David,
And there's your long.
other central banks
Look at that increase in volume too.
cutting this year, and is that part of the thesis?
Made a new high. Made a new low. All right, I'm not looking at Tesla anymore, guys. You had to grab it on the pullback. It's a continuation type of trade. I mean, I was too busy trying to look at other stuff. I'm trying to do too much instead of just sitting there watching it. That's my own fault. It's my own fault. 190 is the target. Look at that extension. Look at the volume got on that extension. So, my target would be up here at the gap fill. You could look at like 188, but really the resistance area is 190. It's still a $5 move, but it doesn't make sense to me anymore. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to get in Tesla. Dude, what?
For instance, the German market had grown 10, 11 times free cash flow yields over.
David, you have been arguing this for years. I mean, you could have said this for years. What makes now different?
Because we keep getting more extreme. It's a very good point. argue, first of all, that of course foreign stocks should trade at sub-discount to U.S. stocks because business performance is generally better for U.S. stocks. But that discount has tended to be 8 or 9%. Now we're pushing a couple standard deviations beyond this. And these businesses, though they're based in Europe in particular, they do business all over the world. Auto producers, for instance, BMW, Mercedes. And one third or so of their business is in India.
How am I missing all these trades? How? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? I missed AMD. I missed Tesla. I missed JP Morgan. 3 trades gone right there.
Palantir, more highs now. PL.
If that motherfucker ain't making new highs, and I turn it on Palantir, fucking AMD is still dropping. What did we say? 170. What was the target? 164. Yeah, 164.
I mean, investors these days, David, just seem to like one word, it's growth. And they say it over and over again. You're just on the wrong side of that trade. So what will have to happen for you to end up being right?
For me to be right, I'd have to get a bounce to 172. It probably won't happen. All right, probably won't happen though.
I think us value investors had a real strong heyday. It was 2000 to 2007, 7 years of strong outperformance. It's when you really saw out of sync valuations. Now I would argue the valuations are even more out of sync. So I believe this is positioning for a value.
I told you guys. I told you guys, just watch for these pullbacks because they're gonna come. I'm telling you, they are. You will be back down here testing these levels, especially in the Qs, especially in tech, especially if yields start to rise. I told you guys we're looking for these levels here. 416. I know it seems like a ways away, but you haven't even tested 421. You have not made 421 support. You haven't made it support yet on this run higher. So I'm looking for 420, 421 on the Qs. You pulled back into it, but you never tested the level. You never tested it. I stand firm on that. It's just my opinion. You know, everyone's open to their opinions, but you know, fight the trend, and this is it's gonna make you look like a fool. You know, it's just gonna make you look like a fool. Just like me. Listen, I have not been able to make a trade because I seem to be screwing myself up here.
David will continue to talk
AMD's still going. She's still fucking going.
from Harris Associates. Bookmark.
Getting some breaking news out of Washington, D.C. for that
160.
Carl, that's right. The appeals court here in Washington, D.C. has denied former President Trump's sweeping immunity claims as part of the ongoing wrangling surrounding his federal case regarding election interference in 2020. What we're reading now from the court here in D.C. is today we affirm the denial for the purpose of this criminal case. Former President Trump has become Citizen Trump.
Jesus Christ. Why do they do this? What does Trump have to do with the market? What does he have to do with the market? We don't give a fuck. We don't care. We don't care. Okay? We don't care. This is what happens when the market gets slow. They bring up stupid shit that is so irrelevant from what's going on. You had a door fall out of a publicly traded company's plane. Talk about that. All right? Talk about how Boeing is lucky that nobody didn't get killed. All right, Boeing's rated 209. Did we just find a trade? A low volume bounce. Look at that low volume bounce, and it's already rejected it. Shit. No sweeping immunity. Who gives a shit? Like, seriously, who gives a shit? Who cares? Who cares? I'm tired of hearing about this shit. I really am. We know. You guys want to stay in office. You don't want that man to be in office. I get it. I get it. God forbid he helps out a few poor people. Helps get people back in action because he cuts regulation. might make you look like also, I'd wonder if that war would come to an end and it makes them look like a fucking fool and they completely lose Democratic votes for a very long time. I guarantee you that's what they're afraid of. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Because Biden won't go to Russia and meet with Putin.
This president doesn't get it, then future presidents will be hounded when they leave office by presidents of opposing administrations. That's the argument.
Guarantee it.
The appeals court did not buy it. We'll see whether the Supreme Court buys it or not.
Thank you, Eamon. Eamon Javers in Washington.
I'm telling you, man. They try to talk about Mark Zuckerberg and all these other people that have blood on their hands. Lindsey Graham, Biden, all y'all in office, y'all are the ones that got blood on your hands. All those innocent people in the Middle East got killed because of y'all? Because you want to go over there and, you know, so. All right, let's do it. Let's see. I'm getting frustrated. I apologize. Again, I apologize. We just got to look. We got to look for either reversal or some type of continuation. Tesla could be falling out of bed here. That's a quick reversal here, okay? With an increase in volume to the downside. I'm kind of curious if this right there starts to pull it back. Right there, pull it back. What am I going to play? I feel like the moves have been made. And I just wasted a whole day. So Baba's pulling back to that level. Let's see here. Damn, that's some heavy selling. Thinking about a short on Baba, but it could take a little while. I'm thinking about a short up here at $77. See if we can't take it back down to like 75. It's like $3. Alright, sorry if you guys commented or something. I'm trying to get myself into something. I'm trying to find something here.
My ambition is just to be the best that we can possibly be. If you're watching CNBC,
You're trying to be the best you can possibly be. Yes, and talking about Trump and all this stupid White House stuff that you guys talk about, that don't do nothing for us, Becky. So, if you're out there and you hear this, that doesn't do anything for anyone, especially in the markets. Did they pass a new bill? No? Okay, well, it doesn't affect us. Did they raise or lower their spending? No? Okay, well, we don't need to hear about it then. Alright, so watch Baba. If it starts to reject this area up here, we could get ourselves a little pullback. It could take a little bit. Just you might have to give it a minute. I kind of want to look at like JP Morgan, Tesla, and AMD. Those are the strong ones. Let's see here.
welcome back to Squawk on the Street. More tech layoffs this morning. This time at DocuSign, the company announcing plans
More
to cut 6%
tech
of its
layoffs.
workforce, around 400
More layoffs.
employees as part of a larger restructuring plan. DocuSign today was Snap yesterday. Drip, drip, drip of tech layoffs.
She said drip, drip, drip. More tech layoffs. How are you guys doing out there? What are you guys watching? I want to hear from y'all. What are you guys watching? How is your day going? This looks like a nice rejection point for JP Morgan. Oh, I'm 50-50. So we took out the lows. We rose. We took out the lows. No, come on. I'm not going to be able to get in time, I don't think. Let's look at the Dow real quick. The SPY is bouncing. The SPY is bouncing with some nice volume, Ziggy. You talking about that long, you might want to think about it. This is the area you might want to think about it. So what do I do? Look at the volume coming in on JP Morgan there. Shit. I am like really torn because there's banking news that could affect the way JP Morgan trades. It's rejecting VWAP. I'm still thinking short. I just need the volume. That is a nice rejection area. There it is. The Dow rejected it. Let me get short JP Morgan. I'm going to look for like the 175 short on JP. Oh man, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. We're in like a middle part of the market where it's going to start making up its mind right now, guys. It's going to start making up its mind. Is it to the upside or to the downside? Because if the Dow can get back up there, get back above where it's at on volume, JP Morgan, oh my God, it's fucking going. It's going, you bastard. 72. Where did the 4 come from? I would like to know. Where did 412 strikes come from? Why is there a 4?
Well, you know, it's funny in manufacturing because we saw that deal yesterday for Novo Nordisk where they bought those, well, will buy those 3 manufacturing plants from Catalent. Is there simply going to be a capacity constraint problem here for either Lilly and or even Novo Nordisk?
All right, so I'm watching the SPY. We're below VWAP. And again, I appreciate you guys hitting the like button. I just hope, you know, I can be deserving and give you guys the opportunity you're looking for. I think JP Morgan wants to head down to 174. I'm kind of torn on what direction, like, the long term is, because I still feel like JP Morgan could go to the upside. Like the SPY, it's got some nice volume on a 5-minute. Why is it a 3-minute? I want a 5-minute candle.
Is this crowding out legitimate growth stories in cancer or any kind of other maladies?
Actually, you know what? The S&Ps look like they're trying to reject 493. Looks like that prior support's going to act as a rejection. But if you get that increase in volume, it could break through it. I just don't know where the volume came in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the volume came in. Like I said, this is right now, the market is trying to make up its mind in all the indexes. Are we going to go higher or are we going to lose? Like right now, you have the sellers and buyers fighting each other right now. I can see it. I can see it on the Dow and the SPY. I can see it through JP Morgan.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, your world trading platforms. Put your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I want to look to see where I think we could take Tesla to. That's some really nice volume today. What is that, 195? To me, it makes plenty sense to try and grab the pullbacks and see if we could even get to like 190 and look at like, I'm going to be looking at like the 192.50s. It should pull back. It may pull back here. But if we can just consolidate, guys, if we can consolidate and start to bring in some buyers, we'd look to go long. Give me Tesla. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. TSLA. Please don't go on me. All right, so what we have here,
As we remind our clients, you get what you
and
plan.
I'm going to give this thing time.
You may have a retirement plan in place, but
Man,
are
I
you
don't like
sure
that.
it's the right one for you? Creating a
I
plan
don't like
with Fisher
that.
Investments gives you the confidence your money can last through retirement. We'll shape your plan to meet your unique goals, needs, and lifestyle, so you can enjoy the retirement you dream of.
Call now for your free Fisher Ready, Set,
Right here, it's got to hold right there. Look, and it's cracking VWAP. 183.
yours for calling 1-800-8.
I wouldn't give it any more room than that at 183. So if Tesla breaks 183,
Fisher has answers.
and look at that
So we do better.
nice increase in volume that just came in on that upside move. 193 or 183 is where it's still a low volume pullback, but we'll see. Look, and look, there was the rejection. I knew that the SPY was trying to platinum to make pollution zero. All Indian politicians stores more gold and bad people more gold, so gold price should fall even more. World should turn to platinum. Sweet. So how do we make money from that? That's all I want to know.
Stocks in China jumping overnight following reports.
How do we profit, or how do we feed our family? How do we feed each other off of that statement?
Eunice Yoon joins us
That's all we want to know. How do we become better people and help others with that statement?
now, Eunice. Yeah,
That's it.
Sarah. I think that's what a lot of investors believe as well, that Chinese regulators as well as other authorities are now stepping up their efforts to try to restore
All right, so pullback, 15-minute 90 MA on Tesla. Let's see, guys. Let's see if we can pull this back. We got a nice increase in volume through 182. Let's see if we can hold this level here. It doesn't look good on a 3-minute. Let's look at a 5-minute. Let's look at a 5-minute and see if VWAP is a little bit lower. It's not. Shit. Well, I should have already known that it wasn't because the 15-minute was above it. Okay.
Down 30%. There's speculation now that there could be more action on the market as well as on the economy because of some reports that President Xi could be getting a debrief from financial.
Dude, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Now it's not clear
You gotta be kidding me with AMD. You gotta be kidding me.
result in anything concrete.
Man, I hope you guys were able to take some of this and what I gave you guys. I literally said 174, 175 short. You got the bounce right back up and you got the weakness. You broke the initial morning low. Pre-market. Yellen.
Identify gaps in digital asset regulation where it would be helpful for Congress to act.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Yellen, smelling Yellen needs to go. She really does. She really does. You guys have brainless people running the country. Let's see here. Let's see here. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of the servicemen and women and stuff like that, but like Janet Yellen and Biden, like, what are they doing? What, like, seriously, you think they're making any decisions? No. Like, Janet Yellen has a bunch of people working for her too that are actually doing the job, and she just says, "Yeah, I like that idea. Let's do that. Let's go with that." I'm not taking away anything from her, right? She's educated, she's smart, but it's just like, you see how, like, when I tell you guys that they're not your friends, they're not. You see how much they want to tax you guys? They want to tax up to $600. $600. Your mama sends you rent, something happens, and you get rent sent to you, and you don't have the receipt or this, that, the third, or you have to worry about the IRS questioning you about $600. Why were you sent $800 and where did it go? They want to know everything about you. They're not your friend. I'm telling you right now. They're trying to treat you like they treat the people in China. It's crazy. It's borderline sick for people that don't have anything. Okay? They don't need to be taxed on making a few $100 every now and then. Like, whether they made it, whether it was transferred, whatever. They went and bought a couch. like you sold a couch. I don't know. It's just crazy, man. It's just insane. So that they can pay for a war that shouldn't even have been started with from the jump. If Biden, Obama, and their son and his Biden's sons didn't go over to Ukraine and do all this business and dirty work over there, none of these people would have had to die. None of these innocent people would have had to die. At least it wouldn't be on his hands, but, you know, there's a reason why they didn't invade Ukraine for 4 years. Obama talking about drawing the red line. And they rolled it out, and they were nowhere to be seen once they crossed the border. So, if you guys don't remember, that was years ago. And then they came right back. Alright, sorry about that. So JP Morgan is trying to bounce here. I feel like I've missed the day, and I'm really upset that I did. Alright, Coinbase is going to the upside here. What other names? Netflix. That's right, I forgot about Netflix. Look, Netflix is doing the thing. Sometimes it happens, guys. So now we know we're putting in a trend to the downside on Netflix. So if we get another bounce back on Netflix, what I'm going to look for is like a bounce back to 560, 559. I'm sorry, 559. I may look at the short. We'll have VWAP down here and a few other reasons why I would look for 559 to be short. Come on. Just being a fucking pain in the ass.
Nature's Bounty Hair Growth, clinically shown to help grow thicker, fuller hair with just one capsule a day of advanced hair complex. Conquer hair thinning and fall in love with your hair all over again. Only from Nature's Bounty.
Come on, I'm clicking you to move it. Like, you know what I'm doing. Whatever you can do to just hold me up, I know. You don't like when I make money, I know. I know.
I'm Elizabeth. And I'm Scott. We just love TimberTech. Being a design builder, we use and recommend TimberTech decking and railings for all of our clients. But we also use it on our own personal homes.
I think 550 is in the cards for Netflix, guys. I do. What is going on? All right, it's 10:30.
Well, actually, we didn't walk away from it. I think it's a good example because we went back to the lenders and said, okay, here's a property that in its current value doesn't work. And the lenders went through a process and we said, listen, we can go sell it. There was no buyer, right? So now we're finalizing a deal with the lender where we'll put in new money and we're going to convert it to a mixed-use property.
This thing will probably just sit sideways.
And that's the interesting thing. There hasn't been one situation where we've gone to a lender where we said, okay, values have shifted. We need to reset those values to reflect the current environment. Where they want to take a building back because they don't want
Looking at a Tesla long. See if I can get a Tesla long here. If I can even get in it.
They're coming back to the office. They want to have offices that are appealing and comfortable to make it worth people coming back to the office. So there's this flight to quality. And that's where I think this big thing needs to
Come on, 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 come on.
successful and which ones aren't.
195. Give me a 195. Because if we, especially if we get a nice gap up.
Brand new stuff because there's not a lot of that out there. But what's right below that where tenants want to go?
You mentioned the lenders, finally reducing their exposure here. There are some new worries. Last week, New York Community Bancorp got hammered, and one of the stresses was on the commercial real estate portfolio. And I do wonder if there's a bigger reason to worry systemically about the banks. What's your sense?
All right, I took a Tesla long on that pullback there. You know, the entry should be around 182.30.
Gotten to clearing pricing as to where this stuff's going to clear for office and multifamily. Right, multifamily, tremendous amount of exposure in that market because there was a surge of deals done that were done when the people expecting interest rates to stay low, rents to go high. Interest rates went high, rents.
Yeah, see, I don't like that. See, now it's trying to turn that into resistance. I don't really like that.
And then eventually you'll get to a point where you'll have to demolish them and go through a process of creating higher and better use. And hopefully you'll have government
I don't
policies
like it.
and incentives to help accelerate that process because it is not, good.
I don't like
for
that.
the ecosystem and the strain it puts on the local economies. But that's a subset of those buildings that need to be dealt with. But there are other buildings like the ones that we're investing in where the right capital, you see the tenants are there. We have clear visibility of leasing, and so you'll invest money into those buildings and upgrade them.
Scott, it's always good to get your read on things. Thank you.
No, thanks. It's great being here. Scott Radcliffe from RXR.
Still ahead this morning, the head of the FAA.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me, bro.
We'll bring you the headlines and more from part of the.
You gotta be fucking shitting me.
That part of the backlash of the Spirit Aerosystems when we return.
Best thing I've ever done. That's what Freddie told
If you get another shot up here like 185, think about taking those off. If you can get up there, you want to see a consolidation here, and then get your upside. See if it can break out. So just keep your eye on this name. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to keep my eye on it and see what she wants to do. Alright, so we're back above this level. Alright, we're back above this level. See if we can hold it.
A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 800-754-3212.
Why don't you call AAG and find out what a reverse mortgage can mean for you.
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. Call 800-754-3212. 800-754-3212.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I consider payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule.
All right, that's almost 10 cents there on 60-cent contracts for the 195 calls. Just saying. I like to look at things as percentages. I want to stay in this for a little bit, but
Strategy at the market's final moments. We're now in the closing bell market zone. Here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Market Zone, commercial-free coverage. Sponsored by E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. Trade commission-free today with no account minimums. Want to apply to be on CNBC's Disruptor 50 list? Is your startup disrupting the status quo? Scan this code or go to cnbc.com/disruptors to apply before.
come on, get that breakout. Let's go.
Aerospace manufacturer Spirit AeroSystems, a key figure in Boeing's ongoing production problems, reporting results this morning. Shares are down more than 50%.
It's 10 cents. There you go. You got 9 cents there. 68, 69, guys. On 60 cents. 10 cents on 50 is what? 20%. It's about 18% right there. Just on that little move. Just saying. Just a nice area to like manage your risk. Spreads were tight. Let's get that break. Alright, I'm taking a piece off right there, guys. Alright. Alright, so we got a fill there. It's 68.50. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Pretty much hit the bid. Hit that 70-cent mark. See, it might give you an extension. You could tell that exit price was a good price, which tells you, like, these are the little things that people don't see or know about in the markets.
What we're doing is introducing more direct inspection, putting boots on the ground in the factory rather than reviewing paperwork and just making sure their quality.
Oh shit, you guys can't see me.
We need to have people there that are actually.
Dude, I didn't put the camera on, my bad. Oh snap. I thought I had the camera on, y'all. I thought I had the camera on. You guys, nobody told me. Camera wasn't working. Nobody told me the camera wasn't working. Or wasn't on.
About Spirit AeroSystems, I noticed the stock is up today. Did we learn anything there about some of these problems and their relationship with Boeing from here?
No, not directly from the Q4 results. They pulled their guidance there, not surprisingly, given that they're not sure what's going to be happening exactly with max production beyond 38 a month.
I'm frustrated, man. Look at this fucking move.
CEO in the fourth quarter, who really now is tasked with getting Spirit really start manufacturing on a regular basis, efficiently, without problems, which has been the main issue over the last several quarters.
All right, Bill, thank you. Keep us posted on that call. Anything comes out of there. Phil LeBeau. Coming up on the next hour on Money Movers, the CEO of Fiserv, after results of the fintech company. Stock's been an outperformer over the last year, good gauge of consumer spending. And then after the break, I'll look at how the, quote, war on DEI is impacting representation on Wall Street. We're going to discuss. Don't go anywhere.
What is...
Black History Month is not about excluding the contributions of any. It's about lifting up the contributions.
What is it, Turkey Bite? Yo, there we go. Take pro. Here I am talking and the mic's on. I said I told you I wasn't giving up.
Still focused on the priorities of climate and good governance.
Told you I was not giving up, guys.
Politicized and sort of toxic in the environment.
It's so funny you say that. Charles Phillips said it's exactly like that. In fact, he says just like some companies are moving away from DEI, some
Come on, let's get that extension. 85. Damn. Let's go. Look at the volume on that breakout right there.
or just finding untapped talent. They're continuing these programs because they're finding value.
I think there are also questions about, Frank, DEI going beyond representation. Like, it's great to boost representation, of course, but you have to build in other things like empathy
I know.
and like inclusion.
I know. Just yell at me.
All inclusive.
You're almost at 90. 90 should be 50%.
War on DEI is a little hyperbolic, but just the criticism around some of these policies and sort of the narrow thinking around them. I wonder if that could be examined and addressed at the same time without undoing progress and continuing to boost representation. That would be good.
Some of these programs I spoke to, including Troy Prince, who's the founder of Wall Street Bound, he says right now some people are framing diversity as the opposite of excellence.
Yes. 90 cents is 50%, guys.
The point here is that some of these programs, they allow excellent people who don't have the same opportunities to get in the room, get a seat at the table, and prove themselves. Without these programs, a lot of those same people wouldn't have those same opportunities.
Come on, man. What the fuck?
It's true. It is a way to get the door open, but you have to keep the door open yourself.
Right.
It's very difficult. And some
There
of the
we go.
opportunity that you're referring to
There we go.
that is spurring this backlash is
All right, so we took those 195 strikes, I think. They were way out of the money. It's all good. That was the whole point of doing that because we have an increase in volume.
I don't think that's the case. And also, there's so many other programs, Apollo Air
We have an increase in volume, right? And then this 3-minute volume told us, hey, let's get long on the pullback. We should look for an extension later. It's why I really want to start saving a piece. Like, look at that extension. We got a low volume pullback. All this is like a nice continuation out the gates. Pull back, consolidate for a little bit, and see if we can't extend higher this afternoon. And maybe even come in with a gap up tomorrow. Who knows? Doesn't mean that that's going to happen. That's why we take profits on a 50% gain right there.
filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning.
If we start dipping below VWAP or the option price starts to get back to our entry, which is 60 to 63 cents, wherever you got in, I'll look to get out before that and then look to get back in at a lower price. That's how I trade. I'm not just going to sit on a loser if I don't have to. But again, you can buy closer to the money and look for, a 190. Right? You could be in a 185 call and look for maybe in a 185 call for next week and look to get to 190 in the next few days.
We have a team of specialists not only in investing, but also in financial and estate planning and more.
We still have not filled the gap yet up at 190, so I'm looking for that gap fill, guys. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking for the gap fill.
Right? No. We have a simple management fee structured so we do better
I'm kind of questioning adding back to it.
at Fisher Investments.
I don't think it's going to give me a chance to add back. Look, here's a test of the prior high.
Way up.
Can we hold it?
Lazy boy.
We worked overtime. Now it's TV time.
It's the President's Day sale. It's time to save more and relax more.
I think it's going to go higher, guys. I do. I think we're going to go higher.
At Morgan Stanley,
I just think that the probability that this holds.
bold new thinking.
See, I don't even have.
At 88
Damn it.
years old, we still see the world with a one
It may not.
helping you discover
Yeah, it may not. It may not hold up here.
relentlessly working
You could just take your money and run. Take your money and what is this?
full grit, new world.
What is this? I don't want that shit. I didn't even put it on there. You guys see why I get frustrated all the time?
Yeah, and Dr. Sheechan even takes your sketchy insurance.
Dude,
You've got more options than you know.
80 cents.
You've always
60. I should put a stop at 75. Just to take it. Look, you're making that pre-market from yesterday. Pre-market support resistance. Yo, what is going on here? See, I didn't even go to that screen to see like what. You guys hear her? You guys hear her yelling at me? Baby, what is wrong? What's wrong? Come here, please. Come on. You have nothing to be complaining about. You're fine. You have everything you need. Come here, love. I know you're tired. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Just how much of a boost does Taylor Swift provide the economics near her concerts? MasterCard Chief Economist Michelle Meyer joins us to break down the numbers. This is the story you wanted.
You're so spoiled, love. You're such a spoiled little butt. You're such a spoiled little butt. No, hold on. Oh my goodness. He's so spoiled. He's so spoiled. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Let's see if we can hold that right there. Look, let's see if we can hold this level, guys. Gals. Right there, we didn't hold it. I still like this trade. I'm out of this. I'm out of this trade. I'm taking my profits on that, even if it holds there. I want to try to get back in at a lower price. What was that? Was that a dust bunny? Was that dust? Was it a little feather? I want to see if I can get back in at a lower price. Because I'm not going to let this green trade go red. Not that it would go red, because I've already taken profits on it twice. Really, you know, it took profits 3 different times. But I do want to see if I can get in at a lower price, because I'm looking to see if I can get this area down here. Or even like 179, I got to be honest. If I got to be honest, you know, I still want to look for a better entry on this. I know, you're such a little daddy girl. Yes, you are. You're such a daddy little girl. Nvidia. I appreciate you, Ty. Same to you, bro. I know, man. I missed AMD, and that was frustrating. I missed AMD, and I gave it out in the morning. I missed a lot early this morning, but at least I was able to get something. I'm just yearning to get on one of these trades that just boom falls out of bed, and I can have a few $1,000 day. You know what I mean? Nvidia. You got to remember, there's relative strength with Nvidia, so I feel like it's up to the market. Like, you know, I was saying how the Qs were going to pull back. Like, look at the SPY or Nvidia right there. It's kind of low. It's that is some nice volume there. I think if you get a chance and you get another bounce higher, I would look for like I would look for a bounce back to 685.23, and then see if we can take this bad boy down to like 654. If not, you know, you obviously got to worry about 665. That would be the range I would play for right now. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. Make sure. I would see if it can put in a lower high. Right there. That's what I would look for. I would look, because you can see it did already wick up here at VWAP, and VWAP's right at this level of, what is that, 685. The volume's drying up, so see if you get a bounce. See if you can get a bounce to 685. I'm going to knock over everything. That's what I would look for. And then do it in coordinates whatever the market's doing. Yeah, see if it tries to start bouncing up there. Got a nice support level here. I wonder if you're going to get a little fake out right here, right? Let's see if it rejects here. See if it does like a quick fake out here, and it pulls back, bang, and then it starts working itself back up to the upside to VWAP, right? That's what I would look for, and then get back up to maybe even this area here at 690. You know, 690 to 693. It's a dollar range. You know, that's what I would look for, to see if it can pull back and then maybe even tag along. You know, but you don't want to fight the weakness. If they're going to start selling, everything will just get sold and it'll remain oversold. You'll just have to watch the indexes along with it. I think we have a voting member speaking at 12, so you'll have to watch that also. But that's what I would look for. Neil Kashkari is on at 1 o'clock. We have Fed Mester at 12. Let's see if we can find her. See, look, there's the pop. See if it sucks people long and then pulls back. See if it pulls back. That's exactly what I was looking for, is like this like extension, and maybe people start trying to go long and then it pulls back and puts in like a lower high. Yep, she's gotten above it. Oh, look at the SPY. The SPY's gotten off of that level there. We could start to see a late volume bounce. A low volume bounce. What are you going to do? That's going to be hilarious if it does exactly that. Right? Does like a little fake pump to the upside and then pulls back. Like sucks people long because they think they're getting a bounce. And then it pulls back, and then they sell, and then it bounces. We'll see if it does that.
Indeed, yeah, and the political activity that's going to bring much of the world later in the year. Ewan, thanks. A great conversation. Thanks for kicking off the hour.
Up next, the CEO of $80 billion payments company Fiserv.
Let me fix this. I don't know what's going on here. I got a lot going on here. 1 second. got to. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna cuss. I'm not gonna cuss. No, come on.
Hi, it's Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new
Look at that.
special offer from my friends at
What'd I tell you?
Bath Remodel.
It hasn't sold off yet, though.
We're giving you 50
That is a nice little fake pump to the upside.
payments for up to 1 year.
But I think you got to pull it back, you know, get them longs to sell again, and then we'll see if we can't run it up.
Safer, easy entry shower to a stunning family bath, or how about a luxurious upgrade with a timeless design that will look great for years to come?
It was done in the same day. You did not have to wait.
It's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what
You want to see it pick up. It might not. It might. See if it picks up here a little bit. See if it picks up to get through that level. It may not because it's not weak. It's kind of like trying to turn itself around. It's just, you know, you get people trying to take the long because they see it turning around.
Circulating Jamie Dimon has quietly reached out to bank regulators with several hints about his interest in NYCB.
We believe wealth management begins and ends with you. It's the more personal solution.
Because he knows it's only 2 loans.
We treat your goals
But that's so stupid. Why?
as the life you want to build. They provide unlimited access
The bank hasn't gone under.
to knowledge and experts across the
He-
country.
Go ahead.
Your wealth strategy was as sophisticated as you. It's time to join Corey.
Ambition evolves and changes as you
Shares of New York Community Bank at $4.67 now off the lows.
in the right direction. Ambition motivates and drives people.
Oh shit. NYCB. NYCB.
So we're very careful about choosing the core values that we would buy elsewhere. Jewelry is a really fun business because people come to our stores and interact with our brand.
He's going to want to buy this at a lower price. Okay, here's the same thing that just happened. Same thing happened with not Deutsche Bank, but might have been Deutsche Bank. Was it Deutsche Bank? No, Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse. Okay, Credit Suisse. Everybody was like, "Oh, the Saudis, right? They're going to buy the bank. They're going to buy the bank." Man, they're not going to pay up. They're going to pay down. It's a distressed asset. I want to see what Nvidia's doing. I want to see if fucking 5-minute analysis was right. Look at that. Come on, baby. Pull back. It's perfect, right? Nice pump fake to the upside, sell it off, and then start to get take a look.
Strongly opposed to World Bank lending to China.
Watching Lilly today, shares now negative after that huge surge earlier. Still a huge earnings.
That's a pretty solid rejection there on the SPY. I might enter some SPY puts here, guys. This is kind of... Damn it! I'm going to miss it. I'm going to fucking miss it. I'm going to miss these puts. I'm going to miss it. Or I'm going to be paying up for it. Fuck! God damn it, man. Fuck, guys. Look. I just fucking called it. God damn it! Gotta be quicker than that. Sometimes you gotta be quick. That's a low volume pullback. Don't get all excited, but that was just, I could just see that was a perfect scalping opportunity right there off of VWAP. Damn it. I'm tired of missing trades. Nothing pisses me off more than missing a trade like that. So I'm sorry for yelling. I'm frustrated because I care, and this is what I love this shit. This is what I do. And when I miss something like that, it's upsetting. It's frustrating. That was a nice candle, man. We could have annihilated that.
CTLT and LLY Living Executive says
Fuck,
intends
man.
on holding Catalent accountable to their contract.
We gotta break. If the SPY can break 492, we're getting it. It's on and popping. I'm gonna take a 491. It's probably gonna do it now. Give me a 490 for tomorrow. I'm going to look for a 490 for tomorrow. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that this is what I want to do. Because we are kind of still holding that level there on a 15-minute chart. We got to break this level. We got to break 490.250. Nice. Bring it up. There you go. There you go. Bring it up right there. I think that's where we can reject. There's your 15-minute trade line. That's an entry. You know, the volume's to the buy side. What's the delta on these? 16. All right, so it broke above. It's all good. Damn it, man. That was a nice short. Okay. This is where I'm going to look to re-enter that position. If we can't get above here, right there, and we need to get above here. These two dotted lines is where I'm looking to get short. All right. Looks like we're going to break through that, put in a lower high on the 15-minute. Part of me wants to kind of do it now. Part of me wants to do it now. Oh, man. What do you guys think? Should I flip a coin? Should I flip a coin? What is this? 493 to 494. That's $1 to make 3 or 4. Shit. I feel like we might get up here, but I'm not sure. Damn it. I should have taken it. I should have taken it.
White House's Kirby said U.S. still working toward longer humanitarian pause in Gaza and for hostage release.
GEHC, I'm up over 10,000 in this trade. Good shit, Mike. Damn right, my boy. I'd be up 10,000 too if I'd have made my motherfucking entries. Some days it's just like that. It's just like that some days, you know what I mean? Some days everything just falls right out of bed, out the bell. And you're doing a live stream, trying to check the comments, make sure the mic works, make sure the camera's on, which it wasn't, blah, blah, blah. It's all good. Even without that, sometimes you just, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just miss it. You know, sometimes you're just looking at too much. Was that the one that was gapping up this morning, Mike? Oh, shit. Wait, all right. So, I'm in 490 puts. Hold on. Yeah. For tomorrow. Yeah, I ended up pressing the button. I'm in those. 50-cent entry. Good thing I only bought 10 of them. Holy shit. What did I pay? 50 cents. Jesus Christ. Well, I ended up market ordering into those. All right, so that's 490s for tomorrow. 490s for tomorrow. All right, 490s for tomorrow. I'm in those. Again, I did not mean to do that. The volume is really low, so if we get the direction, you got to take. I'm going to be taking some profit. Look, it's going to start stopping. We got to break that level right there. Right there. Look, it's trying to hold it. It's trying to hold it. If it start, look at the volume drying up. We're going to go to the upside. And that's okay if we do. You're probably going to try to come up here and test 493.40. You'll get a low volume. You're going to get a low volume bounce. I'm going to throw out some limit orders here. All right, I'm way above. I'm not even nowhere near the ask and bid price. I threw it out for 53 cents there. This sucks. This blows. I did not want to be in this. See what I tell you? We're going to bounce right here off of 492.79. I knew we were. And we're going to go run up and try and test this level right here, 493.40. So you're going to see a bounce up to that area. Motherfucker, man. I did not want to be in this. This is not what I wanted to do. This is fucking bullshit, man. Look at that. Down 10 cents already. These deltas are horrible. The delta on these are awful. Damn. Yeah, watch out for the 490s, guys, because that delta is way too high. You're going to be down 50% every dollar. Just about. You'll be down 35% every dollar. Roughly. Just so you guys are aware. And you don't know how to read options. You're going to be down a lot. Alright? You'll be down a little bit.
I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo.
That fucking blows, man. I did not want to be in those. I did not want to be in those. I did not mean to get in those. I probably bought them. I don't know when I hit the button.
Install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Yellen said there may be some financial institutions that are quite stressed by commercial real estate issues.
Backed up by incredible customer service. But that wouldn't mean much without super low prices.
Yeah, let us know, Yellen. Tell us more about the banking issues.
But guess what?
Tell us more about that. So you got a nice support level here. You needed to just stay above 493 to be bearish, in my opinion. You need to be below 493. And we're back above it. Look, it's trying to turn 493 into support. Here we go. It's getting ready to happen to the upside. I wonder if I can... I'm going to try and put on a long to help this put for tomorrow. 495. 495. Come on. Got to be quicker than that. Got to be quicker than that. All right, so I'm going to put on a long to get this short to pay. Come on. I know it's fucking risky. Shut the hell up. You ain't got to fucking tell me what to do. You see my account ain't going down. It's going up. What did I do? What is that? A 20 cents? Okay, look at the delta on those. Holy shit. Holy shit. I should have probably went a little bit more in the money. Spy call, 406. I want to lose the hedge. That's what a hedge is for. Those deltas are nuts. Come on, man. Come on. Let's...
You want to become a smarter investor? CNBC Pro gives you an advantage. It's all about seizing the opportunity and making your future better.
See, if we can get up to like 494, that should pay for my puts. If we get to 494, if not 495 high a day, that should pay for the puts, and I'm going to make those puts for free. And I won't care what happens. That's a low volume bounce. That's a low volume bounce there. Let me keep my eye on these. Where am I at? 495 calls. 495. No. 495. 495. 495. 495. 495. 495. Now I just got to make sure I don't get out of the wrong ones. I have a limit order that I cannot forget about on those puts. So now I gotta. Now this is getting to work. 53-cent limit order, and I paid 23 cents for the calls. We need to get like an extension, man. If we could get up here, let me put this here, because this is where I'm looking at it properties. All right. Hopefully this long delta should pay for the pay for the short. Okay, hopefully. I'm just gonna ride it out. Look at this 15 minute. We got a ways to go. All right, we could have a ways to go. Again, these deltas are, well, they were. Yeah, 22. All right, cool. So, again, if we can just get a little bit of upside here, pull it back, see if we can hold this level right here. All right, I'm looking for a pullback and hold. Come on. Let's hold it right there. Pull it back. Meet the 9 EMA. And then get to like here. Nope. It's going to go to the 9 EMA. Bang. Right there. Right there. It's going right to the 9 EMA. Come on, let's go, baby. Let go. All right, so I'm managing a position right now. I will not take a loss. I cannot believe I was in. I cannot believe I got myself in that position. Listen, I told you guys yesterday. Watch for Palantir to talks of Palantir to go in the S&P. They just brought it up. I told you guys that yesterday. I said, watch, they're going to start talking about Palantir going in the S&P 500. Give these 195s a minute if you ended up taking them. Dude, why is the Delta not showing up? Even though I know where it's at. Let's see. 21. 28. Those deltas are really high. It's telling you a story. But if we can get that extension, guys. If we can get that extension. What time is it? It's 11:30. We still got a little bit. Yeah, you got to hold this level. It's got to hold that level if we're going higher. 495, 495, 495. It's not holding it. It's not holding it. Sorry if you guys are messaging me in chat. Yes, you're getting a low volume bounce there. Again, I'm ready to lose this hedge. I'm fine with it. All right? I'm fine with it. I don't care. Look, now it's turning it into resistance. Hopefully it just doesn't trade sideways. We could start getting a sideways type of trade here. Fucker. Bastard. I was hoping to get it up here at like 493.50.
MSOS, advisor shares, cannabis ETFs spiking here. Michael Sandy, Oscar Sandy, MSOS.
Market's not going to move. This is a bad time to put on a hedge. Wait, we just pulled back and we're holding it. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm okay. I'm going to leave this trade on for a few hours. Because that could be a nice rejection off of initial morning lows.
Traders earlier circulating tweet from Adrian Sneed said big cannabis announcement coming from the White House this week.
Oh, cannabis thing coming this week? Okay.
29 million adults plan to place online bets using a legal U.S. sportsbook. I don't know, maybe I'm wussy. It would just make me that much more nervous. I've got a feeling this is going to be a really, really close game.
What are you going to do?
Money riding on it.
I feel like the upside is to play, guys. I do. I feel like I need to take off. I'm going to take this put off if it gives me a chance to. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't mind holding it for a gap down 490. The thing is, if we can get to 495, the put is paid for. I got to get there by like 3 o'clock. 2:30. I got to get through this level. It could just trade sideways for a little while. Pull back right now. Pull back and hold this as support. That's what I want to see. Pull back, hold it as support, bang. Start extending higher. Go. Go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Come on. Look at the volume. Volumes fell off. It's just going to sit and put in what you could probably start to see right now. It'll probably start to chop around right here. Up into that level and then break out or break down. Come on, let's go. Yes. Go, 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 go. Go. It doesn't want to. It just wants to bullshit around. I want to see if we start breaking that trend line. Come on, let's go. Pick it up. Pick up, like every dip by, you're seeing some I just don't want to see this break. And if it does break, I want to see a pullback. I don't think we have a reason. I feel like today is just going to be a stagnant type of day. And I need to get out of these. But I do want to give it a little time. If I can get to 495, the puts are paid for.
So that's how they're growing so fast. They're hiring freelancers. Look what they're doing with AI experts.
Unbelievable.
I have a feeling too that call wall is up at 495 as well. I know everybody and their mother's probably at 495 buying those, and they're just gonna run them dry. They're gonna run them shits dry. This market ain't moving, guys. It's been, what is it? It's been 3 hours, 2 hours, and this market is still, it's 10 cents lower than when we opened. That tells you a lot. It tells you a lot right there. Look, it's going to break down. You piece of shit. It's not going to move today, guys. The market's not going to move. This is why you got to know when to trade the indexes and when not to. Got to know when to trade them and when not to. Because you're just going to get chopped up. If it's not moving, why are you trading it? Now it's going to turn it into a rejection. Fucking piece of shit. I should have never taken the SPY. When I should have taken the SPY was on that move where I saw it coming down off of that one candle. Alright. Oh shit. Now it's just going to trade sideways for a little bit. That sucks. Hey, I had a feeling this was going to happen. This blows. We gotta break up top through here. We gotta break up through the open and go test the highs.
Cybersecurity company Checkpoint Software reversing their pre-market losses. The second biggest company in Israel beating on the top and the bottom line for the fourth quarter, issuing some forward guidance in line with expectations, but the big news is CEO and founder Gil Schwed stepping down and moving to the role of executive.
I'm going to start getting out of this. Where are we at here? I'm just going to get out of both of these for a small loss. I already made some money on Tesla. I'm not taking that away.
Why now again? First time doing here in this journey for 31 years. I think we
Yeah, Tesla's pulling back.
happened to pick, I think, the top great achievements in the fourth quarter.
Fuck, it's below.
All-time high. So I thought
25, 60 cents.
next step for you at that point, I intend to stay here and
Alright, because I pulled off
shape the future of
profits on Tesla.
pick the area that I'm working on rather than, you know, the
Come on. Come on.
management of the company.
Come on.
The other question we're getting a lot is what you are looking for in a successor. Can you talk about that? I'd like to have somebody that's really passionate about cyber. I think Checkpoint represents the best security and
Spy's just going to play around, so
can represent that and about that. Really care about each and every one
what did I give for these? Fuck. I wish I did not get accidentally. See, again, I accidentally got in those puts by having it up, and
more outgoing than I do, go and meet customers all over the world. And of course, and again, I think Checkpoint
dude, I'm going to have so many limit orders.
down to
They're going to fry these options, guys. This is why you guys got to really know when to trade the indexes and when not to trade them.
How's the business doing, Gil? How disrupted are you, if at all, by the war in Gaza? And that goes for the broader Israeli tech scene as well.
First, we had 3 tough quarters in the year based on the economy. Customers were delaying projects, and still we were able to produce good results every quarter. The fourth quarter was a turnaround. I hope partly it's based on the economy. I know that it's a lot based on what our people in Checkpoint did in increasing customer engagement and working hard. And at least internally, we see a big change, like double-digit growth in our
I still think the Spy's going to go higher. They're going to suck all the premium out of these trades. They're going to suck all the premium out. All of it. And if you're not out a week or so, you're screwed. Where are we at here? What did I enter again? I'm okay with 20, 23. So let's see if I can put a limit order for. I'd like to try and get out break even. See if it breaks above VWAP and goes back to this level right there.
Recently from the head of the FBI here about U.S. infrastructure and Chinese actors, and I'm wondering what that's done.
All right, I got a limit order out. It may not get to my order. Oh, wait, where am I? Yeah. I put a limit order at 24 cents. You see how the premium's hardly going up? You fucking bastard. 23. All right, just so you guys know, Janet Yellen is talking right now. Let me go find it and I can play it for us. Did you guys know that? Or am I the only one who didn't know that? Let's go find this.
Gil, you know, we come to you sometimes to talk about Israeli high tech, and I know you've had some comments lately that talk about the number of companies in Europe.
Specifics of a situation and the threat that's involved.
And I thank the gentleman for his time. I couldn't
Reclaiming my
disagree more.
time, reclaiming my time. Well, that makes perfect sense, Madam Secretary. You know, recently, FSOC identified the use of artificial intelligence.
Your taxes
about the work that FinCEN does and trying to analyze suspicious activity reports, suspicious transaction reports, and CTRs, and how they might analyze those. But I think there's also a risk on the explainability.
All right, so
and
again,
of some
I
of
have
these,
limit orders out.
some of these algorithms that are being used, and also the fact that many smaller firms are acquiring, rather than developing their own data sets and developing their own artificial intelligence, they're just simply buying them. And I'm not quite sure that that they have the expertise or the personnel to make sure that that technology is used in a compliant way with existing financial regulation and laws. Do you have a sense of whether we have the capacity in the industry to onboard much of this artificial intelligence that is being that vendors are offering to financial firms?
Well, we are concerned. In this year, FSOC identified the use of AI in the financial sector as a potential financial stability risk. And at the moment, we're trying to understand what the risks are. Some of them are related to, as you said, explainability when models are used and generate outputs. I believe the CFPB has been clear that financial institutions, when they take credit actions, have to explain to the customer what the reason is, and not to be able to say, well, an AI system generated this result. But there are a whole variety of risks to customers, to cyber, and
I lowered
we're
my
trying to
put,
build our
guys.
expertise and work
Or I
with
should
the
say I
financial
raised it.
sector to
I raised
address these
my
risks.
exit price.
Is it accepted that, at least from Treasury's position, do we accept the fact that when a financial firm acquires AI, that AI company, that vendor, is now a covered entity under, financial services laws? Is that accepted, or is that still in dispute?
I'm not sure. I need to get back to you on that.
Okay.
But certainly when it comes to third-party providers, the banking regulators, for example, do have authority to make sure that
The gentleman's time has expired.
standards are being
See if it
met.
goes higher here
time
off
has
of this
expired.
line.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
See
I
if
now
it goes
recognize
higher.
myself for 5 minutes. And Madam
they're not really
Secretary, you
talking
tout
about
a
anything.
historic recovery, a healthy labor market, and, quote, economic strength. And Larry Kudlow's name was invoked earlier in this hearing, the former Trump White House economic advisor. I know Larry Kudlow, and yes, he acknowledged that we're not in a recession right now. And I wouldn't presume to speak for Larry Kudlow, but I do think he would agree with me that asking Americans to feel good about Bidenomics is like asking them to smile during a root canal. The discomfort is just too hard to ignore. Americans continue to suffer from the effects of 40-year high inflation experienced throughout the Biden term so far, including lingering high prices.
Come on,
And the
if we can
administration
break
may wish to
above this,
tout
there we go. Break
inflation
above it.
numbers coming down.
I have my
But,
my
Madam
limit
Secretary,
order
you're
for
an
the
economist, and as
upside.
you know, inflation,
It
while-
was at
which is the
24.
rate of increase in
24.
prices,
I'm
should
going
not
to
be
edit it,
confused
and I'm
with
going
the
to
overall
raise it
level
if we get
of
this
prices.
extension.
And prices have
But we're
continued
not.
to rise even as
But
the
we're not.
rate of inflation has fallen since the Fed began an
They're
aggressive
just.
program
You guys
of
see what they're
monetary
doing
tightening.
here?
And since
It's
House
going up.
Republicans
It's just
put a
going
stop to
sideways. Not
Washington's
even worried
spending
about
spree.
VWAP.
As a
So
result
if you're in
today,
something, just
even
get
with
out
the
of it.
decline in the rate
I'm going to
of
put
price
it up for
increases,
22
a
cents.
family of four is paying $15,000
That's a
more
low
per
volume
year
pullback. They're just
to
going to
purchase
eat.
the
They're
same
eating
goods and
premium
services
right now.
compared to the day President Biden took
All right,
office.
they're eating
Yet
premium.
the
It's
administration's
not-
plan to fix
not a
inflation
trade you
caused
guys
by
wanna
too
be
much
in.
spending is even more spending. That's why the Inflation
that could be
Reduction Act
support.
is
I like
perhaps
that
the
on the
most
5 minute.
misnamed legislation in American
That could
history.
actually. That's why you got to look
But
at it different
this
time
is a
frames.
supply-demand mismatch. Too much
Let's see if we
spending created
start to
excess
get a
demand,
bounce
climate
here.
obsession
I'm
constrain
looking
the
at
supply of energy.
492.87
But now, the
area.
administration and the Fed is proposing to constrain the supply of
And
credit,
it
which
cuts
will
it.
exacerbate inflation
It's right at
through
it.
this
It
Basel
cuts it.
III
It cut
endgame.
it.
Precisely when corporate and
cut it.
commercial real estate borrowers
See, they're
will
just
need
playing
to
games
refinance
right now.
at higher rates. So,
They're playing
Secretary
games.
Yellen, I want to ask you about Basel III.
See if I can get filled on. I
The
got a
heterogeneity
55
in
order. I
business
told you I
model
raised
diversity
it.
within the banking sector distributes and diffuses risk across the system, and I believe contributes to system-wide financial
What was I
stability.
in? 50.
The Basel III Endgame
52,
proposal
51,
would de facto repeal regulatory
52.
tailoring, subjecting Category 3 and
Shit.
4 regional
I'm not
banks to
gonna get that put
one-size-fits-all
off.
standards that currently apply to GSIBs, eliminate the use of internal risk models, and transition the industry and regulators toward a standardized framework, reducing business model diversity, and push financial
shit. Yeah,
intermediation
so I got
and
out of that
lending
put,
outside
guys.
of the bank
What
regulatory
did I get filled
perimeter.
at? Shoot.
The banking industry will get smaller and more concentrated
Oh, no.
as a result. How does any of this
I just
reduce
messed this
systemic
up.
risk?
Hold on here. Okay, so I came out with a little bit
Well,
of profit
having
there. Nice.
strong
55.
capital and liquidity and resolution standards, I believe, does diminish systemic
Now-
risk, and I think we have seen a clear example
Now
of
we need
this
to
in
get-
the ability of the banking
We need to
system
get some volume
to
here.
weather the pandemic.
Yes, ma'am. And reclaiming
But
my time. just
there-
real
This
quick,
is where the
reclaiming my
market's
time,
gotta go
you
up.
have said
Right
many
here.
times that our banking system
If the
is
market
currently
breaks this,
well
it's
capitalized.
a
Do you
wrap.
agree that a less diverse
It's a wrap.
banking system, a barbell banking system,
If we break that level
banks
right
under
there,
100
which we
billion not
did,
directly affected by this
good job.
proposal,
You just made
Wall Street too big to fail banks, but no regional
just
banks
made
because of the forced
10 cents
consolidation
on
this would
50
provide.
cents.
And
What is that,
less diverse
20%?
business models that this proposal
You just
will
made
produce.
20
Do you believe
cents on that put.
strengthens financial stability or undermines stability?
I
knew
we
I should have
benefit
kept
from
the
having
58,
a diverse
uh,
banking system with
I knew I should have kept it.
institutions that meet different
But still,
needs of
I see,
different
I still
firms
see a
and
few things
different
that
households.
that lead me to believe
Secretary,
Banking
that
agencies
the sell
have
side may not be the
received
side that we're going with
extensive
today.
comment
Yes.
on all of these issues.
I think
I know.
Spice
And
is
just
playing
reclaiming
games
my
right
time, there's
now.
only
If
a
you want me to
minute
be
left.
honest
I
with
agree
you.
with you that diversity and heterogeneity in the banking system and diverse business models actually diffuses risk. And FSOC should consider that
Bang.
as
Get
they
long.
consider
Boom.
Basel
Look to
III
ride
endgame.
this thing back
So
up the
to my
higher day
final
off of that
question,
field breakdown.
Continuing with this topic of consolidation, which I believe Basel III would
That's what
accelerate.
I would do. I would get along right
The
there.
OCC's recent proposal
and ride
on
it up
mergers
to
and
the high
acquisitions
day.
would ban mergers for nationally chartered bank,
Where
even
is
if it's a transaction for a smaller CDFI or adding essential
15,
technology expertise.
15
even
to
the
30
smallest
would
banks
still put me at
would face
profit.
new scrutiny. and
Look at that
prolonged
volume that
delays
came in there,
of
guys.
mergers that could threaten their viability.
I can teach you guys how to read
The
markets
OCC's
like this.
proposal will increase the likelihood of costly and disorderly bank failures and decrease competition
just
for
been-
GSIBs. Secretary
just-
Yellen, won't this proposal increase systemic risk
right,
and reduce
so-
banking services?
I'm sorry, I think this is a question for the acting controller of the currency rather than.
Well, my time has expired, but I think it's
Look
an
at NVIDIA
FSOC
just
issue.
falling. Still falling. It never
but-
held.
Is the fact that you would not have orderly consolidation and results in bank failures. That is a systemic risk issue for you, Madam Secretary. With that, my time has expired, and the gentleman
have a
from
gavel here on
California,
NVIDIA.
Mr. Vargas, is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, for being here. Appreciate it very much. Going to try a couple questions here.
Tesla pulling
First
back.
question,
Feels like the market's
trivia question.
starting
When
to
was the
pull back,
last
guys.
Republican president that ran a budget
JP
surplus?
Morgan.
Can't think of one, but
Think hard.
UNH
'Cause I-
going higher.
I don't remember, but every time I'm here,
I certainly remember that Bill Clinton did.
oh, Bill, was he a Republican?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either. Yeah, it's interesting. Every time you get up here, you hear these guys on the other side start touting, you know, their fiscal responsibility, and yet every time they have a president, they either jack up the deficit, ruin the surplus, or destroy the economy. And then we come in and we fix it, and then they're upset. Once again, they become fiscal hawks. Now, I do have something I have to get off my chest about you, and that is, I think you're probably the smartest person that comes and testifies before us, and I think most people would agree with that. And yet, every time you used to come and they used to beat you up on inflation, you never put it in the
context of what was happening in Europe and the rest of the world. You would simply try to explain inflation within our own country. And it used to drive me nuts.
Why? We're not worried
Because
about Europe. We're not Europe,
We're doing
bruh.
better than the rest of the world.
We are.
So what? That's not an
are.
excuse,
You
though.
never said
That's
it.
like me saying,
And I was
I'm
too
an
far down the
alcoholic, but
totem
at least
pole
I'm not a
here
heroin
to be
addict.
able to get to ask you that
Like, that's
question.
exactly what he's
If you
doing.
look at the United States vis-a-vis other
Yeah, I like
advanced
to drink beer at
countries,
2 o'clock
we
in the
have
morning and 6
by
o'clock in the morning on my
far
way to
the
work. But at
strongest
least
growth.
I'm not a heroin addict.
Inflation has fallen
At least I'm not a
more
heroin
in the
addict,
United
right? Like,
States than in any of these other advanced countries, with the exception of Japan. That
I mean, am I
has a different
wrong?
set of issues, and importantly,
Oh, but look at the
real
other
wages
countries. They got inflation,
adjusted
too.
Wages. I believe
fucking
we're the
dumbass
only
motherfucker.
country that, since
So
the
that's an
pandemic,
excuse.
has
So that
seen
makes it
those
okay
increase.
that your
And I
fellow
think
Americans cannot
according to our
afford. Because they need to look to
calculations,
Europe and say, oh, well, look at
compared
Europe.
today with,
Come on, cuz.
2019, before the pandemic, that the typical American household has enjoyed wage increases large enough that the median worker is able
How
to
about the
buy
wage
the
increase
same basket
American
of
worker
goods as in 2019
that just made that
with $1,400
transformation
left
to
over
the
to spend or
upgrade,
save.
and then
So
it literally gets
we've gotten
taken
ahead
back
in
because
the
everyone
United
else gets
States.
jumped up, and they
It's
feel
been
trapped
an
because
equitable
every time they
recovery,
make some headwind,
includes and even the
it's just-
strongest gains.
they're just going backwards.
I
So
agree
I don't
with
even
all
want
that,
to
and I
hear
wish you
about
would have
that.
said it before.
Because
Because it always used to
2019,
annoy
what they're
me
not going to
about it.
tell you in
Because
2019,
you would lead with your chin. Again, I think
2018
you're
and
the smartest person
2019,
here.
you
The good-
had
maybe
actually,
the good thing is that you're not
besides
political,
all
and
this
that's
money,
why
you
I
had
think
the
you can
biggest
lead right into
increase
their questions,
in
which were
pays for
political
people.
questions. They
Okay,
were really
like that was a
sophistry
real data that
because
came
why
out
we're
that
really
more
asking you questions,
everyone
trying
was
to do a
able
gotcha.
to. The
And
more
it always
more
used to
more
annoy the
younger
hell out of me. You never
Americans,
explained it this way. I'm
men
glad you
and
did.
women,
I do
were
wanna talk
actually
about
making
climate.
more and putting themselves in a
That's the
better
issue that
position
is also driven
than
me
what they
mad
are
these
now.
last
We're negative
decades.
now.
I've been preaching this for a long time, saying we have to do something about it. I did work in the
I don't know.
and you numbered them by a year, in your 20, 25 year, 50 year, 100 year. We just had what they would call a 1,000-year event in San Diego. And now we're having what we call a 100-year event again in San Diego. They're no longer, cats of 100 years. They're happening all the time, and it's the weather. This is a real risk.
Absolutely, it's clear that's exactly what we're seeing in vulnerable parts of the country, whether it's California or Florida, in some cases in New York, Louisiana. We're getting priced out of insurance. Either the rates are becoming unaffordable, or insurance companies don't want to
gotta
bear
be
the
shitting
risk.
me, bro.
Can't reinsure adequately.
Did I just
and are
fuck this
pulling out.
position up?
And, this
There's a
can
line
cause
in
tremendous
insurance, Madam
problems.
Secretary, that you should know. There's never a bad risk, only a bad price. And when they take a look at this and they see what it's going to cost them, these actuaries, they're soulless people. They sit in this room and they find out what it's going to cost them, and they're not in the business of losing money. And they look at Florida, they look at these places,
Why
say, we're
should
not going
they?
to lose money. That's why they don't want to insure there.
Absolutely.
They're soulless people. I'm not saying they're bad people, just don't have a soul.
They don't
And
want
again,
That
my
doesn't
time
make
is
it.
up.
Are you? Am I
Thank
the
you
only
very
one
much.
hearing this? Like, is that how he's going to run America?
Humor.
We can't
Well, now go to the
afford
chair of the small
to
business,
provide the
Mr.
army, so we're
Williams
just
of
going to
Texas.
continue to
Thank you very
put
much.
put
Well, I'm
one
a car
another in
dealer,
debt.
not an insurance guy, so let me.
They need to shut that guy up.
The crisis at our southern border has
Mr.
spiraled out of
or
control.
that's
The
Mrs.
Biden administration's done
Betty.
little to nothing
I don't
to secure
know.
the border and keep
Like,
Americans
that is
safe.
crazy.
This increase in illegal
What a fucking
immigration
retard.
raises
And
concerns on how the
he's
increase
in
migrants
DC right now.
coming down across the border is
Holy
impacting
shit! And
our
that's what you
financial
have to
network
say?
and opening the door to financial crimes.
At least
Money
I'm
laundering,
an
drug and human
alcoholic, but at
trafficking,
least
and
I'm not a
financial
heroin
fraud will
addict.
continue to plague our communities
What?
if nothing is done. I recently introduced
Holy
the
shit.
evaluating the financial impact
Somebody
of
think
illegal
about this.
immigration,
Somebody voted that
which
person in.
requires
Think
FSOC
about
to
that.
include illegal immigration risk,
They believed enough that
emerging
he was
threat to
smart
our
enough
financial system, and their annual
to
report
be able
provide
to
recommendations
be in a
mitigate
position
these
like that
risks.
to make
Our
choices,
states and
right?
cities are not
He
equipped
can't
to
even
deal
come
with
up
the
with a
influx of
proper
millions of
argument,
migrants,
let alone.
but a
I don't even
significant
want to
strain
see his
on our
decision
public
making
resources.
because if his
We
decision
must
making
hold government
is
agencies accountable
the same way as
report on
his
how
the way he
illegal
talks,
immigration
holy
impacts
shit,
Main
y'all in
Street
a
and
world
the
of
larger
trouble.
financial system.
Y'all are in a
Secretary
world of
Yellen,
trouble.
This will be easy. Just yes or no. Do you agree that illegal immigration is a potential threat to our financial system?
And a lot of this stuff is
Yes
just
or
going
no?
to be.
Well, I can't answer it just yes or no. You've pointed out some risks that are associated with immigration and whether or not that's a threat to our financial stability is a complicated determination.
So you would say yes?
I would not say yes.
You'd say no?
I see it requires further
All right.
analysis.
So, as I previously mentioned, we've seen the strain that illegal immigration has and will continue to have on our public resources. Therefore, I think it's necessary to see how far these impacts reach. And I request that you use the power as the chair of the Financial Stability
It's time to
Oversight
go.
Council to
I said,
investigate.
come on, it's time to
these
go. This
emerging
shit is
risks.
fucking boring. It's time for lunch, bro.
So over the last year, our nation's federal banking agencies
I am
have been
still
bombarding our financial system with excessive regulations
a
and dangerous
long
proposals
that I don't like
Basel
that
III
I'm in.
Endgame, which will dramatically affect the banking
Basel
community
III Endgame.
and have other broad impacts on Americans' ability to access reliable credit. Now, these increases in costs will make it harder for Americans to obtain a loan, whether they want to start their own business, expand current business operations, or buy their own home. Small businesses and everyday Americans rely heavily on loans and credit lines from banks of all sizes to access the capital they need to do. That do so. Multiple regulators,
Please, I would
including
love to
Chairman
hear from
Powell,
you
have
guys if
come
I'm
before this
crazy or
committee
not.
and testified that our
That
banking
none of
system is
that,
already
what that man
well-capitalized
said,
and resilient.
made any
And
type of
FSOC's
sense.
2023 annual report stated that banks continue
gonna
to have
go
sound
lower.
levels of regulatory capital. So, Madam Secretary, if FSOC and federal banking regulators have repeatedly identified the U.S. banking system as capitalized and resilient, then what is the need for the proposed massive increases in regulatory capital called for in Basel III Endgame proposal? And also, how can we ensure proposals are good public policy when they lack a rigorous cost and benefit analysis?
Well, I believe that the banking agencies, in putting out their rule, have pretty clearly articulated what their concerns are with the way in which operations risk and market
fucking hate
risk
Alan. I really do.
are handled, and
do.
some of the ways in which internal models are used to evaluate credit risk. And I know they've received many comments and will take those seriously in coming up with a revised final rule proposal.
In the time that I have remaining, in 2023, FSOC listed climate change as vulnerability to our financial system. Under the Biden administration, financial regulators are calling for climate policies to be included in banking regulations, which extends the federal banking system beyond its intended purpose and threatens the agency's long-term independence. Now, this sets a dangerous precedent that could lead to overall.
All right, let's start going to
polarization
the
of our
upside
financial
here.
system.
Let's
So,
do it.
Quickly,
Let's go to
Secretary
the
Yellen,
upside.
Is FSOC exploring nature-related financial risk, and will they urge federal banking agencies to issue guidance to financial institutions on how to manage purported nature-related
All right, Tesla's
financial
underneath
risks?
yesterday's double top.
The banking agencies are evaluating what the impact of climate change is on the institutions they regulate and working with them to make sure that they are adequately evaluating the risks that climate change pose. And those are important supervisory activities that bear on safety and soundness.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, the ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Secretary Yellen, as I discussed in my opening remarks, I am happy to see FSOC identify artificial intelligence as an area of concern for the
Yields are pulling back right into some support level here. I might go get something to eat. See if they can start to bounce here. I'm a little upset that I got filled on those puts. Yeah, that sucks. Damn it. There goes Tesla. That's our area to get long, in my opinion. This would be an area where we would know pretty quick if it's going to give us the opportunity or not. Not that I would do it right now because it's lunchtime and stuff like that, but support, resistance, or no, I'm sorry. It broke that level. So we have Fed members speaking.
Inflation must be moving sustainably lower to open rate cut door. Expects to move back to 2%. Inflation over time sees growth in employment moderating this year. Must be attentive to risk labor market will cool faster than expected. Recent news on inflation has been encouraging. Can't be sure last stage of move to 2%. Inflation will be swift. So far, Red Sea trouble hasn't rattled supply chains. It would be a mistake to cut rates prematurely. Wage gains still too high for getting to 2% inflation.
We're at 2%. What do you mean?
Wage inflation calculus. That's
We're at 2%.
Loretta Mester. S&P futures moving a bit higher now. 49, 59, 75.
The 10-year looked to be holding steady at about 410.
ABBV, AbbVie, Caliber Skaggs announcing expansion of option and license agreement with AbbVie to develop novel cell therapies.
All right, so fuck, man. It's been a very frustrating trading day for me. It's been a very frustrating day. Very, very frustrating day. Not that I'm about flat. I did really well on Tesla, but I feel like this SPY call, if I can't make any money on it, I'm going to be a little upset. And I did not see that. I did not see that level right here. I mean, I did see it, but
it was almost just like, I don't know how to describe it. It just feels like there are...
So where would we go? We're going to obviously head down to 191.27 if we keep rejecting this area.
It's almost on a weekly basis. It's become breathless. So, this, what I'm describing, by the way, is not...
NVIV and Vivo shares halted on a circuit breaker. November Victor, India Victor.
Scottish are well aware. And, you know, I have pretty big...
Shares halted just off the earlier highs at 96 cents on NVIV.
Could look for 491.50 to be resistance. Or support 491.50 right here. We could look for 491.48 to be support.
And it continues to trade higher. So I'm not calling the top. I still have most of my position. I have trimmed the stock before. I just felt like
The market's just not moving today. Alright guys, I might end up wrapping this thing up a little bit. I might call it a day.
I'm bullish. I'm just not that bullish where I think a stock should go up. Where I think a stock should go up.
I think that's going to be it. Here we go. Are we going to fall out of bed here? It's like hanging on to its last thread.
Which begs the question on what you said, you know, Steph. Have we lost our collective minds in the way that some of these stocks have traded, in thinking that there is no limit, that there is no end, that valuation on these names, the mega caps, can just continue to expand? I go to you, you know, after Josh's move because of selling out of
Somebody's drinking. I can hear it.
completely, and maybe seeing, you know, warning signs, if you will, that some of this has just gotten a little too much.
Josh Brown on CNBC. Josh Brown trimming NVIDIA. NVDA.
Okay, IWM is holding here. Let's see if the IWM can start to go higher, and that'll help the SPY and the Qs. QQQ. So, it's up 0.6%, the IWM. The Qs are just getting slaughtered. They're just going to... The SPY's just going to follow the Qs down to the downside. The Qs are just getting hammered today. Meta, AMD, Snow, RBLX. Look at Snowflake getting slacked. Roblox, nothing. PLTR just hanging out. Qualcomm, TSM, SQ, Square pulling back, Coinbase pulling back.
Positioning's extended, could amplify a downturn in stocks. That really echoes what Barron's said the other day about, the foundation is starting to show some cracks, that if these stocks have a, pullback of a meaningful nature, the floor could be a little dicey at that moment. So how should we view this?
Well, it's difficult, Scott, because I think we're trying to, have our cake and eat it too, if you will. Everybody wants to talk about the potential for a broadening of the market to be a more foundational setup for continued equity gains. And yet, no one really wants the leadership to shift away from these top companies because then that would put pressure on the index at large. So
Alright, that's it. I think that's it. I think the SPY might start right here. I'm going to get out of this. This sucks. Give me the SPY. There's the SPY. I'm going to get out of this call. What time is it? It's 12. It's been an hour, so it probably got, the IB got sucked out of it. It's down 50%. If we can get a bounce, I'd be able to get out of this trade just about break even. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
World oil demand growth forecast by 30,000 barrels per day now sees 1.42 million barrels per day year-on-year increase. Raises forecast for 2025 growth by 80,000 barrels per day.
Okay, all good points. What if, Jimmy Chalet,
NVIV shares resuming now. November Victor, India Victor. NVIV.
and the price action is nothing?
Yeah, it's what I was
Shares hitting $1.05,
looking at.
59%.
You have some mild support here. I just think the Qs are getting sold, and the SPY should be following behind. Or the Qs are about to reverse. I just don't see that happening. Trying to find an entry out for these SPY calls. I should have never got into them. But again, it was an accident. I didn't even mean to get into the puts. Right? I could have got the puts a lot cheaper. And there it goes.
But what I want to say to everybody listening is you can find those quality of balance sheets, those quality of cash flows outside of the mega cap tech. And that's why I think the rally is broadening and has been broadening. Now, just a little, it hasn't been broadening. Well, let me
I want you guys to remember, this Democratic leader said to Janet Yellen that he hears everybody talking about inflation, and he says because Europe and Australia and everyone else around the world has inflation, that it's okay. So in other words, it is okay if you're an alcoholic. At least you're not a heroin addict. Or if you're a heroin addict, at least you're not alcoholic. Because, they have things for heroin addicts, but they don't have anything for alcoholics. Right? That's what I hear when I hear him say, because there is inflation around the world, that means that we don't have to worry about it. That means that it's okay. At least it's not that bad. At least I'm drinking beer at 6 in the morning and I'm not putting something up my nose or in my veins. What? Did he think about anything like, did he think about anything that he was saying before he went out there and embarrassed himself in the Democratic Party? I just can't help to think, but somebody voted for that. There are so many other aspects and ways you could have went around that whole thing, and that's the way he chose. At least it's not that bad. Holy shit. It's just proof, guys. It's just proof. You guys can do anything. I know you guys are smarter than him. Alright? I know y'all are. I gotta get something to eat. And I don't know what that's gonna be. Usually I don't eat during the day. I'll eat like in the afternoon. But it's catching up to me. It's fucking Red Bull. You guys know what happens. I drink a Red Bull and I'm sitting down. I gotta do some push-ups. It's, you know, I start crashing on it. I gotta do some push-ups or something. I gotta wake up. All right, so we're holding this level. We're not trying to fall out of bed here, which is something I'm noticing. Like, we should start to sell off. We should start to sell off, and it's not doing that. I need... Shit, tell him, girl. This is exactly what I'm saying. I've been saying this.
Gonna stop. I'm not counting on it. It will happen, but I'm not counting on it.
Well, certainly you shouldn't count on it anytime soon if you believe Chair Powell, President Mester, President Bostic, Kashkari, and President Kashkari, with all respect, of course, and anybody else really who's speaking. I mean, this is the message. March ain't happening, at least today. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, I think the other reason that you do need the Fed to cut is that there are still a lot of investors who are anchored to that higher cash rate. And so you need to see that capital start to move. You need to take advantage. You need to have they need to be compelled to put more money into the equity market, and that will help with the broadening out because they probably already have positions in, you know, these top 10 stocks. To broaden out, you need there to be a rationale or an impetus to get this money brought into the broader market.
Okay, so let's do this other move of yours, okay?
Tell him, girl.
Because this is pretty interesting.
Tell him,
You
girl.
bought more Apple.
Yeah.
In which you've made the case repeatedly. Yep, I'm
Oh,
in Apple,
here
but
goes
I'm
the
underweight.
spy.
I'm
On
underweight.
low
I'm
volume.
underweight Apple. But now you bought more. Now you're
All
still
right,
may
I'm
still
gonna
be
scan the
underweight.
markets for just a minute.
Why'd you buy more?
I am still
Oh, man,
underweight.
I just
and
want to
this
get
is
a
7%
bounce.
of my benchmark, right?
Give me a
7%
bounce
of
so
the
I can just
S&P
get out of these
500.
damn calls.
So I'm never going to be 7% of anything in my portfolio when I only own 30 stocks. So to me, that's just prudent. But I do think that, look, I was bracing for Apple to be horrific. I was bracing for guidance to be terrible. And it actually wasn't.
Well, they guided down a bit.
Yes, but we were expecting that, and I was expecting even worse than what they guided down to. In fact, I thought they guided down 10% in revenues,
It's
which
like
was
$3
about in
billion.
line. But services, they didn't guide down 11%, and that's kind of an
Let's do it right here. Right here is where we start to march it up higher.
Overall, the quarter, with as many
Delta
headwinds
of
as this company
18.
has,
What's
you
funny?
had earnings growth of 12%, EBITDA growth of 16%.
What's funny
You
is
had
if we get a huge rally, you guys should be able to see me to take. Oh no, the Delta's 10. I knew it. Why do I get mixed up on
next
that
quarter, which
shit?
is what they traditionally do.
Damn
And
it.
I suspect it's going to be another $90 billion. That's 3%
I know
of
why,
the shares
because this
outstanding.
net
So
is
then I looked
the
at guidance,
first
and then I
one
looked at
from
where
this
numbers
number,
came
and the
down,
first one from this
and
number is
they
the
didn't come
Delta.
down
So
by
I was
much,
getting these
Scott,
puts and
and
calls
the stock
mixed
is down
up.
6.5% from its
That's what's
highs.
going on
So,
here. I need
no,
to
it's not cheap
put
by
this
any
Delta
means,
right there
but
and
I just
that
didn't want
right
to be
there.
so underweight because I do still believe in the long-term story, especially once they fix China and iPhones in China, which is 20% of their iPhone sales, and iPhone sales are 50% of the total revenue. So it's material, but they're going to get that fixed. And again, service is going to continue to grow. And then, you know, Vision Pro and all these other things possibly can be nice tailwinds later on. I'm not really counting that much on that, though.
So it's the timing's perfect because CNBC did a poll with Generation Lab, Youth and Money. Apple's the favorite stock investment for young people, according to that poll. names that you'll find on the list. Amazon's big, Tesla, Microsoft, Google, but Apple stands out from the crowd. There you go. Just to show you here. You want to comment on this?
Look, I like the purchase. I'm being a little bit more coy. I'm waiting to see if I can get it at a little bit better price. I'm underweight the name. We all know that.
As your chances passed when there was a 1.6, not a 1.8 on that.
All right.
When was it 1.6?
It was 167, 169.
Come on,
not
let's
that
start
long
just
ago.
climbing
was on
higher now.
vacation?
Climb
No.
higher.
Okay.
No.
Look
It was
at
a
that
time, I don't know.
volume.
We could pull the chart up.
You're talking about when that downgrade came up and it rocketed up.
No,
that
the
was
chart-
like October.
No, but the chart was ugly.
All right. So look,
And that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, but all right. I don't think it's been down in 160 land this year. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No,
and somebody
I
will tell
didn't
us.
say this year, but not that long ago.
Look, I don't have a problem with these valuations, whatever it is, 30 times forward earnings on Apple, 35 times forward on NVIDIA. These are not like what you saw in 1999 where Cisco was at 100 times, Qualcomm was at 200 times. But I go back to where I was, and I do have a little cash. I'm looking elsewhere. I'm looking in industrials. I'm looking in healthcare, where I think you can find some stocks that are still, ready to bounce out of the malaise of last year. I'm just not that compelled to add to these names here.
So I agree with
Come
you.
on, let's go higher. Come on. Go, 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 go.
Even materials and energy. So I'm there on the value spectrum, without a question. And I do think
Here we go.
eventually we will
Let's
see
do
it
this.
broadening out. I have been so underweight technology. That's why I'm going to nibble into Apple. And if it does fall
And?
back down into 160, which is where it was in October, then
In October, right.
maybe I'll buy more.
All right,
but
now, I almost fell on my chair when I saw this next move, because this is just, with the real Stephanie Link, please stand up. You bought Snowflake?
Oh, it's a small position. It's like 50 basis points. It's
Oh,
not
Scott
in my
doesn't stand for that.
It's not in my benchmark, but I do think cloud data warehousing is a really big deal. It's a total addressable market of $90 billion. These guys are a leader. They have size, scale. They have a value proposition. They have a whole new product cycle story that's about to come out.
They also have a pretty healthy valuation, no?
They have a healthy valuation, but you're looking at revenues on a CAGR basis between now and the end of the decade, potentially at 30%. I don't have any stock in my positioning in any industrial, in any energy company, in any financial that is going to grow. Compound annual growth rate at 30%. And so to me, this stock actually hasn't done all that much in the past
She's
year. It's a
throwing out the old
33%
Kager.
decent year last year.
Let's go,
However,
baby.
if
Let's
I-
go,
if I
Steph.
believe, and I do,
Bring this
in
market
this
higher.
concept, in
What's your
this
little Kager?
particular market, and
Tuck
their
that
positioning
Kager.
in this market, then I want to have
You
I
just-
want to have a small position. It reminds me very much of like Fortinet. I could never really justify the valuation of
Snowflake,
Fortinet,
we think him wrong, guys. We're with her on this one. We've said Snowflake. We think we if the market can climb, this thing could go to like 250 area. She's right on this.
But you're making a case, I think, more broadly as to why people have been buying growth over value, and a willingness to pay up for the amazing growth prospects that you yourself just laid out, right?
That's
the whole
not
point.
good.
Yeah, no,
You don't
I
want
agree
to
with you on
break that
That
level.
worked last year, but I do think you're going to see a broadening, Scott. I do think the economy is going to stay strong. It may not stay
Yeah,
strong like
245.
4%, which is where we're growing right now, but
We could get in
even if
that
it's
gap fill.
2%, that's good enough for mid-single-digit earnings. I think margins are
It's
going to
gotta
be
hold.
the story, to Shannon's point earlier, and I think earnings are going to be good across the board.
It's a light volume
within the
pullback.
market.
We
So
might
this
want to look to
year,
get long,
very
guys.
much like during COVID, I was trying to do
Snowflake.
that barbell, a little bit of growth, a little bit of value. I kind of want to do that this year too, because the opportunities are just too great for the long term in some of the total addressable markets in growth.
I got another move I want to get to in this first segment that we do, Josh, is from you. You sold PayPal. So I think you made it clear in the last couple of weeks you weren't really happy with what happened on that. I can't remember what Investor Day or whatever it was, where the stock was down a lot as the CEO was announcing these new initiatives. Now you've sold out of it completely. Why?
I don't trust these guys. And I also think that the market came into this year hot as a pistol, and I'm just looking at breadth start to turn negative. I'm not sure. Jimmy was talking about things broadening out. It's actually the opposite. We're at 62% of the S&P names are above their 50-day. It was 90% coming into the start of the year. 90 is probably too hot. 60 could very quickly go to 40. I'm looking at the average RSI in the S&P 500 at 53, right at the historic average. So not, anything to be alarmed about, but certainly has room to fall from there as well. So I just think overall, it's probably not the best environment to have your 20th favorite stock going into earnings. And if I'm wrong and they have a great report or they get people excited, I'm willing to miss out. I'm not willing to look at the stock, back in the mid 50s where I first bought in, or worse. And honestly, I think it's going to be a couple of quarters after the fiasco 2 weeks ago before anybody feels really good about the direction here and the new tech initiatives. So I know they're trying hard, no disrespect. It's just not a game I feel like playing today.
I mean, you mentioned Jimmy talking about the market broadening out. I mean, certainly makes the case that
it's not.
It's going. Well, I know that which I suggested as well. I mean, the evidence suggests it's not. Jimmy's here. I don't need to speak for him, but the idea of Goldilocks right now is going to lead to the broadening out of the market. You sort of scoff at that notion too.
No, it could. It's. Listen. I deal with the facts that are in front of me right now. If Jimmy's opinion is that we could see Bread re-accelerate and get back to an environment like we were in November, December, that's great. I hope he's right. I got a lot of terrible stocks I'm looking at, and I would love to see them get into gear, maybe buy some. That's just not what's happening right now. So that's all I'm saying.
Address this? And here's the point I want to make. All right, and this is not going at Josh. All right, last week you had a tale of two cities. All right, first half it was broadening. There's no question about it. Second half it stunk.
But
as far as
we're looking at the trend. I mean, who cares what a day or two?
You guys can see here that the volume
went from 90 to 60.
Josh, hang on. You take a look at the trend from November 1st till today. It has broadened. I mean, from November 1st. If you
look
want
at
to
the
take a look
volume.
at
I
this
mean,
day
maybe we
last
get
week
down to like
until Monday of this
491,
week, no. But here's the point that I will generally make. And Josh, I hear you on opinion
What's the
versus
NASDAQ
facts.
up from November 1st to today relative to the Russell?
Guys, I don't have that right at my fingertips.
Guys, let's figure that out,
Here's the
please.
point that
I do.
Oh, slow down. Here's the point I want to make, okay? This is part opinion and it's part
Look at
fact.
the volume,
Facts are,
guys,
if you go
on the
Monday,
SPY.
Wednesday of last week,
Okay,
it
so
was
we
a
do.
wild
Wait. So
outperformance.
who's
I called
lying
it.
to
I was
me
so
here?
excited about GM and clip these things.
Huh?
Here's the point that I'm making. This is what's called, in Mariner's term, confused seas. The seas are
Okay.
changing direction, the currents and winds, every 3
Okay.
days. You better choose
God
the
damn
course
it.
that you're picking and stick with
I didn't
it.
see
Now,
this.
if you're on
I didn't
my
see
boat
this,
and I'm
or I would have
captain
left
of
to
the ship,
put
I'm telling
on.
you, we're going with broadening.
I
We're
thought
going with small cap.
over here it's telling me that the buy side volume was more than this.
Smooth waters in the mega caps.
Here's
wanna
where
go
you
that route?
Yeah, okay. So take a look at Nvidia today. You
Damn
want
it.
to capsize? You go back and forth. You go
That's
back and
it.
forth from Monday
Right there's
of
your
last week,
rejection.
in
You're
small
just
caps,
you're
to
bumping
Monday
into
of
it
this
right
week,
now.
you're only in Nvidia.
See if it tries
That
to
is a
sell
way
off
get
or regain it.
broadsided by a wave. Pick your course. Not everybody has to be on my ship. I get that. And if you disagree with me, that's fine. You can go your own course. The course I am on, which I see happening right now in the fundamentals and in the share prices since November, is the market is broadening. You can take a look at these cyclicals. As fabulous as Nvidia has been, I take nothing away from it. Take a look at Citigroup over the last 3 months. Take a look at GM. Take a look at
Idiosyncratic story. I mean, look, if you
Well,
look
you
at what
can
Jane
explain it
Fraser,
away, then.
no, what's explaining it away? I mean, it's more idiosyncratic than other stories.
And I don't think Fed Mester is going to do anything. I don't think any of these Fed members are going to do anything. They can't tell us anything we don't know.
That's the evolution of
What are they going to
regime
say?
change.
What are they
As
just
I
going to
said before,
keep?
it doesn't happen all at
Are they
once.
going to keep reporting that we want to see the data and we just want to get we want to get a little bit more data? That's what they want. They want some more data to feel safe. They want to start seeing things loosen up. They want to wait until they start seeing the labor market numbers continuously come in like they are for another couple times. There's not much more that they can tell us.
S&P 500 outperformed the market cap
As far as the
by
Fed.
200 basis points. So you are spot on. However, since the first week of January, it absolutely has narrowed again. And I'm not saying that it's not going to broaden out. I think it will broaden out.
Your
but
time
it
frame
takes,
matters.
You've got to be patient. And oh, by the way, all the stocks that you picked, great for you that they finally worked out for you. But that's also very important to point out. It's also about stock picking and fundamentals. And you picked some of the really good ones and you got rewarded for them. But the market as a whole has not broadened out since the first week of January. Just look at those two metrics.
In the last month, okay, in the last month, the Russell, if we're using that as one of our measures of broadening, has done
All
nothing.
of them.
Okay?
They have not
Nasdaq's
broadened.
up
They have
7%.
not broadened out. No,
Okay,
the market has
and
not
I
broadened
hate
out.
this term cherry
It's a
picking
fact.
because it's accusatory. None of us are cherry picking, okay?
I'm
But
telling
the
you-
time frame matters.
Telling you,
Fine, go back
the
to November
S&P's up
1st.
5%.
Go back to November 1st and take a look
All
at
right,
small caps.
the small caps are still
I
underperforming, and most of that action was done from November to
Mid-cap
mid-December. Okay, then things started to roll over again as the
In
calendar
January.
turned.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with the facts that January was a narrow rally. I'm not disagreeing with it.
Well, you just tried to make the case last week that because for 3 days it broadened out that the market's broad. You said it.
No, the point that I have been making, and I've said it twice on this show, is this is what a turning point looks like. It's not all at once. It isn't. It goes back and forth. It churns in a confused sea, and you better know which direction you're
Shannon,
going.
real quick, I'm sorry. Go
Can
ahead.
we just go back to what Stephanie said? The reason that this has happened is because of earnings and results. And what we have entered into is a period where those that have done well have continued to do well, and the laggard sectors that people want to buy because they're cheaper and didn't participate are not putting up the results. And that is why we have seen the differentiation.
Yes, they are.
Not as a whole. Not the way the technology and comm services have.
Okay. All right, let's take a break. Up next, our chart of the day. Got a big pop today for the KWEB. It's the China ETF. It was Josh's contrarian play for 2024, which means we're going to debate that move next. Plus, the trade on some of the top movers in today's market, including Vertex and GE Healthcare and NXPI. Woof, we're back in 2
Tech
minutes.
is really weak, guys.
Are you
Tech
following
is
the
weak.
Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
I missed that second opportunity to get short on Netflix. Sorry, I didn't mean to eat in front of the mic. I'm not really worried about the auction. Because, you know why it happened last time was a Treasury General account. These auctions aren't going to really, I mean, maybe it could. I just don't think it's... Here's the thing. We know we're getting rate cuts here in the next 6 months. So there shouldn't be a surprise unless there is... it's good to know, right? It's still good to know where they're at. And just observe them. Oh, it's a 3-year note. That... It's,
Crude pulling back now, possibly on that headline cut a receiving reply from Hamas on framework deal.
Let's see if this market can go higher if energy pulls back. I still think there's just not any data this week, and you could get chopped up, like me. Look at that bounce in Netflix. Is there a bounce in the SPY? There we go. Let's get that bounce in the SPY. Let's go. Let's go. So I still got this put, or call. It's going to take an awful lot for me to break even. If we can get $1 in a good manner, I'll be able to get out break even. So this trade will be a very little bit profitable. I just don't know if we're going to get past VWAP.
We're back with our chart of the day.
Sorry, the
It's
right side of my
KWEB.
monitor's
It is
got
up
like
big
a
today.
lot of
Take a
sunlight
look
and I
near
can't.
6%. It was Josh's contrarian play. If you
Come on, let's
recall,
go.
for
Keep moving. Let's go.
2024. Alibaba, biggest holding there, followed by Tencent and some of the others. But Josh, what's your take here?
So I'm not a China expert. I'm a Chinese food expert, but I don't think that counts in this case. I rely on press reports like everyone else to try to understand what's going on in China. But it's pretty clear that Beijing has seen enough, of the stock market slide, and they want to both intervene or hint to others that they should intervene to put a stop to it. This is not something I predicted, but something I learned from Jim Grant a long time ago, is that good things have a habit of happening to cheap assets. And these stocks were the cheapest that they've ever been.
They're not investable, Josh, so please don't say that you're buying.
But here are some of the headlines that I think people should be aware of. Hujin Central Investment. I don't know him personally. That's an investment house that's involved with state-related entities. Said they issued a statement. They're going to be adding to their holdings of Chinese stocks and ETFs over the coming months. President Xi took a meeting with the Securities Regulatory Commission. That's the CSRC in China. He asked for an update on market stabilization and structural support for capital markets. You don't have to speak Mandarin to understand that means, hey, enough. Get the prices higher. We're on the verge.
Right, but here's the thing with that.
We can't have that in my.
Here's what you also can't have.
What's going on in China? It's nothing out of the ordinary.
You can't have the same breath as Xi Jinping saying that, because you guys know why this happened in the first place? These stocks were at all-time highs. These stocks were at all-time highs. But when you put money, and I'm talking people with real money, right? Not $1,000, not $100,000, not $1 million. People with real money, even $1 million. Could you put your money over there and invest in there and go to sleep at night and not be afraid that in the middle of the night Xi Jinping changes his mind or goes to invade Taiwan or just says something where the stock, your money, and you are down 60%, 50%? That's why this has not made a recovery. It's not safe. You can't trust them. Luckin Coffee, Xi Jinping. That's why they want to try and get it up, but they fudged it up. They have fudged up that opportunity. They have shown time in and time out. They're not trustworthy. You cannot put your money in communist China and trust that Xi Jinping won't say something stupid to bring that asset price down. You can't trust that the CEO that you invested in might not turn up missing.
Customers have a glut of inventory and then pricing goes down. What they're calling for is that the first half of this year, particularly in automotive, is going to be tepid. That's their exact words. Second half should show strong growth. I agree with that. Everybody knows, I think, my position on automotive.
I wonder what my
puts
are
they're going to be producing
the
chips
that I
go into
sold
those
yesterday.
New cars, 60% of their business.
That I should have got back in early this morning.
Mobile. I mean, we've had some reports that indicate that as well as industrial and Internet of Things, very attractively priced. I think you just stick with this, let it grow.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Bertha Coombs. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Scott. Former United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley has requested Secret Service protection due to rising threats against her.
Oh,
She's
shut
the
the
only
hell
major
up.
candidate
You wish,
left
Nikki.
running against former President
You
Trump for the
wish,
Republican
Nikki.
nomination. At a campaign
Maybe you
stop
shouldn't
in
have
her
went to
home state
Saturday
of
Night
South
Live.
Carolina, Haley spoke about her need for more
You wish people
security,
cared enough
saying
about
it was
you.
part of campaigning for president. Honda is recalling 750,000 vehicles for airbag defects that could deploy unintentionally during a crash. A weight sensor in the front passenger seat can crack, failing to keep the airbag deflated. The recall affects various Honda models from 2020 to 2022. No injuries or deaths have been reported. And the Grateful Dead have broken the record for the most top 40 albums to chart on the Billboard 200 with the debut of an archival release of Dave's Picks Volume 49 from 1985. This is the group's 59th entry on the chart, topping Elvis Presley and Frank Sinatra, who each have 58. The group disbanded in 1995 with the death of Jerry Garcia. They're still moving along. Bertha is still my least favorite of their songs, though.
All right, Bertha, thank you. Bertha Coombs. Up next, the calls of the day, triple play. We have trades on Bristol Myers, Broadcom, and McDonald's. But first, though, a quick message as CNBC celebrates Black Heritage.
You guys notice how she went to the negative of which
Proud
one
of Black
she least
heritage
liked?
because of
Like, that shows a psychological thing. Why did she choose the worst to talk about, and why didn't she choose the best or her favorite to talk about? So I'm just having something quick to eat and see what we have going on here. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I might be calling it a day. The S&Ps and the Dow are trying to hold on here, but it feels like the Qs may send us back to the downside. Just be careful, because if you try to get short, you might get a run up and you might get screwed here.
Call now for your free Fisher Ready, Set, Retire Kit. 1-800-831-0650.
Get a retirement plan that's as individual as you are. If your portfolio
The NBC.
I want to see if we can start getting a rally here.
All right, welcome back. We want to just touch on New York Community Bank Corp. Stock's broken $5, as you see here, down another 15% today. Josh, so I wanted to just touch on this because you mentioned it, I guess, last week that you had bought it for a trade.
Yeah.
Are you still in
Yeah.
it? What's
I'm
the
in
story?
I'm in at 5 and change. Yeah, I'm still in it. I have a small amount. They got a ratings downgrade, which frankly I'm surprised it took this long. This stock is just a bloodbath. But I'm waiting to see what happens, because at the heart of why it's a bloodbath, just in my personal opinion, is that they are trying to get ahead of the issues in commercial real
Nature
estate,
Valley.
and they're reserving
I had 4 of them.
larger amounts than they have been prior. And of course, that's not
I had 4.
positive short term, but I think they need to. I think a lot of banks need to, and that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it.
I
can
got
change my
a
mind at any time, but I'm
a
still
50.
in it right
I
now.
got a 50
Okay.
bag, bruh.
No, I appreciate the
50
update.
bag
Just to
back
refresh
here,
people's
boy.
memory, right, last week, dividend cut.
Like a
There were these
20
surprise
pound
losses, but
box.
Big reserves. There was some reporting today
And it's
that
almost
all
gone.
of
I think I
that
got
was
like three
really at
mo-
the
three
behest
left.
of regulators.
I got
from
3
the
left.
OCC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency.
I got 3
we'll
left.
just
I'm gonna have to
follow it.
load
I
up
wanted an
again.
update, for all of our viewers
Just
today.
something to get me by
Bristol
till I go
Myers,
eat later
calls
on. I
it a day
usually
now.
don't eat during the
Bristol
day.
downgraded to neutral. That's at Redburn. Price
I mean,
target goes to
sometimes I will if I get
54.
hungry, but
The stock's been
usually I'll put down like 3-4 of them.
a lot. New 52-week.
It'll hold me over. I'll throw a little bit of Red Bull down with it, and then a little bit of water, and then I'll eat later on at like 4 or 5.
With a 4.8% dividend yield and $15 billion
Or
in free
6.
cash flow. They've made $18
Yeah, tell me about it. I need to live a better life, a healthier lifestyle. I know.
To replenish the pipeline that's going off.
I need to work out
It's
more.
gonna
That's what I
take
need
time.
to do.
I bought this in December, Scott, so I have not been riding this thing
So,
all the way
I
down.
wonder if
I bought
Liz-
it because I actually thought it was way overdone.
Or Ziggy. I want to see if we can get our longs
at the
here.
time.
I'm
Okay.
thinking about a
For the
long.
year.
Okay.
I don't
And
know
so
what
it's
happened to the
I'm up
chat.
a little bit, but
Okay.
this is a long-term.
Oh, it's
this
right
is a
here. I can't see
long-term
because of the
hold.
But you're
sun.
staying with it. A long-term
Absolutely,
hold.
no question.
Okay. What about Broadcom, which was resumed overweight today at J.P. Morgan? Price target to $1,550.
All right,
Nice
look at
upside
that
from
nice
here.
retest there
I
on
mean,
the
look, I
5-minute
think this
chart.
is consensus. The stock's up 106% in the past year, as you mentioned, but yet the valuation is
I
still
just-
okay.
I don't know
at
though,
26
man. I don't know if it's
times
got the
forward,
volume.
14 times EBITDA. I like it because it's very diversified in terms of the revenue mix. It's not just AI, although that's
I
gonna be
just really
25% of
think
their
that this
business
could be
starting
it.
next year, but it's cloud, it's
I
data
think this could be a
center,
nice
it's
opportunity
networking,
for a long
it's
on the queues.
enterprise, and I like the VMware
But I'm in on the
acquisition
SPY.
very much, but you know, I don't think you want to go out and
If
buy
we
it
could
here
get tech to
today.
bounce.
Wait for a pullback because it's had a heck of a run.
Am I going to
Like,
wake up
even
one
if
day
we
and
could
look at a
bounce to,
note
like,
that says Steph
428?
took profits or trimmed some of Broadcom because it
Possibly.
feels like
VWAP.
it's on trend.
Possibly. I mean, but
Feels
I,
like
but
it's
I
on
did buy
trend.
some recently in the beginning of January because I
My-
do like it long
on
term. I
trend.
really like this VMware acquisition, recurring revenue margins, accretion, all of that. So we'll see.
What about McDonald's?
feed
Downgraded today
my
to neutral
trend
from
every
buy.
day.
Stock's not traded well lately, to say the least. It's down 4.5% year to
auction
date.
would be
Yeah,
good.
but it was
I
up
don't think the
21%
auction's
from
going to
its
matter,
October
buddy.
low,
It's
so
a it's a
expectations were
3-month.
high.
It's a
I thought the
3-month
quarter was
auction. It's
fine
like
yesterday.
or a
It's just an
3-year.
expensive stock at
We know where the
23
3
times
year's
forward
going to be.
estimate.
It'll
But
come
you
it'll come in low.
We talked about
Should
going
come in
into the
lower.
print. And I questioned
So
whether
in
it
a
should
sense,
have
you're
that
right, but
premium
I just
multiple,
don't
and you
think
said
it's
it
going to
did. It
matter.
should.
I
It
really
should,
don't.
And if you look through the quarter,
I don't think it's gonna
ex-Middle
matter.
East, that was a real problem for them.
It's just
They
my
did
opinion.
3.4%
I
in
could be
global
wrong.
comps. That's great.
I could
They
be
did
wrong.
4.3% U.S.
could be
comp.
wrong.
That's great. International 4.4%. That's also great. So I think
My
the profitability
on-trend.
story remains. I think
So
the
funny.
traffic is actually
They were
doing
talking about
fine.
trend
They are
right
not
here.
losing market share, by the way, at all. In fact, they're gaining market share.
Well, they didn't say
Their
trend, but it
results are
sounded
better
like
than
trend.
pre-COVID.
Mhm.
So I just think it got a little ahead of itself. So if it pulls back another 5%, Scott, I'm going to add to it.
Okay, coming up, Mike Santoli is going to join us with his midday word. Plus, we do have trades on Snap, on Uber, on Disney, because they all report this week. Fortinet too. CVS on the list. We're back after this.
I still think Stephanie Link's right. I think she can get a 240, 250 out of Snell. Possibly. It depends. Does the sell-off come before or after the 250? That's the question.
Good morning with Docalax. Good morning. Yeah. Try Docalax Chewy Fruit Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief
All right,
in as little
so
as 30 minutes. Make
we
your
are
good
in.
morning even
We got
better
out
with
of the
Docalax.
puts, a small profit. We were in Tesla calls, small profit. Actually, a decent profit, but I didn't put on the size on Tesla. I pulled my position back a little bit because I wasn't sure if I was going to get that follow through or what was going on with it. Let's go look at Tesla because I still have. I think I still have a few. No, I don't. I don't.
Everyone say Space Pod.
I don't think I do. I think I set my limit order. That's weird that it's playing commercials for above. Sorry, because I have the SPY order up right now.
Meanwhile,
No, I am out of Tesla. Like I said earlier,
are just for likes. Try
put a
one
stop
you'll
loss,
actually
set
like.
something in front of our entry of 60 cents. So that we don't give that back. We can probably get in at a lower price.
The complex into simple, that feel more
All right,
informed.
Join
the club today.
Join the CNBC Investing Club with Jim Cramer.
SPY calls is all I have right now. It may reject VWAP. You could either take what you get now, because it is 1 o'clock. These are going to start dwindling here soon, guys. This thing's got to start making some progress to the upside.
It's lunchtime, and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate
We've been
a
rejecting
summary.
VWAP
so
all
Gary
day.
doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free.
If we could just
Visit
get one more
Otter.ai
dollar,
or
I
download
could
the
take
app.
profits on this
Trust and Will
call.
has taken the process of creating your will and made it easy, like while you're lounging on the couch. Easy. All documents are state-specific, legally valid, and start at just $159.
How's the deal with the
Find the plan
Israelis?
right
That's
for
not
you
going to do
at
anything for the
trustandwill.com.
market.
Thanks to Avalara, we can calculate sales tax
Unfortunately.
automatically. Avalara.
What if tax rates change? Filing sales tax returns, business license guidance, cross-border sales, item classification. Does it connect with it?
Oh, what did I just hear? What the hell was that?
It's just really nice to see you smile again. Lemonade Health's online mental health consultations are just $25 for the first month. Licensed providers, medications with free shipping. Get your smile back.
Dude, why does this have to be so high? I wish they
Welcome
could
back. Our
take
senior
this
markets
and lower
commentator
it.
Mike
I'm gonna lower
Santoli is
it.
here at the desk for his midday word. What's on your mind today as you watch this market?
You know, obviously listening to the discussion earlier in terms of has it been too narrow? Has this market actually had a broadening
You know,
move?
when right
and
as he was
it is
saying
very
that,
much of the moment because I feel
Ziggy,
like today in particular there was
you know
a
what
lot of
came
work
in my
about very,
into my
very
mind when he
rare
said
days
that?
when the
He
S&P
said,
was
you
up
know,
1% in a day and really awful
I'll
breath
show
and
you
all
in
the
a
other stuff.
minute.
And it feels to me like multiple things can be true at once.
Bad and
a
bougie.
huge chunk of the upside
The
of
very
the S&P
beginning
500 market
of
cap
Bad and
has
Bougie.
been a narrower and
know,
narrower number
you
of
know,
stocks
Rich
in
Trigger.
terms of dollar value. But there has
We ain't
been a
never had
broadening
no
move in the
old
last
money.
3 months. And
We
if
got a whole
those
lot of
stocks
new money,
weren't
though.
performing amazingly well, and the S&P 500 did not ramp to a record, would we be upset if the overall index acted like the equal weight, which is up 18% from the low in October, only not even 1% off its high? Healthcare charts look amazing.
I love how the camera has
Industrials,
not
very
acted
strong.
up all
So in other
day.
words, it's not that nothing else is working. It's not that six stocks are
hilarious.
throwing a
It has
shutout
not
against the rest of
acted
the
up all
market.
day.
It's that when you count it up by dollar
Nope, I
value,
do not have
it
my
means
watch on
that
today.
only those stocks matter on a given
Don't
day.
have
And
it
today
on.
you're seeing an effort to spill the other direction. I do think there's a risk of
That could
getting
be why.
unstable and being
why
erratic
things
and
are
having
happening
momentum
the way
upon
they're happening.
momentum. And Nvidia trades 8 times the dollar volume on a given day as Apple. And there's no reason that has to be the case. And it was the case with Tesla for a long time before the fever broke.
I think to continue the analogy, I think one of the
the way
concerns
these
is that
markets are moving.
you know, if
This
you wanna
afternoon, I'm
ride
gonna
an
have to
arm
find
that's
something
lower
that's
down in the
moving.
rotation.
Here's
yes,
another
it can-
possible
it can
rejection.
Hopefully hold up and,
Come
and
on.
show some staying
Look,
power.
we're stuck back under the 9 EMA.
The jury's still out on those stocks, and I think that's part of the debate.
gotta get above
that we're having.
493.
Right, and I also think that the jury is
You
still
know-
out on stocks that are 1,000,000% above their
son.
200-day moving average, and people think they can never go down.
Well, Josh,
right?
you saw Josh trim 20% off.
exactly.
Nvidia.
So that's the other part of it, where you have to sort of, decide on which risk you're going to take. Are they going to continue to be,
92.58. All right.
the neglected
I'm not going to sit here and
stepchildren
just
of
let
the
my money
market,
fly out the
or
window.
and are the other ones going to remain the few favorites?
Yeah, no, we love the debate.
This piece of
appreciate you
shit,
playing it.
man.
It's Mike Santoli. We'll see, of course.
See, the thing is I didn't even want to be in those. I did not even want to be in that trade. I didn't want to be in the short. Then I wouldn't have had to follow it up with a long to hedge it. I completely screwed that position up. It's all good. Still gonna have faith. Let's hold it. Hold the line. Hold the line. You have all that buy side volume and you couldn't get through VWAP? Like, you serious? 1245. We're just rejecting VWAP. You just get short at VWAP. This is bullshit, man. You gotta be kidding me. Like, the market is just not moving at all. We're flat. 0.2%. I wonder if we start selling off now. That could be an option. I wonder if things just start to give up. Look how low the volume is. You know, young, rich. He never had no old money. Got a whole lot of new money though. What the fuck, man? I hate these days so much. I hate these days. We're just gonna bounce. I don't even want to look at the SPY anymore. I don't even want to look at it. For anybody trading the indexes, I wish you the best of luck. I wish you well. The indexes are not moving. We said that this morning, that if you're trading the indexes, good luck, because unless you have a reason to move, you may be in a world of trouble today. You may have to do a lot of scalping to be able to get your money. All right, is Tesla going to reject here? It probably won't. It's got some relative strength today. Like right now, I'm thinking about, do I want to put on another position for like Netflix or something that is weak or strong and try to put something on to get a gap fill or a gap down? Like Netflix has room all the way to 545. And Jamie Dimon did say he would like to buy, like he'd be interested in it. Like, of course you would.
She said, and I'm quoting here, we're in touch with supervisors, monitoring current banking stresses carefully. I don't want to comment on the situation of an individual bank, but commercial real estate is an area that we have long been aware could create financial stability risks or losses.
Guys, it was 2 loans. Two loans is what did that to them. And it was from SVB.
Welcome back. We want to show you shares of New York Community Bank once again because, as you see on the left side of your screen here, the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen was asked about it in front of the House Financial Services Committee just moments ago, in which she said, and I'm quoting here, we're in touch with supervisors, monitoring current banking stresses carefully. I don't want to comment on the situation of an individual bank, but commercial real estate is an area that we have long been aware could create financial stability risks or losses in the banking system. It's something that requires careful supervision. So we're going to keep watching that. She was asked about broader losses in commercial real estate in that area, which has been on top of mind for many, in which the Treasury Secretary said, quote, I'm concerned. We're going to continue to monitor that. We'll watch those shares as Janet Yellen continues to make those comments. That's on the Hill in front of, as I said, the House Financial Services Committee. We do have a setup now on some key earnings that are coming your way this week. Snap today after the bell. So big layoffs. Josh, you own the stock.
Let's go scan. See what we have here moving. Let's see
it's
what we
really
have
not
moving.
big layoffs. The announcement was designed to make it seem like it was big layoffs, but it's 500 people. But directionally, I guess that's what Wall Street kind of wants to see. It was weird that they did it yesterday, a day before the earnings. That tells me, this is like just pure speculation. That tells me it's not going to be an amazing quarter. Like they felt like they needed to have this thing already out there so they could say it again on the call that they're streamlining and blah, blah, blah. So we'll see. The good thing with Snap is the expectations are really low. Revenue growth of 2 to 6%. Like we're not talking about Meta-sized expectations here, and that's good because this will never be Meta. So the stock is up 100% from the last time they reported earnings, and we'll see if they could justify that rally. I think the ad market recovery that we heard about from Amazon, from Alphabet, and Meta, those are a good sign. We'll see if Snap was able to capitalize.
Guys, I want to punt on this real quick. Can we just look at the KRE? I just want to get into this a little bit deeper just because I do have a little more in front of me on what the Treasury Secretary is saying,
GEHC,
just
Healthcare
moments ago
Technologies.
Here about the
That's
issue
right.
of
I
commercial
forgot
real
about
estate
this
concerns,
name.
in which she was responding to a question from a Missouri Democrat in which she says, quote, I'm concerned. I believe it's
Exceed
manageable,
investors'
although there may be some
expectations.
institutions that are quite stressed
I
by
forgot
this
about
problem.
this.
I just want to kick this around with all of you for a moment because some of you
Nice
at
job,
times have
Mike.
made
Nice job, dude.
plays in some of these beaten down regional banks. I'm not looking at anybody in particular or any particular name, but the idea that these are attractive here, that, obviously Jay Powell was asked, the Fed chair was asked about it during the 60 Minutes interview on Sunday evening, in which, he said sort of similar things. Yes, it's certainly on our radar.
1 o'clock, man.
But
The
doesn't
SPY,
really think
the
it's going
Qs
to
aren't
mushroom
doing
into this,
anything.
large crisis-like problem. Do you want to address this?
Sure.
You've looked at these stocks.
No, I mean, I've never owned a regional bank or a community bank. And it's mainly because since 2008, the government made the big six the big six. And they're too big to fail. And they continue to take market share. And they continue to climb into these companies when there is a disaster and buy the assets. This particular situation has everything to do with 2 positions that they bought last year from Silicon Valley Bank, and that's the entire reason they're taking the charge-offs.
Tell them, Steph.
Doesn't make it right or wrong. It is what it is. They can't handle it, and I just think that you're going to have more of these companies continue to lose market share. And so if you're going to play in this space, you own the big 6, you pick which one you like. I happen to like Bank of America. I happen to like Morgan Stanley. I am also going to probably buy some more Schwab because that stock is down this year, and I think it's unjustified. But the big 6 continue to get bigger.
It's clear. I mean, even the Fed chair himself said it on Sunday night, Jim, about the idea that there's going to have to be some kind of consolidation at some level as a result of these issues that are going to dramatically impact more firms, some firms more than others. You have, you've owned some of these time to time?
Not really. Once I did that trade coming out of the Silicon Valley Bank disaster on the KRE, because I agree with everything Stephanie just said. I mean, competitively, size matters so much. Whether it's cost of funding, whether it's technology applications. I mean, JP Morgan is just going to kick the heck out of all of these smaller banks and reap the rewards when problems arise. But I think the bigger question here is, and I'm thinking of Ed Yardeni, who has said, we don't have to have a recession unless you get a banking crisis. So is something like, is one of these regional banks going to have a problem like, I'm sorry, Shannon, happened in March? It's likely that yes, but however, will it be systemic? Is it going to crater Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Citigroup? I really don't think so.
Our news desk, Brad Quick, thank you for sending me this. It's what the chair said, directly on Sunday night. I do think it's a manageable problem, said Fed Chair Jay Powell. I think we're doing a lot to manage it.
Yes, let's be honest here.
Some banks that have to be closed or
let's
merged
be honest.
out of existence because of this.
Whoa.
That'll be smaller banks, I suspect, for the most part.
Hey, Scott, guess how many banks have failed since 2009? 513. Guess how many banks we have? 4,000.
I understand,
you are going to get closures and problems.
SVB, if I remember top of my head, was the second largest bank failure ever.
Sure.
So these are not insignificant, even though there have been a large number, to your point, of failures.
But it didn't cripple the system.
And
that's because the big 6 have to have all that excess capital that all the CEOs complain about.
There was a moment, Shannon, I know
didn't
this hits...
cripple the system because we suspended the limits of FDIC insurance.
The Fed came to the rescue.
Right, exactly. The Fed came to the rescue, provided liquidity, and then you got shit to do with FDIC.
But there were some pretty good...
Josh, just stop.
Look, your
stop,
former
Josh.
employer, SVB, in the wealth management
Go look at financial conditions.
So I know this hits
That's the only part about Josh Brown that I'm like, he thinks he knows it all, but he really doesn't. He didn't even know what the hell CFDs were. He doesn't even know what a contract for different was.
Provisions to offset the potential losses in their commercial real estate book. And the smaller regional banks just don't have the earnings power to be able to do that on a consistent basis. That, to me, from an investment perspective, is what the concern is when you're thinking about weighing being in a bigger bank versus a regional bank.
Josh?
Yeah.
I mean, where does this rise on your sort of radar of concern?
I agree with what everyone says. My only core holding in the banking sector is and has been JP Morgan, which I don't trade. And not only do I hold it, the dividends get reinvested and I continue to buy more.
I like that.
I wouldn't do that with really any other bank. And I completely
feel
agree
the same
with
way.
Stephanie's point. This is like part of the sector. Not only do they go away, these banks, but they often merge and get bought out. And there are thousands of them because a lot of these things are tiny and they're almost like family businesses. They're like diners or barbershops. And eventually the founder or the founder's grandson turns 75, looks around and says, this is my exit. I got to do this because I don't think this business can survive another generation. So it's important not to get distracted by that. If you own the XLF, if you own the financial sector on the whole, you don't really have exposure to the small banks like New York Community or SVB. You have exposure to Citi, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, B of A, and that's really what you want over the long term.
But this just goes to the heart of the conversation we began this entire show on, and that's the Mester commentary and the Fed chair himself was asked about it too, and it's
I cannot
top of mind
believe
for
I
everybody.
fucking missed
the
AMD,
risks
man.
of waiting too long.
This just
and
gets
keeping
is so
policy
frustrating.
Too tight for too long,
It's
and
so
the run-on
frustrating.
effects, the unintended consequences of doing that, if it causes undue stress, in particular to more of these regional banks and the commercial banking issue. It just comes back to the entire conversation about the market itself. When does the Fed cut? And what happens if they wait too long?
Well, let me tell you now what I'm worried about is I do not want to see all of a sudden the Fed a week, 2 weeks from now start putting March back into play because that'll mean they're worried. I do not want to see that.
All right, so let me do this. 3 o'clock, obviously, closing bell. We'll get you ahead of some of the earnings that are coming up. Greg
Okay,
Grant's on the
so
show
here
today.
we
You know
go.
he's been super
Can
bearish. We're
Apple-
gonna find out if he's changed his tune. Anastasia Amoroso is joining me as well, so we'll kick the markets around.
Start
Keep
to
our eyes
climb
on this.
higher.
We'll follow what Treasury Secretary Yellen and any other, Fed-related or Treasury-related officials say throughout.
What
the
time
remainder
is
of
it?
the
1
afternoon.
o'clock?
What's your
Did that
final
bond
trades?
auction
What do you got
come in
quick,
yet?
Josh?
Let's see.
Disney breaking out into the earnings tomorrow. Take a look.
Okay. Jim Stewart, by the way, is going to join us on Closing Bell also. What's the name?
Commodities, GSG, on China News.
I was going to do Disney.
Okay, that's fine. It can be on your mind, too. Steph, what do you got?
I'll do Apple.
All right, buying more. All right, I'll see everybody on Closing Bell. The exchange begins now.
All right, thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. I am Brian Sullivan, in for Kelly. Here's what's ahead. More tech layoffs, more Musk headlines, and the two themes dominating Silicon Valley right now. VC Sam Lessin is here with what he is seeing and who he
like it's
sees winning the
pulling
AI
back.
race. Plus, we are at the halfway mark for earnings. We have 3 more names getting ready to report, one of which has been getting crushed since COVID, and that's actually one of the reasons our trader likes it. And don't worry about a new wall
Still
of
the
worries. as
same.
our
It
market
hasn't
guest,
changed.
The stage is set for solid returns.
Doesn't seem like it's
He'll
changed
tell you
very
where he
much.
sees them this year. All that ahead, but as always, let us start with Dominic Chu and see what is happening in today's session.
All right, so Sully, fractional gains, fractional losses, but for the most part, a very stable
Let me know if
market
you get
so
it,
far today.
Ziggy. I
The
don't,
Dow
I don't
Industrial's
see
up
it.
about 89 points, 1/4%, the outperformer so far today, 38,467 the last trade there. The Nasdaq Composite, the underperformer, down nearly 0.5%. It's at 15,536 and change. The S&P 500 currently stands at 4940, just down 2 points, so just about flat on the session. At the lows of the session, we were down roughly 8 points. Well, if I could draw on there, I'm going to do it right here. Down 8 points, up about 15 points at the highs of the session. So tilting a little bit towards the middle part of that range. We'll see if that sticks around for the afternoon part of the session. If you take a look at one of the big themes we're watching today, it's across the Pacific Ocean, namely what's happening with large cap tech stocks in China. This is the iShares China Large Cap ETF, trades Hong Kong listed Chinese companies. The ticker is FXI. It's up 5% today after the government and sovereign wealth funds over there make up a mosaic of possible speculation about more intervention coming from the government and sovereign wealth funds at some point down the line to prop up the market over there. It's been an underperformer, heavily so, over the last few years. So we'll see whether or not the best day over the last couple of years has any kind of bearing on that trade. And then on our own side of the Atlantic and Pacific, take a look at what's happening with New York Community Bank Corp, NYCB. It's down another 14% today, $4.63 so far. Again, remember, this company reported a surprise loss, boost in loan loss reserves. It slashed its dividend. We're also hearing some commentary out of Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen about the risks in commercial real estate to certain parts of the overall market. Anyway, on balance, regional banks is still a focus here today, Bri. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll see you in a bit.
It's
All right, so the
it
big
came in
thing
at
the economy
4.1,
lately
buddy.
is actually
Did you not see it?
Layoffs.fy.
It's not gonna-
reports that
it's not gonna do
32,000
anything.
Tech
It's not
jobs
gonna-
have been
there's
cut
no-
so far this year.
there's
And
no
of course,
reason-
Only in February, just yesterday, Snap announced it was
4.1,
eliminating 10% of its
4.105.
workforce.
It
And that
came
trend
in
may continue. Your
0.6
next guest says
of a
Silicon
percent
Valley
higher.
is all in on
0.6.
financial discipline.
Not
Joining
even a
us now
quarter.
is Sam Lessin. He is general
Higher or
partner
lower?
at Slow Ventures. Feel like
0.6
I got a lot of
1%.
alliteration here going on, Sam. Good to
Shit,
have you
man.
on. Listen, thank you very much. It's
I
what
was
I
trying
do.
to get a
Listen, the overall
12-cent
job numbers
exit
for
on
America
this
are good. We
long.
know that last month was a blowout.
It's going to
So
start getting.
What's happening in Silicon Valley?
It's going to start
efficiency.
getting.
I mean, I think the reality is that
It's
for
gonna
a
start
long
getting,
time, Silicon Valley was obviously
beat
crushing it,
down
and
here.
the big tech companies, because they were focused on growth, they really weren't so concerned about the bottom line, right? People knew it was there when it needed to be there. Obviously, there was a huge reckoning they went through, and I think we're now in this period where there's a combination of AI, which does automate a lot and does create a lot of opportunities for automation and improvement there, coupled with kind of wake-up call for financial discipline, and you're starting to see what tech companies can really do.
Was it an instance, Sam, and I kind of posited this last night in a post on X, is this just a result of over hiring? You talk about discipline, but we came out of COVID, no one knew really what was going on. Tech was the place to be, you could work from home, etc. Was this just too much hiring? Is that how we should look at it?
Well, I think what it is that tech companies, obviously, a lot of them are very ambitious, right? And over the years, the kind of ambition there's been an arms race for talent. And Google's done this forever, right? Other people have. And hoarding talent was kind of the key name of the game. They were so profitable that it didn't really matter, right? In terms of how much talent you
It's not
hoard.
gonna
You
give
used
it
one of
to
those
you.
engineers and those people in case something big opportunity came up. They didn't cost you anything. What we kind of saw coming out of COVID and some financial discipline and reckoning there was people said, oh my goodness, hoarding talent, maybe, at very high prices might not really be the right strategy. And I think what you're seeing now is, and I do give Elon Musk credit for this, for kicking off and making this acceptable with Twitter, but a lot of the big companies decided to get lean and efficient. This is where you kind of start to see the incredible leverage of what these tech platforms really have, which is they didn't need those people, right? They were hoarding the talent. It was an option bet, and it was a cheap one for them. But
Come
now
on,
they're going to
film
start
me.
saying we're still going to go faster
Film
and
me.
bigger.
Film
There's huge
me.
opportunities
Film
ahead
me.
with
Film me.
AI.
It's
There's huge
up.
opportunities
It's up.
for more
Come on, give me
efficiency.
14.
And it
Give
turned
me
out we really didn't
14.
need most of those people anyway.
Edit.
Well, that's the
14. It's going to film me. Damn
Because
it.
AI, it's all we talk about.
I got it.
And it's
I
supposed
got
to
it,
be
14.
this massive thing, the biggest generational shift maybe since the internet itself.
Trying to work this
Will
order,
AI
bruh.
be a net job
Trying to work this
adder
mother
or a
and
net
outer.
job remover?
I think the question whether AI adds or removes jobs is kind of a question of time frame. Short term, I think what you're going to see is, again, I'm not a big believer in AGI or some of these visions
You
that are
gotta
being
be
put
fucking
forth.
kidding me, bro.
Ultimately, we don't need human workforce. What I will say is it's going to be an efficiency driver. It's very clear, and companies that can incrementally harvest that efficiency are going to do fabulously well, right? The companies that require AGI to change their business model is going to be a longer story. But for people who can chip away and automate, it really is cloud 2.0. It really is just kind of pure efficiency in the sense of technology, and that will remove jobs in a lot of places. I do think the economy grows. I do think they get added back in places.
All right, I got a
and I'll stay away
14
from talking about the AGI future where
on
humans
that
don't need to do
order.
anything, because I think that's
Why is there 2 saved orders?
Why is that?
Open order.
There's a lot of overlap between religion and technologists, and if you push technologists further enough, they're going to start talking like religious leaders. And I think the reality is, while the returns on large data sets and guess the next word models and how do you optimize ad copy or videos are very real, coming from AI, those are all very practical. The second you start talking about super intelligence or alternative intelligences, at the level of human sophistication, I think that is much more religion than practical.
That's a fascinating take, and I'm not sure I would disagree with that. Although you could overlap religion with maybe a lot of things that are out there right now. So if we're going to predict,
I don't know why
Sam,
it's
not
telling me
predictive AI,
I have
use
2
your
different
intelligence.
orders.
What is going to be the theme of the rest of 2024 with technology?
Let's start climbing higher,
I think
baby.
the
End
theme
of the
of
day, let's
2024
climb it
is going to
higher.
be applied
Give me that
current
mother
generation
14.
AI, starting to harvest the wins from it.
Give
I
me
think
a
people have
14.
already priced in
You
and
know
gotten
it's not gonna
excited
fill
about
me
the
at
long-term
13.
potential.
See if we start getting a
where the world
14
could
here.
magically go in the long-term
Let's
future.
go.
but
We're
people are
going
gonna
up
start
here
saying,
now.
Great,
I
where's the
might start
payoff
thinking
now?
about a
I think that
15,
payoff is clear
16.
for companies like Adobe.
Let's go.
That can do amazing things by adding
Let's
to their
go.
existing
Give me a
platform. I think it's
15.
clear for things like Meta, where all of a sudden, I was buying Meta ads or something in the last
Come on,
week, and I'll
baby.
tell you,
Let's
you're
go.
already seeing AI show up in meaningful ways, right? And so I think you're going to see that.
Bring the
incremental
bids
chip,
up.
chip,
Let's
chip
go.
away.
Come on, bring
It's
them
gonna
bids
help
up.
profitability. It's
Let's
gonna help
go.
growth
Bid it up. Bid it
for
up.
people
Bid it
who
up.
can leverage it incrementally. And I think that's going to be
Come on.
rewarded,
What are you guys
versus
doing?
kind of the general broad idea of revolution.
Do you think there's
Fucking
any kind of an
bastards.
AI
Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
stock bubble out there anywhere, Sam?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think, there's
There it
a
goes.
bubble
It's
in
gonna
a lot
pop.
of
They're
places
gonna
on it.
change it to
In,
14.
I'm a venture
There you go.
capitalist. I'd say
There
in
comes
venture
the
capital,
14s.
You're going to see huge wipeouts in the quote-unquote AI theme. Things are being massively overpriced because
damn
people are
it. We're
excited.
there's so much
I do
supply up
think
here.
that in the next, and I'm not
Come
sure if it's the
on.
next 12 months or 18
Take it to
months,
14,
there's gonna be
y'all.
some
Come
discipline
on.
coming where
Let's
the
go.
street and
Raise
investors
it.
who in public companies are gonna
Get
say,
that
"Look,
extension.
it's
They
great that you
keep
have a
piling up
theoretical AI
here,
story, show
and
me
they're
the
not
money."
letting the
Right, and so I
stock
do
go
think that things are
higher.
currently overpriced
They're all
because
piled up
priced
right here, and it's not going
but I
higher.
do think on the flip side,
They
there
need
are
to
other
raise their
things where
orders,
the
and they're
benefits
not
of the
doing it.
automation, the practical AI in front of us are incredibly real and incredibly immediate. And I think
I
when
wish you
start
guys
to
could
see
see
people
everything
delivering
that I'm
real
talking about.
returns
If
on
you're
that,
watching level
that's gonna be
2
very
down at the
exciting.
bottom left of the corner,
Fascinating.
and you're noticing
on a
that
lot
it
of
goes
levels,
higher, and the
including the
number,
bubble.
it's
You know,
not
listen,
lifting.
we'll
There's
see.
so
It's been a
many.
heck of a run.
The amount
A
of
lot of
orders.
money
Watch, it's
following
probably
it.
going to
Sam
crack
Lessing, Slow
VWAP
Ventures.
now,
Sam,
and then go
appreciate
all
it.
the
Thank
way
you very
back
much.
down because you fucking idiots didn't raise your
Halfway through
orders.
earnings season, which means
Fucking
there's as much
retards.
opportunity ahead as there is behind. And today we're looking at Alibaba, Amgen, and Uber.
Look, they're
It's all
still
part of
probably
today's
all
earnings
piled up at
exchange.
13, and it's
here
not
with
even
the
going to go
trade
there.
is
Now
Jeff
they
Gilbert,
all just
AKA
screwed
Financial
themselves.
Founder and CEO, and of course a CNBC contributor. My man, how you doing?
You fucking stupid
Sully, doing great,
fucks.
pal. How about you?
You
All right, good to
stupid
see you in the
motherfuckers.
daylight. Let's start with Alibaba. Like many China stocks,
Look
it's
at
been
that.
crushed, down 27%
Look at that.
this year. Did rise today with the overall market, Jeff, as China's taking
6.
desperate
There
measures
was,
to
this
try to
order
prop up
was
stocks.
10,000.
Now, Morgan
7.
Stanley is watching Baba for any AI.
There's a
we
10,000
just
order
talked about
over at
related
13
news.
cents.
The macro China economy
I'm
is
giving it
still
time.
in
I ain't
question.
moving my order down.
That
I'm going to
was
get
our
filled.
mystery chart,
All
Jeff,
these
at the
people are
top
going to
of
get
the show.
scared
What
and
is your
start
take
selling. The
on
stock's
Baba?
going to go up higher, and all
My
of us
trading
at that
take on
higher
this,
price
Sully, is that you have to
should
be a
get
buyer
filled
here. And the
if it
reason
can give us
why
another
is
run
if
up.
you look at how much has gone down. Let's look at a 5-year
You have to look at the
snapshot. And I know
Qs and
Don
see
was
where the
earlier
Qs are.
Talking about FXI, which is the large cap iShares.
I'm gonna
China
get
ETF
so
is up
fudged.
5% today. But if you look on a 5-year snapshot, the S&P is up nearly 100%, and we're seeing Baba down 55%, and FXI.
Yeah, because you can't trust.
I think China is towing their way into the water, but I think they're committed to move the market higher here. Short term, I think you get a pop in Baba, but this is a risky opportunity. Down 75% off its all-time high when Jack Ma was really, in behind the wheel. But right now, I think Baba is an opportunity to trade.
Okay, there you go. All right, next up is Amgen. It's
Dude,
having a big year.
you gotta
Already
be
at more than
kidding me.
10%, Jeff. They bought Horizon Therapeutics back in
You
October.
fucking bastards.
And JP Morgan seeing opportunity in those new assets. Also, of course, closely watching the weight loss pipeline, saying that Amgen is the best large cap name to challenge the existing drugs from Lilly, Novo, and others. Jeff, are you a buyer here of Amgen?
I am a buyer, but you have to be cautious up here at these 52-week highs. And I think Amgen, they are coming into the obesity drug. Obviously, you're seeing Eli Lilly with Zepbound. You're also seeing Novo. Those are two leaders. I think there's
retards.
plenty
You
of
guys
room.
are
And
so
actually, I had a
fucking
family member
stupid. I could
suggest
just.
that maybe,
I
go
wish
for
I
some
could
of these
see
weight
each
loss
and every
drugs, so I
single
think
one
they're
of
a
them
little harsh.
idiots.
But nonetheless, I think Amgen has the ability to move higher. I
Let's
think
just
the
all
acquisition
pile
of
up right
Horizon
here and not let it
Therapeutics,
get
which is a
anywhere.
rare disease drug, you're going to see that
Because
payoff
we
in
don't
Q3,
like our
Q4.
money.
But it is exciting here. I also own Lilly, full disclosure, but I think you can own Amgen here, despite the fact it's very expensive and it's overextended when you talk about relative strength index. It's got a level of 77.
Now are you guys happy? You guys want to pile up in one area and not let it get through, and now you're stuck with holding on to the fucking bag because you don't know what it is that you're doing.
An Uber run. It's doubled over the past year. KeyBank highlighting successful cost management efforts, but they're also watching.
Here it goes. It's probably going to start coming down now. That should have been the last time you got to see
So Jeff, with
the
Uber,
CBWAP reject. But I will say the SPY hasn't moved all day, and I'm just trying to get the most that I can for this
I think you
order.
have to look at where this has come. It's up 150% in 2023. It's off to a great start. It's up today. So
I don't want to do like I did on Netflix and just carry it.
I think you can be cautious and put on some type of option overlay. But I think the incentives that they're forced or they need to give their drivers globally, that's a headwind. I also think their marketing expenses become more of a headwind as they fight Lyft. So it'll be interesting to see what the earnings has to say. But I'm a seller here. I think it pulls back here. It's too much too fast. So pump those brakes.
Pump those brakes like any good Uber driver would in traffic. All right, overall, Jeff, I want to get your macro market take.
I'd like to be able to find something this afternoon, guys. I don't know if you guys see anything or not.
Very,
I gotta
very
charge
well.
my phone.
You just heard the previous guest say that he thought it was a 100% chance of some kind of AI bubble in the market right now.
I disagree. I think there's more room to run, and I think It's frustration's
Frustration's
going
gonna
to
start
Fed
setting in
Chairman
real
Powell.
quick.
He was forced to go on.
'Cause I don't want to wait until tomorrow
to try
morning.
To slow down what is happening.
I don't want to wait until tomorrow morning to have to try and get, you know what I mean? You see what happened is I brought my order down. You see what the SPY's doing? Bring your order down. Bring your orders down and then raise it as it goes to fill that liquidity and don't have so much demand there. And look,
it's not going to be a straight line, but with the
fucking not even moving. They're sitting there and that's telling me that this is going to pull back. They're not budging. They're not budging. Like fucking retards.
Isn't it amazing?
Excuse my language.
At this point, daily missile attacks
Look
in
at
the
that.
Red Sea. The U.S. military is actively bombing targets in Iraq and parts of Syria and Yemen. They're shooting back at Israel, Hamas, all that. China kind of on its, doom rattle. Yeah. And yet the
10
VIX
cents,
is below whatever,
195s.
below 20.
All right, so the delta is higher.
Well, there's 8 trillion reasons.
Delta
why it makes
is
sense. There's
higher.
$8 trillion in cash and cash equivalents. So a lot of
It's
people
just-
either
it's
took
just not
profits
getting above
or
VWAP.
underinvested. They're trying to scratch their head. The S&P maybe takes a pause at 5,000. That seems to be a monumental mark. We go up there and back and fill. But for the rest of the year, I think the underinvested, the bears, will continue to be chasing this market higher. It may come down in the Q3, Q4 area, but right now this earnings season has been very impressive to me.
Very impressive to Jeff Kilberg, and that itself is
I
very
need something
impressive.
that's moving
to me,
here.
Sully. You know that?
Oh, just keep
Need
it coming.
something that's
All right,
moving.
Jeff Kilberg, KKM Financial. Really appreciate it, my man. Have a
We need to find something that's moving, that has strength. Lee Auto, it's not moving. RBLX, nothing. Tesla. We took some profits on Tesla. That was okay. I fucking missed AMD and semiconductors. They were really weak. I can't believe I missed it. I cannot believe I missed AMD. That's frustrating. That is a frustrating trade there. To miss AMD. Because it falls out of bed and you get no pullback. None whatsoever. None. Yep. Yeah, it is, Becky. So tell them to stop talking about Trump and stupid shit that has nothing to do with the markets. And Biden, for that matter. I always think they're crazy. This is what I want to do.
Steak and Maine, fine dining in the heart of Northeast Maryland. Whether you dine at the upscale steakhouse or casual bar and patio, you will enjoy the highest quality of prime meats, fresh seafood, world-class oyster bar, and freshly prepared sushi. With great
Are you serious? Luckin Coffee is still traded?
including our own Cavada Cellars wine. Voted the #1 place for steaks in America by the Travel Channel and the Cooking Channel.
They didn't learn the first time? RVNC. RVNC. Let's see if RVNC has a, I wish I could get my charts back to the way that they were. I can just tell that there's just something going on here. Dude, I wonder if RVNC has more left in it. A lot of people are probably like, nah, it's done. It's done. I don't know. Okay, if I had to be honest, guys. I'm just sitting here, I'm just being honest. I think RVNC may have another day in it. And the 7th.
Boeing off the highs now, 209.60 up 1.5% for Boeing. Spirit AeroSystems shares up 5.5% now off the highs at $28.17. President Biden now speaking.
5.6. Oh my God. Who cares? Hey. Donald Trump's not even in office, so how is Donald Trump not letting it pass? And yes, if you guys saw what happened Sunday on Face the Nation, this is why you don't trust your politics. All right, go watch Face the Nation about this. It says something about 5,000 or something like that. I'd have to show you guys. I'd have to show you guys the live. You guys would have to watch it with me and I could show you. No, that's not what it means. And then she goes back to she literally contradicts herself 2 minutes later. Fuck, man. I'm never getting out of these damn fucking calls. I do not want to lose money. I do not want. I don't give a fuck if it's a damn penny. I don't want to lose it. All right, so there's the IWM. Let's see here. Can we get an IWM? That's a nice rejection on the IWM. Maybe we look to try to get a put on the IWM off a rejection off the 50-day and see if we can't pull it back to like 190. That might not be bad, right? Let's see here. Let's see. Boom, boom. Hit that. Hit yesterday's close. Let me take this off. Sounds like he just broke some glass. I'm surprised he didn't say, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's a nice double top. See, I guarantee you, if I go to get short, you're gonna get, you're gonna find some support here. If I don't get short, the mother is gonna put in a new low. That's what's gonna happen. The frustration is real, dog. That's a nice double bottom. If you guys want to do this, sometimes you guys are going to have to deal with things like this. You're going to get upset. You're going to get mad. It's just, it won't give you the follow through. So I think I'm going to be done for the day. I just feel like it's a wrap. I think today is going to be a wrap. And I might just take my bag with me. My little $7. I think I'll just leave my limit order. If it gets filled, it gets filled. And I'll bitch about it tomorrow.
That's home goods and stuff, like durable.
Yeah. So now you're done buying home goods, and what you really want to do is take a trip. So
Oh, is that right? You think average person? Average, I said.
Telecom's pretty high. This is the projection heading out to January 25. According to that chart, it's tapping 20%.
Those are more vulnerable businesses to start. So they, those are businesses that are having more of
Fed's Kashkari said a recession is not my base case.
These companies, there are some idiosyncratic characteristics.
This lady is a nut.
After last month.
Without new aid, Ukraine means fewer artillery shells, fewer air defense systems, fewer tools for Ukraine to defend itself against this Russian onslaught. Just what Putin wants. Ukrainians are fighting bravely. You know, many of you look around the room here have followed me in this for a long time. I pulled together a coalition of over 50 nations to support them. On the phone, talking to these leaders. We unified NATO. Remember when we first came to office? NATO was well, they're all together and actually increased the size of NATO. We can't walk away now. That's what Putin's betting on. Supporting this bill is standing up to Putin. Opposing this bill is playing into his hands. As I've said before, the stakes on this fight extend well beyond Ukraine. If we don't stop Putin's appetite for power and control in Ukraine, he won't limit himself to just Ukraine. And the cost
Just like
for
you,
America
Joe,
and our allies
and the spending.
partners will rise. For those Republicans in Congress who think they can oppose funding for Ukraine and not be held accountable, history is watching. History is watching. The failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment
History
will
is
never
watching.
be forgotten. The position of the
What the
MAGA
fuck did he
Republicans
just
can be
say?
characterized by the
History
New York
is
Times
watching.
headline.
What the?
First, and this is the headline. It reads, Trump first, Putin second, America third. That cannot pertain.
Oh, my God.
This bipartisan agreement also provides
History is
Israel with what it
watching.
needs to protect its people and defend itself against Hamas terrorists. And it will provide the necessary life-saving humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian people. By opposing this bill, they're denying aid to the people who are really suffering and desperately need help. You know, there's more work to get this done over the finish line, and I want to be clear. Doing nothing is not an option. Republicans have to decide. For years, they said they want to secure the border. Now they have the strongest border bill this country has ever seen. We're seeing statements about how many oppose the bill now. Look, I understand the former president is desperately trying to stop this bill because he's not interested in solving the border problem. He wants a political issue to run against me. They've all but said that across the board. No one really denies that I'm aware of. The American people want a solution that puts an end to the empty political rhetoric, which has failed to do anything for so long. We have to get the resources to the border to get the job done. So Republicans have
Sorry,
to
Joe.
decide,
I don't mean to
who
be
do
an
they
asshole,
serve?
buddy, but you got to go,
Donald
my
Trump
friend. You got to
American
go.
people.
You
Are
don't
they here
give
to
a
solve
shit about
problems,
the people. It's a
or
proven,
just weaponize those
proven
problems
fact.
for political purposes. I know my answer. I serve the American people.
Something went wrong.
I'm here to solve problems.
Oh,
Just
I'm
months
sure
ago,
you
the
are.
Republicans were asking for this exact bill to deal with the border, to provide support for Ukraine and Israel. And now it's here. And they're saying, never mind. Never mind. Folks, we've got to move past this toxic
I don't think that's
politics.
what they said.
It's time to stop playing games with the world waiting and watching. And by the way, the world is waiting. The world is watching. They are waiting and watching what we're going to do. We can't continue to let petty partisan politics get in the way of our responsibility. We're a great nation. It's not acting like a great nation. So I'm calling on Congress to pass this bill. Get it to my desk immediately. But if the bill fails, I want to be absolutely clear about something. The American people are going to know why it failed. I'll be taking this issue to the country. And the voters are going to know that it's not just a moment, just at the moment.
Come on.
We're going to
We
secure the
can
border
get the
and fund these other
493.50
programs.
right now.
Trump and the MAGA Republicans
493 right now.
because they're afraid of Donald Trump. Afraid of Donald Trump.
What?
Every day between now and November, the American people are going to know that the only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends. It's time for Republicans in the Congress to show a little courage, to show a little spine,
He's such an idiot.
to make it clear to the American people that you work for them, not for anyone else. I know who I work for.
Are you
I
sure?
work for the American people.
Are you sure?
I'm almost like this. We have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. Heard me say it
pretty
many times.
sure.
There's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. We're
They
right
do
on the
not
verge
want
of
this.
doing it together.
Because of the exact
hope and
reason
pray
and why we
they
caught
find
the
reason
lady
to
on Face the Nation
reconsider
Sunday lying.
blowing this up. May God bless you all. May God protect our
No, they
troops.
want something
Folks,
that works,
they're gonna ask me
and that is
questions.
making
Hang
the
on a
government.
second. I'm going to be back on Thursday. I don't want to prejudice what may be going on in negotiations now. So I'm not going to be answering any questions. Of this. I'll be back
That's
Thursday to
funny.
stand here
That's
with you and answer all
funny.
the questions you want.
That's funny. He
about this
doesn't want to
issue.
answer any questions today.
What needs to get done for the hostage deal to get resolved, sir?
This indirectly has a lot to do
Because we
with the
haven't
hostage
seen
deal and
any
what's going
border
on in the
bill.
Middle East.
That's why it's the strongest.
decision on what we
Let's
do
start raising
relative to
orders,
Israel,
baby. Let's
decision
go.
what we do in terms of
Let's go.
American funding.
Let's get up here.
Whether we're going to engage with
Let's
the
go
situation
to
in
493.75
It all
right
goes
now. Let's
to
go.
The question of American power. It all goes to, was America keep its word? Does America move forward? There is some movement, and I don't want to, well, maybe choose my words. There's some movement. There's been
Let's
a
go.
response.
Let's go.
From there's been a response.
493.75.
The opposition, but yes, I'm sorry, from Hamas, but it seems to be a little over the top. We're not sure where it is. There's a continuing negotiation right now.
Mr. President, if this bill fails, would you consider supporting something separate that just addresses Israel or Ukraine?
I'm not going to concede that now. We need it all. The rest of the world's looking at us, and they really are.
That's a pure rejection, guys.
This Congress
does not have immunity.
So
Mr.
I need to go
President.
take
Your
my
reaction
nap.
to that ruling?
I need to take my nap.
Speaking live from the state.
Damn, y'all. Did you guys see that on the S&Ps? We just took it right back. Come on, we got to get up there. We got to get up there. Come on. I raised my order to 14 cents. We got 130, 230, 330, 4. Come on, let's start making this rally. Let's go. Because we have a high delta here, higher than the options. We get $1, we're back. We're in the money, baby. We're back in the money, ready to rock out with our rocks out. You know what the saying, you know how the saying goes. Rock out what you can block out. My God, another rejection. So listen, if any of you guys tell me to go long this market's going to 5,000, I'm going to point you to today. I'm going to point you to every single rejection that was just rejected today. We were able to go from here to there in what, a half hour? 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 in 2 hours? Like, why can't we do it right now? So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's do this, guys. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Don't give up. Keep it pushing, baby. Keep it pushing. Let's go. I got a 15. Damn it. And how quickly did we just give that up? God damn. Come on, man. Let's start breaking out to the upside here. We can do it. We can start breaking out to the upside. I think we can.
NBB, American Biosciences, granted U.S. patent glycosylated psilocybin derivatives and methods.
Breaking earnings after the bell. Chipotle, Snap, Ford. Plus, exclusive. Ford CFO John Lawler with insight before the earnings call. John Fort, Morgan Brennan, closing bell overtime. Today, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Yes. You can buy things with Bitcoin. Yes. What up, Malik? How you doing, Brody? I got an order sitting out here. I'm trying to get out of it. I don't think it's going to happen, though. This is such a... I hate these 2 days. I do. I hate these 2 days. We're just not going anywhere. It's been all day, and we opened up at 493.53, and we're at 493.15. We've moved 30 cents all day. It's freaking horse crap. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get out of this order. I have it at 15. I just know as soon as I get out of it, it's going to go higher. I just know it. Can I get a 10? Can I get a 10? Give me a 10, baby. I got a 10. See, look, it just switched. Bang. Give me a 10. Fill me, fill me, fill me. It's going to go higher, so fill me. Please, fill me. Fill me. You gotta be fucking... I am fighting. I'm fighting here. Come on, just... Fill me. Come on, wipe me out. Wipe me out. You want me to do 950? Is that what you want me to do? Oh my god, it's not going to fill me. Oh, it got... I think it filled me. I think it filled me. It didn't fill me. It didn't fill me. Nope. God damn it, man. Come on, fill me. Sorry, bro. What's up, man? Malik, how you doing today? Palantir went crazy. It did go crazy. It did go crazy. And you know what? I had an order sitting at the 50-day moving average. PLTR. I had an order set at the 50-day moving average yesterday. I put out an order for 500 shares. I remember Basic was telling me, like, yo, it's going crazy. I'm like, yeah, but it never pulled back. So I had an order here for 500 shares at like 1751, 1750, 1752. I think it was like 1751. So if we were to have pulled back in here, I would have gotten filled. I never got filled, and I kind of left it alone today. And it did extend higher. Yeah, Palantir was one, and then the other one, which I did not see, LY, I think it is. No. ELY, Eli, no. What is Eli? No, not Illy.
What are the folks you surveyed? What do they want most? That's a great question. So economically, in terms of regulation, I'm guessing that not a ton of people watching right
Lily. Eli Lilly. That's what it was. This thing sold off. That would have been a good... Look at that setup, guys. Look at this. This was even better than Palantir because you got the earnings this morning and you would have been able to play the earnings. So look. Here's where we see something here. Take notice of what that was. Let's take notice of the amount of earnings that are in the afternoon versus depending on what they are. Let's see how they do it. Like so far, like every one that's reported in the afternoon, the next day, the majority of them haven't been giving you like a move. Okay? Amazon or Apple did, Meta did, and I think AMD did. But for the most part, they did their move in the after hours. Palantir gave you a little bit of a move today. But this is what I mean. Like Eli Lilly in the morning reported. So let's continue to see whoever reports in the morning versus whoever reports the night before. Which one gives us the best setup? This is a beautiful setup here. That's a pivot low, a break of that pre-market pivot low, and it rejects it. That's a nice short. That's a really nice short. All right, I got filled. The SPY must be going way higher. SPY must be ripping. I knew it. I knew it. So I was thinking we were going to get here. This is my target. 393.80 area. All right, this is my target for the SPY. All right, that's my target. So, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying, Malik? I got in there just around 4+% and sold it like 20.80. That's awesome, bro. Good stuff. I took Tesla today. And it just kind of like stopped. Like I was hoping to get like a nice continuation trade out of it, and it didn't give that to me. Like I was thinking it was gonna like consolidate at VWAP throughout lunchtime, and then maybe make another like small high at lunch or something, and it just didn't do it. So I'm still kind of looking. It just sucks that this morning I wasn't ready. I don't know. I don't know what happened, man. But like the thing is like everything fell out of bed today, and I wasn't ready. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I wouldn't mind buying it here. I think we're going to 155. I'm not buying it yet because I still think we have some more downside to go. Like honestly, I think Tesla is still good for this gap. I think that's where we're headed. I do. I think that's about where we're headed. Right down there to like 155 or so. Yeah. Let me just put this here. Just like that. Let's see here. So this is holding that. I wonder if we could get a bounce off of this. See if we could get a trade here. That's a crazy consolidation. See, it's a little scary to try to get long right here because it hasn't moved. I mean, maybe there's a scalp there. Yeah, but what's the catalyst to skyrocket versus the catalyst to the downside? You know what I mean? Like anything can skyrocket, but skyrocketing doesn't come without a reason. Things just, listen, institutions don't just buy something to just run it up. You know what I mean? There's a reason why. And you got to remember, I'm telling you, Malik, institutions make markets. Institutions make markets. That's why I always stress, like when we see relative strength and relative weakness, we want to get behind that. Like we wanted to get behind this move. You know why? I mean, just go do the math. Go do the math on that. And on top of it, the sellers aren't there. Like that's institutional buying. Or you know, that's institutions covering their position. and we consolidate, maybe they get short again and make a second leg down. You know, it feels like there's more of a catalyst to the downside than upside at the moment. But again, like you said, all it would take is like, hey, we're coming out with a new product. We've just made this or something. Like, they could just come out and say something, and that could flip this thing right back to the upside. I'm hoping we can get 150. I'm hoping we can get it. You know, or I still won't own this name. But if we get down to 150, like last time I got long, I ended up trading it and not buying it. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do that. Over here in January, it was January. I got long down here off of this reverse, just pretty much this, you know, that reversal sign that was telling me to buy it. And I didn't buy it. And I could have taken profit. I could have had 100% gain on the stock alone in my long term and on the trade itself. The trade would have helped pay for some of those shares. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I won't let it happen again. I know that. So there is a Boeing NTSB report getting ready to come out. I guess it comes out in like 15 minutes.
Something that he also this morning. And Phil joins
Let's
us
be
now
prepared
with
for
more
that.
Great and fascinating conversation.
And Brian,
I bought Meta today. Can you let me know what you think?
The current system isn't working.
Listen, here's what I'm going to tell you, Malik.
Doing an audit of Boeing to figure out, okay, what are we doing right now?
You know, Meta's a solid company.
Take a look at shares of both Boeing and Spirit Aerosystems.
I was always.
We'll talk about Spirit in a little bit, which is getting a nice move higher today after reporting Q4 results. And Boeing moving a little bit
Holy
higher.
shit, look at Save.
A couple of things are going to be happening here in the next 15 minutes. One,
I didn't know that they had. Did they have earnings or something? Oh my god.
What happened with the Alaska Airlines flight where the door plug was ripped off in mid-flight? That comes out in about
Okay, no, they
15 minutes.
didn't. So
Meanwhile,
look,
the
you're
FAA
getting a
has
short
added
squeeze out of
26
Save,
inspectors,
guys.
20 in Renton, Washington, 6 in Wichita, Kansas, and the FAA
Dude.
safety audit is ongoing. To which I
This
asked
is why
Mike
I
Whitaker
wanted
this
to
morning,
make a
has
group
anything
so we
popped
could
up
all
yet?
cover
Have you
this.
seen a red flag that makes you say, wait, this is worse than we expected? Here's what he had to say.
Damn. Look at the volume.
We are getting
I knew I
feedback.
should have got long
We're
down
waiting till we
here.
have all the data before we sort of talk about that. I think you can.
I
can
should have
assume
got
we
long
haven't
down
found
here.
anything
Damn
that
it, damn
has
it,
caused
damn
us
it.
to take immediate action.
All right,
But
Malik.
we are monitoring the system, and
I was always told one thing, okay? I was always taught one thing. They're going to the government is going to take a piece. The market can take it all. What I would do with Meta, if I don't know where you bought it, but I can tell you if you bought it up at highs. Okay, if you bought it up at highs, I would set a stop loss on this thing somewhere that you're comfortable where, like, I don't know where you bought it, so I can't really say, but if you bought it up here, like, and you don't hold this and you start to see the market roll over, me personally, and look at this volume, I would set a stop loss and then get back in it at a lower price instead of buying the highs. So if I was down 2% on this name, it all depends. If it's long term, it's like, I don't know. Do you take the tax gain? Right? It's a loss. I mean, I don't know. That's up to you, man. I just don't think I could buy Meta up here. I don't. I couldn't buy Meta up here. I just don't know where you bought it, because now you have all this room to come down. You don't have anything stopping you to go higher, but do you think their earnings are going to get any better than that quarter? Do you think they're going to be able to outperform that quarter? Because that was a huge outperformance. I think like that was the pinnacle, and I feel like you're going to start to see a pullback here because everyone has made a lot of money. So if you see this thing, here's what I would say. If you see the market starting to pull back, let's say it's bank fears, anything, I would get out. If I start to see the market and I start to notice that all these names are going to get hit. And I would look to just get back in at a lower price. That's what I would do. Oh, no. 456? That's not bad, I guess. You know what I mean? You're right there. You're there now. You know, because what I could see happening is, like, trade line coming up, VWAP coming up, like, and then you're, like, stuck. Like, does it drop below here and then start, like, trying to, like, you know, does it make up its mind here? Stuck between 9 EMA trade line, and then you get one of these to where it fills the gap to the downside, or does it go to the upside, right? Or does it go higher? So you know, I don't know how much you have. Here's what I would do is just use a stop loss. If you think you can get in at a lower price, I would average down. Or if you own a little bit, then, you know, if it gets down to another price, what you also could do is just buy it lower. As it goes down, maybe buy a little bit more, right? Average down. And that'll help bring your cost basis down. There's a lot of people that have made a lot of money in this thing. And you don't want to be the one that buys at all-time highs. We're supposed to buy low, sell high. You know, when there's distressed assets like Tesla, when it was at $100, you know. Yeah, that's what I would do. But me personally, I would have had to wait, or because, you know, it could go higher, right? It could go to 600. It could go to 600. So what, you know, with the stop loss, you're just, you know, you're giving it the room that it needs and saying, okay, I stopped out, because there's no reason to just to lose money and bleed money away if that happens, right? It's not happening now, so there's no reason to even talk like that. This thing could bounce, right? If the market goes higher, this thing's going to bounce. So I would just, you know what I mean? Just take care of yourself. That's all I would say. You know, I don't want to see this thing get down to $300, $350, and it's just like, oh shit, like when's the pain train going to be over with? You know, long term, you know, it's, you know, that's something you'd have to see what the PE ratio is. Like what is the times earnings on this thing? You know, like let's look at that. What is the price to earnings? Google, what is Meta's current PE? It's 41 times earnings. So that's not bad. You're not paying an 80 or 100. Not that stocks are doing that right now. Engineering share diluted. Oh, you know what you have helping you, Malik? Actually, they're doing a buyback. Yeah, well, you also have them doing a buyback, so that really helps. That could help you. Anytime you get a pullback, Mark Zuckerberg and his accounting team, they're going to be buying, I think, a $1 billion worth of buybacks and dividends, I think, now. So hang on to it. Maybe they do a stock split again. You know what I mean? Baby girl, come here. Okay, hold on. Shit, man. Save. Damn it. This is why I said earlier in the week that I wanted to buy like 2 to 3 week options out when we got down to these prices. Come here, baby, please. I know, you're just so persistent. I know you're not hungry because you have food. I know, you have no idea that we're on a live stream right now. I know you don't. I cannot believe this. I gotta do better, guys. I brought this up over the weekend and Monday night and stuff that, hey, Save gets down to $6. We got to start looking to buy calls like a month out. And we would be getting paid right now. We would be getting paid right now. The risk to reward doesn't really make sense because you have resistance up here at 750. Like, I would be taking profits on these. Dude, I'm kicking myself in the ass. So bad right now. It almost makes me want to start trying to take profit on, or not take profit, but start putting on a Netflix position to the downside.
It is, and I think a lot of people want, we're as human beings, we just have this.
Come on.
And so we're
Look at the SPY going right up to where we said You gotta be shitting me. Alright, so look, here's weakness, right? Here's our weakness. You have Netflix not going anywhere near the morning highs when the S&P is headed up here. And look at Netflix, it's still weak. So we're still seeing relative weakness with Netflix. I just can't get the thing to give us momentum. I want to keep Boeing on watch because you're getting ready to get the NTSA report. They said in 15 minutes we should be getting it. Look, Boeing might be at resistance too.
That's Michael Oster Sandy, MLS.
52-week high, and I've made more money, and our team has made more money over the years buying stocks at 52-week highs if they continue to, execute.
Hold on one second, guys. I want to try to bring this up.
We took a look at the fundamentals.
Oh, look, Malik, they're talking about it right now on CNBC, and they're talking about buying stocks on highs and Meta.
Political advertising year, and you're seeing pretty solid pricing, and they're nicely positioned within that advertising.
Okay, just hold on, love. Please, love. Just hang on.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the areas you like as well. Meta Platforms. I mean, the stock has doubled, Jeff, more than doubled off its lows. Pretty much just went back to where it was, but still a heck of a run. What do you see there?
Well, it's interesting. So often people will criticize buying a stock at a 52-week high, and I've made more money, and our team has made more money over the years buying stocks at 52-week highs if they continue to, execute. And we actually just recently came into Meta. We took a look at the fundamentals, and you've got great cost control that's going on. You've got a nice advertising cycle, a political advertising year, and you're seeing pretty solid pricing, and they're nicely positioned within that advertising pie. It's trading at 20 times earnings, Brian, 20 times earnings, and yet we're looking at 30% growth rates as they control costs, and you get pretty good top line. There's not a whole lot not to like. I actually was concerned because we didn't have exposure to Meta. We had some of the other Mega 7s, but we didn't have exposure until recently, and I wanted to
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find a trade idea for here in the afternoon. If you guys see anything moving, let me know. I had no idea about Save. I'm so mad. I forgot about it. I said it last weekend. Let's get calls down at $6 for like a month or two out.
When a stock moves like it did, where you get 200% plus returns, you have to really make sure you have conviction to continue to be in that name. But it is in a growth cycle like none. 150% earnings or revenue growth last year, 250% earnings growth, projected 80% earnings growth this year, and yet it's only trading at 30 times earnings. I'm sorry that if you didn't say NVIDIA, Brian, and you just gave those statistics about the end markets they're in, the growth rates they have, and the valuation, you'd say, yeah, I'll buy that till the cows, come home. So just because it's got the name NVIDIA in it, I would not say you got to brandish it as something to avoid at all.
Liking two hot stocks, NVIDIA and Meta Platforms.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find...
Well, Jeff, pleasure. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so before we wrap up the exchange, we got Courtney Reagan getting ready for Power Lunch. Hi, Courtney. How are you? Let's get a check on the markets here. We're seeing a little bit of a rebound in the big caps, not the tech side. But the Dow is up 0.3%, S&P exactly the same. Kind of gaining back a little bit of what we lost on Monday yesterday. The NASDAQ is down by about 0.2%. The market's been just totally relying on yield, and the 10-year is at 4.089%. All right, that does it for us on The Exchange. I will join Miami of Ohio's own Courtney Reagan on Power Lunch right after this.
Or ask your financial advisor about the
All right, I think we got 2 minutes for it. This might be able to give us.
Including those leading the AI revolution before they go public. The future is now open for investment. That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
NTSB. Okay, NTSB.
And you're just the person to keep it running. Because a proud homeowner has a protective instinct. Frankly, the brains to know the grid is going to let you down sometimes. That's why when the rest of the block is lighting candles and looking for flashlights, you're ready to rock and roll. It's not just a generator. It's Power Move. Request a free quote today.
You seek the key.
Can you even vote, kid?
Lesson 1. Energy is nothing without control. Lesson 2. There is power in silence. Lesson 3. Unlock the energy within.
I'm trying to see if this comes out like if it's already. It's 2 o'clock, so this should be coming out now, guys. I know. Hopefully, I'm not losing viewers here. If there's anything you guys want to talk about or do, you just let me know. The preliminary report on January 5th, Alaska Airlines flight door plug accident will be posted at approximately 2 p.m. on the NTSB investigation website. A link to the report will also be tweeted here. Oh, Morgan. Of course Morgan is following the NTSB. Reported for door plug 2 hours ago.
Hey, welcome to Power Lunch, everybody, alongside Courtney Reagan. Hello, I am Brian Sullivan. Coming up, AI is everything to everyone, everywhere. We're talking about it in Washington, in Silicon Valley, and maybe soon at your local electricity company. We'll explain all that.
Plus, as earnings continue to roll in, we're adding guac to today's 3-stock lunch. We'll get the details on Chipotle, Eli Lilly, and Spotify, and then ask our trader for her take on each. And yeah, we know guac's extra. But first, let's give you a quick check on the markets right now.
All right, let's do it. Let's find something here.
The S&P 500 just about flat, and the Nasdaq is down here slightly, just by a hair. Brian.
All right, shares of Palantir, probably the big single stock story of the day, and we say that because the stock is up 29%. It's after reporting results, which are mostly in line with expectations. What's boosting the stock is the company's comments about commercial demand, non-government, commercial demand for its AI products, which is surging. The company is hiring aggressively to meet that demand. Palantir up 29.4%.
It is everywhere. AI and how to deal with its rapid growth is becoming a key issue for just about every industry, as we've gone through here briefly. We've got
2
3
p.m.
reporters on 3 seemingly
I don't see
unrelated
Boeing moving.
stories that have one common bond: preparing for our AI future.
I don't think it's
Emily
going to
Wilkins
move
on what
much.
Washington
But
is doing. Julia Borston on Facebook trying to manage AI fakes, and Pippa Stevens on the impact on the electric grid. Emily Wilkins in D.C., kick us off.
Well, hey, Courtney. Well, yeah, federal regulators, they're only just beginning now to set down guardrails.
I cannot believe I did not see these short squeezes today. It feels like there's a lot of short squeezes.
The new bill would kill a yet-to-be-finished SEC regulation on how financial advisors use AI. Now, this rule would require firms to ensure that any predictive technology that they're using is free of conflicts of interest and that it puts the client first.
Any
But Republican
predictive?
Senators Ted Cruz and Bill Haggerty said that the rule
Oh my
goes
God.
too far and would be so costly that it would prevent any new technology from being used by advisors. Listen to what Bill Haggerty told Squawk Box this morning.
It would encompass anything from a small calculator on a website to a spreadsheet. It's not just focused on AI. And the impact of this will be increased compliance cost, increased liability, and therefore it will lessen the access of retail investors to the marketplace because the companies that are involved in this will just stop offering technological innovation.
While the bill doesn't have any Democratic support at the moment, Republicans might not need it. They could potentially take the rule down on their own if they can hold on to the House and win the Senate and then the White House this November. If so, they can overturn recently finalized rules from the Biden administration with a simple majority. And we'll be keeping a very close eye on those elections, those regulations, and how it all pans out.
Emily Wilkins, by the way, we have Ted Cruz on Last Call tonight, 7 p.m. I had to get that in. That's what I'm being paid, is just to tease the show. 7 p.m. we'll have Cruz on. Emily, can you to talk about AI and maybe some other things? Emily, you're in D.C. I want to look good.
All right, is Tesla getting ready to try to run?
I should ask Senator Cruz about AI because you know more about it than I do.
Let's see if we can. Man, I don't want to do this, but
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and I know that's a different party, but he's really touted this bipartisan working together for on AI legislation. You remember we had.
All right, so I'm going to look at Tesla.
Come up to the Hill, talk with
To me, it feels like it's struggling on low volume. It feels like this would be a good opportunity to short. I know it doesn't look like it. Okay, it doesn't look like it, but we need volume. We need volume to start getting higher. Or VWAP is going to fail. Was my days like 50-50?
Maybe they can get
I was a little upset that I missed.
Write some good regulation AI. I command you, and it'll happen.
And it probably could, right?
It probably already has. Emily Wilkins, thank you very much. All right, next up, efforts by
She seems like a little like a Arnwy one. Like, you know what I'm saying? She, to me, I think she's like, she's got a little side to her that kind of like shows itself from time to time. And same for her. I've seen her in New York. I ain't even going to say what I saw. I'm just kidding. I didn't see her in New York. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, I think Tesla might be a failed breakout. So I am upset. If you didn't see Wiz, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I can turn this stuff down. It feels like there's a lot of short squeezing going on here. Okay? Look, there's that failed break on Tesla. I knew it. I didn't know it, but doing this for a while, you start to see like, oh, that looks like a long. Oh, wait. Look at your indicators. And I don't think you're going to get a long out of or a short out of this either. Like, just because it goes down doesn't mean it's going to pay you. Save. We talked about this for a while. Like, once it gets down to $6, it doesn't have much more to go. Look at it. Save is popping. AMD this morning, we talked about shorting at $75. 74.50, 75 area. It just sold off. Netflix, kind of the same thing. Sold off. Look, I even gave you the dotted line this morning. 566. I gave you that dotted line this morning and said, let's see if we get a pop up into that area, put in a lower high. And that's exactly what we did. This fell out of bed, and I didn't go back to Netflix. So I need to write down the 4 or 5 that I'm looking at. What else do we have? We said to pay attention for names that were like the indexes, like the Qs, if the Qs are pulling back. We remained short, so the short was the right move. Short was the right move. Apple? Man, that hurts though. Tesla. So we had Tesla, Save. I know there was more. I think we said the 50-day, right? I think we said the 50-day.
And for instance, they have rules saying you can't have content that's designed to incite violence. So there's some questions about that. And who knows what kind of deepfakes would be created either in a video form or a sort of still photo form. So I think that really depends on whether or not the content adheres
189.
to meta. I think if you could label something and say this is a fake image, then that's very different than trying to say, hey, look at what's happening here. Look, there's a polling place that's on fire. Don't go vote. And I think that's really the risk. People being discouraged to vote or perhaps pushed to vote for one person or another based on fake content.
Got it. Fascinating.
I don't know, but that was it. Save. There was a couple more there. It's unfortunate, man. I'm just, it's like 2 days gone by and I haven't made much, and there's been opportunity to be on it right at the bell, and it sucks because the markets are quiet. And I would like to start February off on like the right foot and like really, lay it on them. Look at Moderna. Moderna's nice and strong here. Let's go to a daily chart.
So AI replacing Bitcoin mining as the new energy hog. Pippa Stevens has a look at whether the energy grid is strong enough to keep up with this increasing demand. Just something else to strain this grid, Pippa.
Yeah, that's right, Courtney. When you think AI, big tech, and chips are probably what come to mind, but those chips are used in data centers, and those data centers need a whole lot of power. Electricity consumption from data centers could more than double
No.
in 2 years, topping
Sorry, I'm just trying to put this back here at the 100-day.
according to the IEA. Now, to put that in perspective, it's equivalent to all of Japan's power consumption. And for the U.S. specifically, BCG estimates that by the end of the decade,
That might be another short there on Moderna. Is that low volume? What are you watching? What are you guys watching? Let's see. Tucker Carlson confirms interview with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Yeah, there is, Ziggy. There is. And I'm frustrated that I told myself, yo, Save gets to $6. Grab calls about a month to 2 months out because something's going to happen. Either there's going to be buyout news or something. And I didn't flip and do it. And I literally looked at it a few times. And I just said, all right, I'll wait. Not yet. And what happens? I forget about it. So I need to just do it. And not like, it's just really irritable. Because I could be taking profit and had a really great day today. It's fudged. I'd be careful, buddy. I'd be careful going long the ES. I really would. I've already been long the ES today, and it's not fun. It's not fun. Trust me. I would go with the direction. Like, I would be a part of this. We need to know why it's doing this. Why did we get this? Like, we just took out everything we did today in 6 minutes, 8 minutes. What just happened? Border bill is the strongest this country has ever seen. Well, of course it is, because we ain't never seen one. So it ain't going to take much. But I just want you guys to know it's the strongest. It's the strongest regulation towards the border. In 92 years, it is the toughest we've had. Out of the 2 that have shown themselves. So the sample model isn't that great. There's not much of a sample model there. But yeah, I was talking and I ended up getting short by accident, Wiz. I got short by accident. I had my orders up and I accidentally hit it and market ordered in. And I didn't know about it for a little bit, and then I'm like, oh shit. Because I seen this here. I tried getting short. We're literally right there. I called it out. And I'm like, guys, SPY, short. And I couldn't get to it in time. And I thought about getting short yesterday. I think we can get down here. I think this is right where we're going. I'm going to be honest, Wiz. I think this is exactly where we're going. I think this is where she's going, right there. I think that's where she's going. Right there. I think she's going to touch that green box and reverse it. Flip it and reverse it. Look at the volume coming in. You got some nice volume coming in there. So we took profits on the short because we were short tomorrow 490s, I think, at 49 cents, 50 cents. And we took profits at like 53. 490. Yeah, they're 50 cents still right now. So, what do we... Damn it. That's it. Shit. SPY. This is a brick wall too, though. That's the other part to this, is that this is a brick wall. We're pretty much stuck. We're literally just stuck right there. We're stuck right there. We're just stuck. Which isn't good for the future, because I mean, it is kind of good, like, especially if we can break out and then we pull back to the top of it. You get back inside of this area, then it's gonna be like shit in the future. All right, this whole area is consolidation. If we can break this, we don't have much to stop us down to like 188.50. I'm sorry, 191. Come on. I don't know, guys. I apologize that we should have been long save. I missed AMD early off the bell. It's just hard for me to get to like enter like right off the bell because of what's happened in the past. Like, I don't know if I'm able to stay in the trade, if it's going to reverse on me. Like, there's always that, like, am I being patient enough? You know, but we can see here, this is a trend. They've been doing this. So if we see them do it again, we'll have to recognize it. What it is institutions are shorting and selling and doing it in a manner so that we get caught off guard. Retail traders can't take advantage of it.
Time for today's three stock lows. Three names on the move today.
LLY. LLY. Let's pull up a 2-minute. And let's go to here. And I'm going to scan the markets.
Senior Wealth Advisor with Payne Capital Management. Courtney, welcome. Let's have some fun. Let's start with Eli Lilly. Bertha Coombs covering that name. And Bertha, this is like a company that's going to be bigger than NVIDIA soon. It's unbelievable.
Could be part of the Magnificent Seven. Soon this morning, market cap topped over $700 billion. Shares coming off that fresh record high this morning. Eli Lilly's diabetes and weight loss drugs helped deliver beat on the top and the bottom line for the fourth quarter, with total sales coming in at $9.35 billion for the quarter. More than 1/4 of that driven by new product revenue, led by Lilly's diabetes GLP-1 treatment, Mounjaro, which
Tesla,
$2 billion. That's up more than
15-minute VWAP.
Even with what the company called intermittent delays for some doses.
I'm so mad.
The new weight loss version,
DWAC,
Zepbound,
it's pulling
just
back.
approved in November, notched over 175 million in sales. Of course, insurance coverage is key for these drugs. On the call, the company said that Zepbound already has about 35% access on commercial plans. They're working to boost that. And Lilly did raise its full-year guidance for 2024, but says it expects demand for its GLP-1s to continue to exceed supply, even as it looks to boost production. Brian?
All right, Bertha Coombs. Bertha, thank you very much. Yeah, unbelievable story, Courtney. It's made people a lot of money. So what is the trade now on Eli Lilly?
Yeah, and I'm actually optimistic on the healthcare space. I would be a buyer here at Eli
Look at
Lilly.
Apple pulling back.
They really beat expectations, and I think one thing you want to look at that's a trouble
All right,
in this
here
space
we
is
go.
the fact that a lot of their
I was looking at this a little bit ago.
Yet Eli Lilly has a really positive pipeline moving forward, and that's going to really
like I'm
help
gonna
their
get
further
sick.
growth. A really good example of that was when you saw Zepbound. Those sales are about $100 million more than expectation, just to show the kind of growth that they have going forward here. And I think my only hesitation with this would be that it is at a really high valuation, a lot more than its competitors, and how much of that optimism may already be priced in. And that's where, as an investor, I take a look at something like the IYH. Eli Lilly is the largest holding there, about 10% of that. But you can also get a lot of those other lower cost competitors as well, especially if there's M&A space and activity. You want to make sure you're owning a plethora of names.
Very interesting. I find all of these biotech names, pharma names, just so compelling, especially right now with everything going on.
I'm wondering if I should get a
Brutal opening word. That's not true.
if I should grab some Apple puts.
That's the joke.
Oh.
Thinking about Apple
Now over
puts.
to Spotify, the digital music streaming company posting Q4 earnings that beat expectations.
I know it sounds crazy.
Julie Borson is covering that one for us. What do you got on Spotify, Julia?
Hey, Courtney, well, Spotify shares surging higher. They were up a lot more. Now they're up about 3% today. Stock trading around an all-time high. This is on strong guidance and a surprise profit. 37 cents in adjusted earnings per share rather than the 21 cent per share loss that analysts had anticipated.
What would that
This
be?
follows
11,
the company
12?
laying off
Yeah, it was
17% of
it
its
was
staff
Neil
in
Kashkari.
December.
They're not going to say anything that we haven't
reporting its
heard.
strong user
That's
growth,
what I mean.
a
It's like the
15%
Fed can't
increase
say
in
anything,
paying
at least to the market.
subscribers ahead of expectations.
They're not going to
That's
say,
despite
like,
increased
now here's the
subscription
thing.
prices earlier this year.
If
So that
we
all
were-
adds up to higher average revenue.
If we were to get a piece of data and the data came out and then you had Neil Kashkari come out and comment, like if we had jobless claims and we had a third consecutive week of initial jobless claims jumping up to like a crazy level, then you would hear them say, yeah, we need to start looking at these jobless claims because this is the third week in a row where we just had a huge jump in unemployment or initial jobless claims. We want to start looking at that. We don't want that to progress. Bang, market goes higher because because it would include like, hey, let's price in a scenario where if the initial jobless claims comes in again higher than expected, then they are going to start more so thinking about rates or any other thing. Like, but right now it's like we don't have data, so it's like we just want to see stay where we're at for a little bit longer. Like, you guys got to understand, the Fed meeting isn't for another like month and a half, 2 months. Technically, because I think it's at the end of March or at the end of May. March. I think it's March. March 24th. I think it is. I'm getting tired. What's new? At least I didn't fall asleep with that Red Bull. At least that Red Bull didn't knock me out. Yeah, March 20th. You just up. I got that stupid ass song in my head with that stupid ass beat. Apple, you don't believe in the new future? I mean, I believe in the future. I'm just looking for a pullback. Like, here's what I'm looking for is just a pullback to get, I'm looking for a trade down to here, and then I take it off, and then I look for the long back to the 50-day, right? Pull it back, long, and then we meet the 50-day, like right here. It's about painting the picture, right? Here's your 50-day. Right, here's your 50-day. If we do not get through this level, I like to pull it back. It would consolidate. So what would that happen? If the stock pulls back, if Apple pulls back, that's going to pull this back. If this goes up, it's going to pull it down as it's trying to go up. And it should meet like right in here. Right, I think, oh my gosh. I think the 50-day and Apple will probably meet like right here. Both together, right there. If I'm right. Or, worst case, like, no. Undo. Or they meet like right here. Right? Or the 50-day and Apple meet there. It's one of the two. I think they're either going to meet in this area at that time, or they meet here. Or they meet there. So either way, I have Apple at 189, 190 area. I'm just wondering if we could get a pullback. That's all. I don't know.
No matter your situation, jacuzzi bath remodel has
Just because we haven't tested the 100-day. Like, not just because I think we can get a pullback, but because, like, we have not tested the 100-day and made it support yet. This level or this level. If you go back to, like, a 5-10 minute, you're going to see that we have not, like, we just left. We just went. We just screamed to the upside and said bye. Like, we got to go back home to close the door. We didn't turn the stove off and close the front door and lock the door up. We got to go back. We got to go fix what we did back there and solidify us leaving. All right? That's how you can picture it. Right? Apple did not lock the front door, and the stove is still on. So, we look for the reversal. We look for the pullback. At least to here. Right? At least to the 100-day. And then we look to get a bounce, and then meet the 50-day moving average wherever it is. And by then, we'll see what type of news we have, don't have. You know, maybe we'll just go to new highs again. Who knows? So, I still think there's a pullback waiting. Say you made this whole level support. You made this level support. You made this level support and resistance. When we left, you made it support. Right? You made it support. You pulled back support, and then you just rallied. Boop. You left. Like, you did not touch. Like, you have resistance, but this did not pull back to the 100-day and or VWAP. It never tested it. It just left. So, that was funny, though. Oh, it must be out. They didn't have bolts.
I'll read the one conclusive sentence from the NTSB. It says 4 bolts that prevent upward movement of the door plug were missing before the plug moved. They weren't there. Why? Well, it turns out back in September of 2023, there were 5 damaged rivets on the door frame of the door plug. So Boeing went about.
That's not good. That's not good. Oh, man. It's fucking 2:30. I think that's going to be it for me. It's getting close to it. I just don't think we're going to get any more movement.
This came out about a week ago. It was leaked out that there was likely to be a conclusion that bolts were not in the door, and that's what we have from the NTSB. A preliminary conclusion that the Alaska Airlines door plug, which was ripped off in mid-flight, was missing 4 bolts. That was the primary reason why it was ripped off mid-flight.
So they are very lucky, and whoever was on that plane is lucky that they weren't sitting there. 2, that they weren't sitting there.
And I was on a MAX 9 Sunday night. I take that as good news in a weird way because I feel like it sounds like this might have just been a one-plane issue. This one plane needed maintenance. They screwed up. Let's be clear. It sounds like somebody made
No, it wasn't that the plane needed maintenance. This is Boeing working on it in September of 23 before they delivered it in November. So
All right, so what I'm listening to is what they were saying, guys.
A preliminary that the Alaska Airlines door plug, which was ripped off in mid-flight, was missing 4 bolts. That was the primary
They're just so lucky that somebody sitting in the seat wasn't sitting in the seat, had no seatbelt, didn't get sucked out, the door didn't take somebody's head off. It could have, like, flipped and got thrown back inside the plane.
And I was on a MAX 9 Sunday night. I take that as good news in a weird way because I feel like it sounds like this might have just been a one-plane issue. This one plane needed maintenance. They screwed up. Let's be clear. It sounds like somebody made
No, it wasn't that the plane needed maintenance. This is Boeing working on it in September of 23 before they delivered it in November. So it may be a one-off, but the disturbing part of this, Brian, is if you are Alaska or United or any other customer, you do not expect that a plane is delivered to you missing bolts on the door plug.
Of course not.
So yeah, I mean, you could look at this from...
So why the hell is this going up? This is what I hate about.
They were damaged. So this one single plane had an issue that needed to be fixed. It was fixed incorrectly. Let's be very clear, by Boeing, but in some weird way, I felt like that because that rivet issue, unless that is a pervasive problem on others, and maybe it is, it felt like this might have been a one-off thing.
There are tens of thousands of rivets on these aircraft, and part of the job as they are moving through the line is to make sure that they all are in conformance. And in this case, they saw some that were damaged, needed to be fixed, so they took off the door plug in order to have access to the door frame to fix those rivets. And according to the NTSB report, when they put the door plug back in place, there are 4 bolts that hold it to keep it from moving up and out. They weren't put back in because they weren't there when the accident took place, when the incident took place midair, and the pressurization forced the door plug just to be ripped off of the plane.
Wow. It's fascinating stuff.
Gosh,
Scary,
man, I'm
but
getting
I'm glad we know
tired.
more.
I just
Hopefully
don't.
the same mistakes won't be repeated, and we won't have new ones either. Thank you very much, Phil.
You bet.
I don't know what to do, guys. It feels like this might just about be it, guys.
Yes, welcome back. Well, by the way, welcome back.
You know, the markets are just trading sideways.
Today, President Xi Jinping.
There's not much going on. I may just hang it up and wait until tomorrow.
Slow-moving or fast-moving collapse. For more on what is moving and why, let us bring in Eunice Yoon, who is live from Beijing. Eunice, good to see you.
Hey, Ryan. Well, that rally is really across the board for anything that is China related, especially when it comes to some of the biggest and most valuable Chinese companies. A lot of that is because they have been pummeled so terribly since the end of last year. Alibaba and Tencent lost a combined market cap of $31 billion, and this is coming as Amazon and Meta in the same period gained $510 billion. So that gives
Spy's
you
not
some
moving.
context. But Chinese authorities are now apparently trying to restore market confidence. The country's regulator unveiled new curbs on what they describe as malicious.
I'm gonna look at
short
Nvidia,
selling.
some
A state fund
semiconductors,
expanded
and
purchases of the ETFs of onshore stocks. And
I wanna
the
get up out of
authorities
this
here have
seat.
also vowed to guide,
Oxy,
they said, institutional investors
pulling back.
to buy more shares. In the
Disney.
past year, the stock markets that are China related had a terrible time.
Look at
Shanghai was
Disney.
down, in the double digits, 14% Hong Kong, 24% Shenzhen.
I'm just missing them all today. I'm missing them all. All the runners.
We could potentially see more action on the market or on the economy because of those reports that President Xi would be getting a debrief from financial regulators potentially sometime this week on the stock market. Not very clear, though, as to whether or not that would result in concrete measures. And there definitely seems as though there's a need to address some of this market pessimism. In fact, just to give you a sense of how frustrated people are, in the past couple of days, a lot of China investors have been going to the U.S. Embassy website to comment on a social media post on giraffes, random. But the reason for that is because they just don't really have any other place to complain here, or very few outlets. So a lot of those comments have been about the stock market, the economy, their frustration with it, and a lot of others liking.
My favorite Eunice Yoon reports are when Eunice Yoon reports about Eunice Yoon.
I wish there was like a place we could go to in the market with stupid volatility. Like, they should designate HKD, throw some options on it, make it a little liquid, and every day it moves 5 to 10 points every day. I think it should be a law. We should have one stock or like one sector that goes crazy stupid every day for days that are inside out, that we can always go to and, you know, do what we need to do.
To bring it back.
Okay.
It's true.
On a
It's
serious
true.
note,
don't
because
see
I
you,
always,
but I still
my
laugh.
favorite Eunice Yoon reports are when Eunice Yoon reports about Eunice Yoon. And you did so much great stuff during COVID, which we can't even imagine. So you're out and about, right? We get all this anecdotal
Yes,
data. And I'm
you're right.
sorry, I'm not sure I trust all the data. What do you see? Are people optimistic? Are the restaurants full? Like, you're there.
No. I mean, it's just, it's one of the biggest changes that I've seen in the past several years here in China, where almost every conversation in the past has been about, well, things will get better. And then right after, during COVID, it was rough. But then right after COVID, people were still really pessimistic. And a lot of the conversations that I have today are about what am I going to do? Even after like the Lunar New Year, are the jobs really going to be there? If you go to the restaurants, they're pretty empty still. Some places they could be kind of busy, but it's a lot of restaurants that used to have really long lines have reduced their size. They have smaller spaces, so it's just a very different feel here compared to before.
See, that's she's in there. Why look at data when we got Eunice Yoon, who actually lives there and knows what's going on? And that Eunice Yoon is the best Eunice Yoon. Eunice, thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's get over to Leslie Picker for a CNBC News update. Hi, Les.
Hey, Court. Jennifer Crumbly, whose son killed 4 in a Michigan school shooting rampage in 2024, found guilty today of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter in an unprecedented case of a parent being held criminally responsible in a school shooting. Her husband faces a separate trial on the same charges. She faces up to 15 years in prison for each of the 4 counts.
I'm trying to get they're not doing anything. GLD. Sorry, hold on 1 second. I keep turning off my phone and I'm eating.
If you're like me, one of the millions suffering from pain caused by migraine, Nurtec ODT may help.
Alright, there we go.
It's the only medication that can treat a migraine when it strikes and prevent migraine attacks. Treat and prevent all.
This really sucks, man. I'm so mad that I did not go long save. I know I keep repeating myself. The markets aren't doing anything right now, guys. You can look and see what earnings we have this afternoon. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I guess the week will get better. You know what's cool is we have Alibaba earnings in the morning. There are a lot of winners today. If you guys knew where to look, there is, like, Roblox is trying to hold the downtrend of that ascending wedge. This could be a sign that Roblox earnings might be pretty damn good. I know Mike said he made 10 grand on GEH, which is that healthcare General Electric. I forgot about that. It was a big move. Like, it's so, like, either Roblox is about to reject and go back down, or it's going to do pretty well. We noticed last earnings season that you could pretty much tell, you know, what their earnings were going to be for the most part. No, I want to remove the drawing. I'm curious. I am curious how Christmas was for Roblox. What do you guys think? Do you guys think how do you think Roblox is going to do? You know, and it does depend on their guidance, but more so than anything else. But they could just raise guidance for the hell of it, and you know, take profits as a CEO or something. And oh, sorry, we didn't do that well like we thought we were going to do. You do have some resistance here, right there. KSS. Talking about a sale or something through Kohl's.
Let's talk about the future of the engine, because my simple question is, does
All right. So again, this is a sell the news here. They're pushing Kohl's to do a sale. I think last time the sale price was like $50 a share they wanted or something like that. This is the most easiest damn chart in the world, ain't it? Look at that. There's your levels. Oh, I forgot one. Sorry. Right there. That's it. Every $1.50. Every dollar. Something like every 50 cents. Just boop, 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 boop.
The highs now 6% at 27.05 as former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper
Canadian Prime Minister.
is pushing Kohl's to sell itself, according to Reuters. That's Kilo Sandy.
You need to sell yourself. That's funny. That's so funny. Would you do that to your daughter, bro? Would you tell your daughter to sell herself?
Rejected acquisition offers as high as $64 per share back in 2020.
Yes, I remember that. It was, he said, all right, so they just said on the Squawk Box that they ignored offers of up to $64 a share. I knew it was like 55. So do we take a little bit of a long on this to see if they could get a buyout of like 35, 40 bucks? It could happen. It could happen. 35, 40. Let's look. Let's see what the contracts are, and let's buy some cheap out of the money stocks. March. Give me 50. 55. No, not 155. 55. Not 555 either. Oh my God. 140? 150?
And I'm just wondering, what is the blend going to be between electrification and the hydrocarbon, whether it's
Dude.
renewable natural gas?
Oh, there must not be any more past $35. Okay, so the last was 5 cents. Somebody got filled at 5 cents. What are we on? March, February? No, I don't want to be on February. I want March. It only goes to... What is going on here? I thought I went farther out of the money. $240, $235. Yeah, there is no more. They're asking 200. Look, okay, so we could probably get like a 35. Shit, we could get like a 33, 32. So I'm thinking about, where's it at? Where's it at right now? Alright, so they're pulling back. Because we could wait for this to pull back. This will be another one that I'll forget. I know I will. I know I will. January 25. Look at this. They're last 80 cents for next year for leaps on this. You would definitely probably see a buyout by then. That's funny. He said, I need to get that options chain moving, y'all. Let me just come out and say something like, y'all need to sell yourself. I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm not going to waste my money on it.
Company will dive into the brand's second chance for life when Power Lunch returns.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Grayscale.
I can't wait to eat. I think, again, there's not really much going on here in the markets today. I mean, other than the short squeezes that I didn't know about. Save. All right, save. It's just been a monster. I'm not sure if you'll get a gap up. I'm really upset that when we got down here, we got back down to $6, and I said, I told myself, you need to buy calls when you get back down to $6. I preached it to y'all, I preached it to myself, and I completely forgot. I had all these days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I had nearly 2 weeks to do so. Almost 2 weeks to buy it down there and get calls for like a month out, 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out. So we were going over earnings. We have Ford. You have a lot of earnings that are coming up. What's today? Tuesday?
It's a variable, a symbol of flexibility, solving for.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do y'all like that. Gilead. Watch Moderna. Moderna's going to move off of Gilead. MicroStrategy. Coinbase is going to move off of MicroStrategy. Enphase. You can watch Sunrun. Solar Edge. Lumen Technology. I think just Lumen may or may not move. Snapchat. Ford. Chapadal. However you pronounce that. Chapadal. Prudential, H&R Block. Not sure how H&R Block is still even in business. Western Union. I mean, hey, listen. With all the migrants coming in, Western Union should be popping off. With the transfers of money. Western Union should be popping off. With all these illegals coming in. We all must not know. Y'all must not know. Oh shit, that sucks. What are they doing to this thing? There's definitely a problem because every immigrant that has a family back home uses Western Union. Why is Western Union down? Migration is on a rise, okay? A lot of migrants are coming or moving around, so they should be using Western Union. What's going on here? I don't trust this chart, or I don't trust the business. There's something going on. This thing should be popping off right now. You should be getting 10 baggers out of Western Union, so. Cincinnati Financial Group. That's another divvy play. What is that, CFI? I think it is. CINF. 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 PLTR. Yo, we are coming to all-time highs. Like, this thing could start going. Alright, I think Palantir has room to 2242. I do. I think it's got room to 2242. Shit. There is something about her. I don't know what it is. And I may be alone on that. But Deirdre? Her?
Amazon Health Services announcing adjustments that will result in elimination of a few hundred roles within Amazon.
That just wasn't the case. I'm just saying that's what the letter
case.
kind of implied, and it turns
It
out
wasn't
that
the
wasn't
case
it.
that
So
they gave
I
me.
don't know. I don't know who's going to help Newman finance this thing. I don't know what the future is. What I'm saying is that many people still use WeWork. It's a great office space. What does it look like in its next iteration? I do know there's people who would like to see Newman go back. I just don't know if that's a realistic possibility.
Wow, it's just wild. It's wild
I
stuff.
feel like I've talked myself in circles again.
Brian and I were just looking at each other like, do you have any questions? Yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I think we're out of time. Dee, thank you so much. Keep following this for us.
Will do.
Still ahead, the war on DEI. Black representation on Wall Street has jumped over the past few years.
Do I
but
buy
some worry
it?
that
I think I
progress
might buy
could be
it.
in
I don't think
danger.
we have
Frank
anything
Holland will
stopped.
give
If
us
we
that
can
story
pull back
next.
and hold
And during
2180,
February, we're celebrating
I will
Black
try and buy
Heritage.
this
Here
real
is
quick.
Intel Chief Legal Officer April Miller-Boyce on her story.
PLTR. PL to the R.
My maternal grandmother was one of 6 sisters, and they came from Columbia, South Carolina, and we called them the Lewis Girls, and they were fiercely independent women, and I really, because of them, grew up believing that I could be anything that I wanted to be, so having that foundation was really incredibly important.
And black people say they have it tough. Y'all black people say y'all have it tough. Grow up as a white person and say, you ain't doing shit with your life. You suck. You ain't doing shit with your life. Go dig a hole. Here's a cigarette. You know what? Go take a beer if you want one too. You ain't doing shit. You can't do shit. I'm just joking. Just joking, okay? Because I know that that's both parties. That's black, that's white. Might even be Chinese too. Or Asian. Get that shovel and go dig a hole. You guys want to? We can try to bring up some of these earnings whispers, see what we have going on today. Like, we know the earnings, but you have Ford, you have a lot. She said, I could be whatever I wanted to be. Damn right, you go, girl. I wish we all could feel like that. All right, so let's see here.
So we have seen some progress, an increase in black senior managers and employees overall on Wall Street since 2019. But the so-called war on DEI is impacting some programs that help to fuel that increase.
All right, we're going to keep it racial. I won't comment, I promise.
DEI campaigns were designed to improve diversity at companies, but now some of those programs are under fire.
PLTR
even
did
among
pull back.
public billionaires. Mark Cuban and Elon Musk have been swiping at each other on X, formerly known as Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Musk has said that DEI must die. Cuban has said that when done well, DEI will make companies better and more profitable.
So far looking
Bring in
good
Frank
with
Collin now for a
upgrades,
look at
$8.
how the
Yeah.
backlash is starting to impact the
I
movement.
think.
Hey, Brian, you know, the impact maybe
I think Apple's going to be
but first I wanna
fine.
focus on some of the data. So
I
we have
think
seen some progress, an
that's
increase
China's
in black senior
problem,
managers
and I think
employees
China can
overall
do
on
what
Wall
they
Street
want.
since 2019.
Right.
But the so-called war on
This
DEI
goes back to just
affecting some
government.
programs that help to fuel that increase. Companies are
They just tried to say they can't have it in government places.
a lawsuit against the Fearless Fund. His claim, the VC that focuses on black female startups, is guilty of racial discrimination.
No, we've already seen the financial impact of this lawsuit on us. We have had somewhere upwards of 8 figures of potential commitments being removed just due to litigation. People have dropped out left and right.
So the concerns over legal risk are certainly a real thing. Also, the Supreme Court decision
What?
against affirmative action is just another factor.
Black
The Black
Economic Alliance.
released
Why
a
are we
legal toolkit to
segregating
help companies
people?
Evaluate their DEI
Come
strategy.
on.
Co-chair Charles Phillips says
White, Asian,
CEOs,
black.
they're not eliminating DEI,
Come on.
but some are recalibrating and rebranding.
This is
But
segregation.
Right now, people feel like, let me step back a second and reassess. Not everybody. There are some CEOs who've called us and said, we're going to keep plowing ahead. We may talk about it differently. Some of them want to reassure us because they'd make commitments to us. And I said, fine, however you have to do it, as long as the work is getting done, you can call it what you want to call it.
I've spoken with a number of pipeline programs,
know.
including MLT,
Maybe
one of
I'm
the
just
biggest.
not
They tell me they have seen a change
woke
in
enough, or
enthusiasm,
I don't
but
even know why
last
you
year
would have
MLT
this.
saw a
I don't even
60%
know what this
increase
is
in
for.
student placements from Wall Street banks to other big companies, including Apple and Nike.
So Frank, if you say that they're doing some recalibrating, what exactly, can you give us some specifics of,
They
how
have
they're
not
looking
had-
at this now as opposed to in the past?
Unless I'm looking
Well,
at this
I just want to be
wrong.
clear. Charles Phillips, others have told me that companies that have been committed to DEI, they remain committed to DEI. Some have looked for opportunities to maybe pull back on their efforts. So with that said, the companies that remain committed, sometimes they just have to call it something else. Maybe it's not so much focused on race or ethnicity or gender, but there's some other factor. But the general
Yeah,
idea
I
here
like
is that
airlines.
there's
I
many
like
companies
airlines
believe
too. I
that
like
there's
trading
untapped
them.
talent out there, and if they create programs, they can tap into it, and that will help their company increase profits, increase leads, just increase things overall to their benefit.
Okay, I got it. Frank, thank you very much. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
bringing us that. It's an important issue.
I think that's sick. I think that's pretty fucking sick. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what it's about. I don't know. But like, it just doesn't feel right. Like, what is it? Is it a group of where you have a bunch of black people that you can choose from? Here, let me call these up and let me go get some black people. Like, what is? What are we going back to slavery again? Am I crazy? If somebody wants to apply, black, white, Asian, whatever, you know, at least I haven't seen it in my life. And some of the people that I worked for in the past, there wasn't this racial disparity of like, I only want white people. I only want Mexicans. I only want Spanish. I only want black. You go to the Apple I'm at, you got black, white, goof, gay, lesbian. They got them all in there. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Just the fact that you even just have segregation with things like that, it's kind of like, where did we come to? Where did we go wrong? Because when I was growing up, there were black ladies, black men, white women, all doing the same job, hanging out together. Now you go to our great-grandparents, it's a little bit different, right? They didn't have hate or anything. You know, they were born in a time when the transition was, like, happening. But, I don't know. Anyway, DAL. Yes, airlines are awesome to trade. All airlines are good, and I've tried to say this, Mike, and I'm glad you bring that up. Because I've tried to say over and over that if anybody has a small account, if you have $1,000, 5,000, I don't care if you got $100. Go to places like Ford, Delta Airlines, American Airlines. Like, some of these names can make you a good amount of money and start getting some, some liquidity under that belt. These things can be really good to trade. They can. They can be really good to trade. I was kind of hoping to see what Boeing was going to do after that report, but I don't think it moved anywhere. I'm just a little frustrated that, like, the day has gone by, and for the second day, I missed... Like, they just sold this thing right off the bell, and I wasn't ready for it. So I feel like I got to do my work and get prepared for tomorrow and Thursday. Because we don't have any data. We don't have anything that I can say, all right, this comes out. We do have jobless claims Thursday, but that's Thursday. I got to find something that I think I could, like, make some money on. Like whether it's a swing trade or something. Like, I feel like I've already missed AMD. I don't know if it's just me or not, but I feel like I've missed AMD. I tried to get it this morning. It was on our watch list, and it just fell out of bed. It just fell out of bed. I felt like I missed Tesla. This is tempting. There's going to be a lot of people that are tempted to take the long right now on Boeing. And I want to see if it breaks. I wonder if I could take a short on Boeing right now. There's news out. Well, there's
NTSB's work and will review. Appreciates NTSB's work and will review their findings expeditiously. It's BA Boeing.
JP Morgan. JP Morgan is another one. Damn it. I would have been right on that short there. Oh, good old Anastasia. At least there's something better than me to look at.
Also watching Community Bank
I'm gonna browse. If I see something, I'll let you guys know. If you guys see something,
Treasury
let me
Secretary
know, I
Janet
guess.
Yellen on the Hill today, saying she is watching that situation around regional banks and commercial real estate closely.
You may have a few more.
But thinks it's manageable. Those are her words. Also,
You may have a few more dollars out of Palantir.
Following comments from Loretta
Possibly.
Mester, the Cleveland Fed president suggesting rate cuts, quote, later this year are likely appropriate, while also throwing some cold water on the idea of that first one coming in March. It takes us to our talk of the tape. The state of this rally, whether it really matters, whether it's broad enough. Let's ask Anastasia Amoroso, iCapital's chief investment strategist, with me here at Post 9. Welcome back.
Good to see you, Scott.
That's the debate.
Y'all know Anastasia, right?
Roads lead to that.
How can you
Too
not know
narrow
her?
or no big deal?
Well, it is Tenera once again, and it's the new year, new hopes, but it's the same story, which is, as you know, we've all been calling for the broadening of the rally, and whether it's unprofitable tech, whether it's equal cap S&P 500, equal weight S&P 500, none of that is delivered. But it boils down to one simple thing, which is we don't know when the Fed is going to cut rates. And there's obviously greater hopes that the Fed may cut in March. That's now having to get pushed back. So that's why a lot of those catch-up trades are in the
we have
holding
nothing.
pattern.
And even the Fed members, they don't mean shit.
Sticking with a playbook,
You know,
that
unless
works.
you get the
You know,
Philly
mega
guy.
cap tech works because they have revenue growth, and obviously that's accelerating. They have now buybacks. They
think,
also have dividends. So why fix what's not broken?
So
It's
the
not
answer to the
Harkin.
question
Fed,
we have there on the screen, does bad breath in the
Philly
market,
Fed.
does it matter?
It might be
We said
Harkin.
it's the same, but does it matter?
I don't think it matters as long as the big tech leadership delivers. And obviously, going into last week, we've seen some mixed messages from parts of that complex. But when Meta came out, when Microsoft came out, when Amazon delivered, that clearly tells you that this leadership is not frothy. It's not just by accident, but I think it is sustainable.
We fed Harker.
Now, clearly,
we got him.
Like
He
to
will
see
talk
other parts
some
of the market
serious
to
talk, guys.
participate.
Be
And by
aware
the way,
for
Scott,
him.
There's also a point to be made on positioning. As much as everybody's maybe uncomfortable with the leadership and it's being so narrow, guess where people are putting their money? They're
So
putting
there's
it
a
in tech.
Barkin and
If
a
you look at the
Harkin?
fund flows over the last 12 months,
Am I getting this right? There's a Barkin and a Harkin.
technology. If you look at the call
Hold on.
options that are being bought, last week was tremendous volumes in big tech, and that's what
No,
retail
there's a
investors are
Barkin and a
chasing. So
Harker.
as long as that's where the crowd goes, I think it works.
I can't even say that
Does it
right.
weaken the foundation of the market? Does it weaken the foundation of the rally if the upper floors
Harker and a
are
Barker.
putting more
Let's
and
see what
more
it says.
weight on themselves?
Yeah, I
Fed
mean, I don't
Harker
think it's sustainable in the
and
long term, right?
Barker.
Because at some point, if those big heavy hitters carry the whole weight of the market, their valuations will get to levels that raise eyebrows. And you can't point to PE ratios adjusted for growth and say that's okay. So I do think at some point that should change. But Scott, to that point, I think it will. We clearly pushed back the expectations for the March rate cut. But by the way, once we get to March, that's still 2 PCE reports away. And I think when it comes to March, the Fed is not going to be able to sit there and say, well, we're not yet confident.
I
When
think there
inflation
is.
hits
I'm not going
2.6%,
crazy. I am
as
going
we
crazy,
expect
aren't
by
I?
the end of March, I think
I'm
the Fed
going
will have to
crazy.
change its tune.
So you make the argument, as I
Yes,
said at the very
Fed
top,
Barkin
that one of our guests today
and
says
Harkin,
now's the
or
time
Harker.
to buy the dip in
Barkin,
those
Harker.
catch-up trades, the underperformers. Why is now the time? Because others would argue, if they were going to work, they
Barkin?
would have already worked, and maybe you need to
At
wait
12
for
and
that first
Barkin.
rate cut before you feel confident enough to buy those stocks.
I
He
don't
usually
think you
talks
wait,
on a
because
Friday.
As you know, the market's pricing things in advance.
He's like a
and
Friday
normally-
Fed guy. He likes to come out on
and
a
well, I
Friday.
mean, that's what we've
All
been
right,
doing for the last
yeah,
3 or 4
Fred
months.
Harker
But I think what's likely to happen in the next
and
couple of
Barker.
months
Let's
is
see
as
Barker.
we wait for the March meeting, we're going to whipsaw around. We're probably going to chop around, and we're going to be
Nope,
just
there is
so
no
glued
Barker.
to the
Why is-
PCE
Did they get it
reports
wrong?
And the Fed speak and all of that, and that's probably
They
not
spelled
gonna
his
move
name
us
wrong.
all that much
Fed
because
Barkin.
data is strong and the Fed is uncertain.
Barkin.
But once we get to
Barkin,
March, and
Barker.
if we're right saying that
Sorry,
the
guys,
Fed
I know
is
you're
not
trying to
gonna be
listen
able
to her. I'm
deny
sorry.
progress on inflation, they're not going to be able to say we're not yet
Oh,
confident when
this
every
guy.
measure of inflation
This
you look
guy.
at is on the path to 2%. I think that's
guy
what
doesn't
will
even
catalyze
matter.
the stocks. Now, I don't think today is the only day that you have the opportunity to buy them.
I don't
but
even
over
know if
the
he's a
next
voting
month and
member.
a
He
half,
might be,
I would
but-
be buying in and stepping in and buying those areas of weakness leading into the March FOMC.
Do you think it matters if they go in March or if they go in May or June, as long as you know that the likelihood appears to be that they are going to cut rates this year?
I don't think it matters.
All right, so what I'm doing
all
is
that
going in
much.
the
I mean,
SPY and
clearly
see if
some
we
of the
can try to
catch-up
get an
trades we're
hourly
talking
trade.
about, I'd rather
I don't
them
think
go
that I'm going to
sooner
be
rather than
doing
later.
anything,
But
guys.
for the
Look
economy,
at the
I think
volume.
If they deliver the rate cuts in the
I
first
may
half of the
try
year,
to
I
put
think
on a-
that's preemptive enough. Scott, we talked
It
about
may
kind of
be-
the piles of debt that are out there, and the reason I'm not concerned about
It
this
may be a
very
little
moment is
gambly
because they will likely
because
be
we don't
refinanced
have
at lower
anything.
rates if the Fed delivers the rate cuts in the first half of the year.
Well, I mean, that might be a big if. There are.
I wouldn't
still
mind getting
concerns
some
about
puts
commercial
up
real
there at
estate. I mean, you heard
493.50.
The Treasury Secretary today,
Or I'm sorry,
herself,
490
Janet Yellen on Capitol Hill, saying, I'm concerned about
494.
it. She used the words manageable.
Like in between there.
But nobody truly knows what
Like
the
right
fallout is
here.
going to be
Let's
there.
see if we can not get there.
I think people are starting
Where did
to
my
figure it out,
dailies go
though,
to?
Because we've been talking about commercial real estate for over the course of the last year, and where the problems in commercial real estate are, they're in the office space. 17 or 18% vacancies. That's what's going to be really hard to refinance at the same values as before. But you look at multifamily, where vacancy rates are 4 or 5%. That's not the issue. If you look at data centers, if you look at logistics, all of those are huge areas of growth. And then, also, Scott, if I look at the debt service coverage ratios, even if rates stay around these levels, double what they were when those loans were first taken out, most of those commercial real estate properties can still refi, can still cover those interest rate costs.
Bottom line it.
She's
You're
so
positive on the
nice.
market.
Yeah, I'm positive
Right?
in the market. I'm positive in the market. I think we've obviously come a long way in a short amount of time. I think we are due for a pause, a consolidation. But what do you do in the meantime? You hold some of those winners, but I think you start legging into some of those
You're
laggards
kidding
in
me.
anticipation of March and that first rate cut.
All right, let's expand the conversation.
Oh,
Bring
no,
in
that's
Greg
for
Branch of
tomorrow.
Veritas Financial Group. and
got
Keith Lerner
numbers.
of Truist Wealth. Greg's a CNBC contributor.
No, we want.
Both are here.
want
at Post 9, which
Anastasia.
We're so happy about. It's good to see
We
both
heard
of
from you
you
yesterday or 2
So,
days
Greg,
ago.
You heard everything that Anastasia had to say. I
did.
Yes,
Finishing
we
with
did.
She's positive on the market. And your response is?
Look, there were some things that Anastasia said that I do agree with, and there are certain things that I would obviously differ with. The first I'd say is that it is actually very important when those cuts occur. We're looking at 12% EPS growth right now in consensus for the year, and if we have those cuts earlier in the year, obviously it's more likely that we can achieve that. If we don't have those cuts sooner in the year and they actually come in the fourth quarter as I expect, there's probably no path to 12% earnings growth across the market.
Talk about CNBC being really late on a report out of Boeing.
That was decimated by the end of the quarter to 1.6%, which is where we're at right now.
Sorry,
That actually
Mike.
used to matter. Downward revisions of that magnitude, and I think that they will matter.
Oh my
again
God, I
when
heard
the
that. I
market
didn't think about
returns
Toby
away
Keith.
from the
Oh
euphoria
shit.
Of thinking that we have a new paradigm on inflation.
Oh my gosh,
Remember, we
that's
had
crazy.
That jobs report of 150,000. We're now back in the 300,000 numbers. Wage growth had come in. It's now
I
back at
have
60
not.
bips.
I mean, I
And
looked
so
to see
think
what the
away from
earnings
euphoria,
were.
We're setting new paradigms.
I looked to see what the earnings were, but I have not. Holy shit, Toby Keith. Are you? That's. See, I heard it, and the market was open. And it didn't click. It didn't click. I didn't realize it was Toby Keith that they said. That's crazy. That's insane. It really is. I wonder why or how. I guess he might have. You know what's weird? Because we haven't heard from him in a while. Like, you haven't seen him out, like, anywhere, or, like, at least I haven't. So I wonder if he was hurt and where at? On the SPY? Hold on, I don't have it up. See if we can't catch a scalp and get some of this cake back. No, we ain't breaking out of shit. You got to get up through here. You got to break out, pull back, and then maybe consider a breakout. You're at a tough area right there. You're at a tough area. I would... Shit, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Hold on. It was a nice breakout. I ended up taking profits on that. I made a peanut. I feel. I've done that before. No, Wiz, I know. And I was scared for it. This is why, like, when I came into the week, I was like, I kind of wanted to focus on earnings plays. That way we had a reason to move the name. Like right now, Boeing, they're not even moving Boeing. And you're getting, like, the NTSB report. Like, it said that saying that it was Boeing's fault. And here they are running this thing up. And I don't know if that's because of the Dow. The Dow's moving sideways. It does really stink. It does stink when things are like this. Last night on Bloomberg, the way that they were talking, they had nothing, literally nothing to talk about. So they were talking about what traders were waiting for and expecting. Like, it was funny to just hear them go because there wasn't anything they could talk about. You know, they didn't have Boeing to bring up. They didn't have, like, news on Tesla or anything. What stocks am I talking about? What's that, for earnings? Oh, I did not mean to do that. I didn't mean to write RBA. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to put in BABA, I think. Yeah, I didn't mean to put that in the chat. That was my bad. SPR report, yeah. SPR report, earnings, and has plenty of cash. The SPR report, that is the energy report, right? You're talking about? Why do I know the SPR report? That is the, is that our was this morning? Yes, I know we had Redbook this morning.
major turning point, so that doesn't scare me. And looking at forward 12-month earning estimates, they just hit a record high as well. So I look at that overall picture saying the economy is pushing forward. Forward earning estimates are
17.5 trillion. 17 previously 17.2. 9. I'm not even sure how to read that. We haven't seen these type of numbers. Why? What does SPR stand for? Why am I? Listen, forgive me. Right here, global supply chain pressures.
For the Fed, I think, has changed over the course of this hiking regime, don't you think?
Oh yeah, okay.
Let me actually put my own words in my own mouth. It's not that I hang on this as a problem. It's that I think that two things cannot exist together. It cannot exist together, but you have an economy running.
Securities position reports, security position depository, trust company providers, blah blah, trustees, third party variable information, blah blah blah, DTCs. Security position reports, SPR reports, okay. This sucks. Wiz, this sucks. I know, bro. I know. Again, earnings. That's the only thing I'm going to go back to. Because now we're going to start having some fun because we're going to be having some fun names. Ford, Snapchat, Enphase, MicroStrategy, Gilead, Fortinet, Chipotle's, and like I said, Gilead will have Moderna that we could play off of that. MicroStrategy, Coinbase will move off of that. Tomorrow morning is where it gets really fun. I'm excited about tomorrow. I'm ready to trade Roblox, Uber, and Alibaba. Wednesday, also, after hours, PayPal, Disney, Spirit, ARM. All these names trade really good. They trade really good. Like, they put in nice setups. They pull back, hold their supports. It's not like a mess, right? It's not like, oh, this thing went $4 or $5. Or I got like a 75-cent range. We still have McDonald's, so don't forget about them and forget about some of the names we had last week. Look at McDonald's underneath the 200-day. That's not good. This might be a pullback on McDonald's. I might try to take a swing on this if it stays rejecting it. Am I ridiculous for thinking about doing this in the afternoon? I don't know if I want to waste money on this just in case it gaps up and we open up in front of like 285. Even though that's about where it's at. Oh shit, thank you, Mike. I'm sorry. Thank you. I forgot about SoFi, that's why. Because I forgot about it. I have so many names running through my head. Oh, that's not good, bro. I think you might have met your match. Listen, if you're in this name, I'm not going to get in it because I don't want to ruin it for you. But I think that's it. I think that 200-day, personally, I think this might be it. This is a nice area of support here. Could be. I just don't know if it's going to... Come on.
So a couple of things, Anastasia, that are pertinent to my current view. I also had to broaden exposure when the Fed went into its posture pivot on December 13th.
Right. Resistance. Tag it. Boom. 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 Maybe it will be. You know, it's like, where am I going to go to? The 50-day? Okay. That's got a little bit of room. $7 in the 8 isn't too bad. Let's see here. Give me an hourly chart. That's so tough. I mean, that wouldn't be bad if we could get to like $8, $8.23. Could do that. I just feel like, yeah, look at the hourly chart. It's trying to hold it. It's trying to hold VWAP right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does have nice liquidity, Mike. That is true. That's one thing I love about SoFi as well, is that it has a lot of liquidity. You are right about that. I traded it a couple weeks ago, or last earnings. It was one of the two. Let's see. We could hit, because you still haven't really tested this. Oh, I guess you did test it. Shit. He said I had a catastrophic year last year. That sucks.
The relative superior earnings growth.
That sucks
And
to hear
I think
him say that.
This narrowing will get more acute before it broadens out.
But I'm confused then. Why have such a broadly negative view on the market and just say or suggest you just need to be super selective in what you're investing in, and at the very
Need to
top
be
end.
selective. This is
If
kind
you're
of a
investing in
bottoming
those stocks,
tail,
the-
a bottoming
the stock
pattern,
market
Mike.
can
I'm-
give you the
I may-
kind
I
of
may
returns
go
that
in
would
on
be
this with you.
fantastic.
I may
That
try
plus
this.
is the 6%
I may go
at the
get
short
options.
end. I mean, I didn't
I'm
have
gonna
a
play it with
catastrophic year
options.
last year, right? And so I think you always make my view
I
a little
think
more
I get
draconian
another
than it is,
shot.
Scott.
No. When you say we're in a
I
market
don't.
bubble,
I'm gonna be honest,
when
Mike.
you
I
say
think
that we're
I
gonna
think
have a
SoFi's
hike
going
before a
lower.
cut, when
I gotta
you-
be honest
when
with you, bud.
suggest that I
think it's going
the
lower.
earnings aren't going to live up
Oh,
to the
God,
hype,
it's
that the
gonna go
economy
lower.
is going to have to be crushed more to get the unemployment rate to where you think the Fed
think
still
she's
thinks.
going lower.
But I mean, how are you going to get the unemployment rate to 4.1%?
I think
can't
that's
do
gonna
it.
happen. I think
Can't
that's,
do it.
That's my question. I think
I
that
guess
that's
I
a
could-
legitimate
I
question.
guess I could buy some
and
puts
let's take
on it,
all
but-
of those things you said, one by one. Yes, I do think it's more likely we need to
I
get
gotta
a cut
wait.
because
I
I can't see
gotta-
any other path to getting unemployment, and that it hasn't
me see
budged
here. Where
in the
you at?
last
You
2
mean a
years.
hike.
I think we do need a hike to get there,
Need
right?
to buy
And so every
and
single
hold
component of what I
overnight
said
and
is
try
not
and let it
necessarily saying that a
bounce down for more
catastrophe is
shares for
coming.
the next day
Everything I'm
bounce.
saying is about being
Yeah,
selective
but
and
here's
where you
the
should get
thing.
your exposure.
I'm just surprised. I'm
I would
trying to
much
figure out
rather
what you
catch
need to
it
see, 'cause
during a
there
day
have
of
been some bulls
momentum.
and bears who are capitulating.
Whether I'm
and you
buying
can
the
see it.
shares
they may
or
not be willing
options,
to fully say it.
I would
but
still
you can
much
tell by
rather
some of their actions
buy
that-
it in continuation. That I still think I got to be honest. I'm sorry. I still think SoFi's going lower. I like this name. I could be wrong, but I think she's going lower. I got to be honest. I think she's going lower. You know, it's oversold, but it could. I think it needs another pullback. And if it gives me another pullback, I'll be in there with you. I think we have a chance to get this thing down here. I do. I think it's going to $6, $6.50. You know, I do. I think it's going there. I do. She's struggling so bad right now. She should have already broken through 780. You know, the 4 hour is ramping up. Like, you know, you are starting to get a MACD crossover here, but I think you're getting ready to get a rejection. All right, I think it might bounce back because look, this is a 4 hour. Let's go to the 2 hour. Tax revenue could rise. See, the 2 hour isn't bad. 2 hours not bad, but look, as soon as we get into the hourly chart, that's when things go south. The hourly like RSI and MACD to me just feels unsafe. Like you might get a little rise again to 780. 30 minutes. It's putting in a lower high, even though the stock is 5 minute, 15 minute, same thing. Just to me, I feel like we could get a pullback to like 750, 760, and that would help. That's just my opinion. You know, that's just my opinion. So if we pull back there, I will buy it. And I get what you're saying. Just buy 10,000 shares. Hell, even 1,000 shares. Catch $1 on it. Catch $1,000 bucks. But That is a good analysis, though. This is a good analysis. Like, it gets down here and it goes up. It gets down to the area, it goes back up. You know, that's a good analysis. I need to start putting that back into my mind and remembering it. It's hard to just remember everything. But you can see here, 3 times out of 5, you like you said, like $7.50, $8, $7.50, $8, $7.50, $8, $7.50, $8. You know, I can't argue with though on that one. And we did that with TLT. We did that with TLT about 6 months ago, 8 months ago maybe. And we played the range back here. Right? 100 to 108, 100 to 108, 108 to 100, 100 to 103. Like, we played the hell out of that range. Sometimes you find that and you do it and you stick to it. Look, Palantir selling off right at the end of the day to slice. Oh, that sucks. I'm sure somebody got caught in that. Some goofball went long at the very end of the day, never took profits. Said, let me go get this easy money, and never got it. What do we have here?
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors.
That's what I say, man. You know, I'm going to let you do it because if I get on there, I'm telling you right now, if I get on here and buy SoFi, she done. She done. I know better. I know better. And I'm not going to mess with your money like that. I'm telling you right now. Now, if we do get a pullback, if we get another little pullback down here, let's see here. Looks like Tesla's chart a little bit too. If we can get back down here to like 770, I wouldn't mind it. Or even pre-market highs. Right around 755 or 760. Right in that area. She's trying. She keeps trying to break out, but it's just they're selling it.
Anyone you don't know. Always remember that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Learn how to protect yourself. It's your best defense.
Xfinity Rewards presents First and 10 G's. Xfinity is giving away 10 grand to a new lucky.
Let's see. So we went over some of the earnings. All right. We have a lot of good earnings tomorrow morning, so we'll be okay. Things should be okay. We'll look to see where things open up tomorrow, and we can always play earnings. I should bring up the earnings list from last week because that is going to. I feel like I'm going to forget some of the ones that reported last week. Walmart is still going higher. JP Morgan. All right, so I'm gonna play this for you guys because he's got some brains on his shoulders, unlike me. Nvidia bounced back. Nvidia had a really nice bounce back
Welcome
there.
back to Magnificent Seven, seeing nice gains following Q4 earnings with the group now up about 9% for the year. My next guest says while the names are richly priced, only one is, quote, priced to the point of insanity. Let's bring in the Dean of Valuation, Aswath Damodaran, NYU's Stern School of Business. Professor, welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
The one that's priced to insanity, you suggest, is NVIDIA, which is interesting because you own it along with all of the others, correct?
Yeah, you bought these stocks at the right time. They were amazing buys at some point in time. At today's prices, I mean, all of the stocks looked overpriced. But I think NVIDIA stands out as particularly overpriced. I mean, just to get a collective sense of what these 7 companies account for in the S&P 500, these 7 stocks alone account for 70% of the overall market cap of the index. They account for 11% of the revenues, but they do account for 27% of the gross profit. So they're very profitable, very valuable companies. And you can get pretty close to the current prices for the other companies. NVIDIA, I can't even get close.
I'm surprised somewhat, if only because the valuation of NVIDIA has come down as its earnings and guidance have gone up. So in some respects, what was perhaps insane has actually been justified in some respects.
SAV, in a sense, there is an adjustment process going on. I don't know where it'll end up. The truth is, when this process started, people assumed that NVIDIA's domination of AI, the chip part of the business, would continue in perpetuity. I think the other chip companies are waking up. Things are going to start to scale down. So I think in spite of the come down in price, I am more wary about NVIDIA than I was, simply because it's, I mean, last time I valued it, NVIDIA was at $400. Gives me some kind of perspective in terms of at 682. I mean, that's a stretch that's given their current earnings potential and cash flows. I just can't get there. Maybe I'm just missing some part of the picture. But to me, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, you're not alone. That's for certain. Look, price target went up to 800 yesterday from one firm. And today, on my earlier program, the halftime report, Josh Brown, who's been in NVIDIA longer than anybody I know, sold 20% of it. I want you to listen to what he said, and let's react on the other side.
I think HD could start making a move here, guys.
There are people who are so bullish they've run out of superlatives.
I kind of want to take HD.
NVIDIA's market position and their technology dominance, and
to
they're
the
just
downside,
like raising price targets. It's almost on a weekly basis. It's become breathless. I just felt like the chart went vertical, and people have just like lost their minds. I'm as excited about generative AI as anyone else, you know, and I'm bullish. I'm just not that bullish.
Trend reversal,
where I think a
kind
stock
of forming
should go
up here.
Where I think
they
a stock
have
should
earnings
go up,
in a couple days.
you know, 20% every month, just because the alarm clock went off and the sun came up.
What are your thoughts?
No, I agree with them. I think AI has become this buzzword that people use to justify pretty much anything they want. I mean, I think collectively, AI is going to be a net negative for markets. It's going to be great positive for companies like NVIDIA. But I think the laziness with which people attach premiums to companies just because they see the word AI, and you see that partially with Microsoft as well, is, I think, terrifying, because at some point in time, reality is going to play out.
Okay, so I'm going to try to take Home Depot and see if we can get back down to 349, 340.
Some of these other companies within the so-called Mag 7, which seems to be maybe decreased.
Let's see, daily
by
chart.
1 or 2 of late, like a Microsoft, for example.
2 hour.
So Microsoft's 10-year historical average is low 20s. Now it trades in the low 30s. But what was Microsoft doing over the last 10 years? Is it legitimate that its multiple now is in the low 30s by relative to, to how profound this relationship with OpenAI can really be?
I think it's a company that's closest to creating a subscription model around AI in which it can make money. I can't think of another company that's as close. So part of that increase, again, comes from the reality that AI is going to open up new businesses. But as a long-term owner of Microsoft, again, I'm looking at $404 or $400 per share, and I'm saying, I mean, I'm definitely happy that it's gone up to 400, but again, a lot has to go right for this price to be the right price. And pricing in that expectation sets you up for unpleasant surprises down the road.
I mean, the forward P, we're looking 38. So I hear you. What about Apple? Let's leave it with Apple. What are your thoughts here?
I think there are 2 companies in this 7 that if you really, really wanted to buy these stocks, you've never owned them, you say, I've missed out. One would be Tesla, which will surprise you because I bought Tesla just a couple of weeks ago at 180. And the other would be Apple, which I think is adjusted down. It's still a cash machine, but Apple over the last 15 years has lived from iPhone upgrade to iPhone upgrade. It has a bad year, then a good year based on whether there's a big upgrade during the course of the year. So I think Apple will bounce back a little bit. It's a slow growth cash machine, and people have to be realistic about what they're getting. But I think that at 188, it's as good a buy as any of the other 7. So Apple and Tesla would be my 2 buys among the 7 if you really wanted to add 2 of these stocks to your portfolio.
All right, we'll leave it there. The so-called Dean evaluation and the active trader, clearly. Thanks for your time.
Investor.
I appreciate it.
Not a trader.
Yeah. All right. Active
Well,
investor.
I was
active
looking
investor.
at the 350
All right, that's
HD
off Westmoreland
puts.
and NYU Stern. All right, coming up.
All
We're
right,
drilling down
and I
on
feel
Disney,
like
the media
it kinda
giant.
just
Reporting
fell out of
results
bed
tomorrow.
on
We'll
me.
hear
I
from
may
Jim
try to
Stewart.
put
He
it
wrote the
on.
book
What
on
time
Disney.
is it?
Tell us
It
what's at
is
stake for the company and the
3:34.
stock. Closing bells coming right back.
Come on.
Biz2 Credit is the trusted partner for your small business funding needs. Scan the code on your screen now or go to biz2credit.com to apply. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next. Everyone has opinions when it comes to the stock market, predicting what they thought would happen in 2020.
And again, that's 350 for this week.
Took the noise out of picking the right stocks at the right time. VectorVest. Not opinions, straight answers.
Let's go look at I want to look at the Dow.
Strategies that beat the S&P, including 2023. Try it today. 30 days under $10 at VectorVest.com. VectorVest, because everything else is just noise.
At Quince, we make inexpensive, expensive things. We know it sounds like a paradox, but we just flipped the way luxury is made.
Oh shit! Look at.
Like washable mulberry silk, unbelievably soft leather jackets,
I gotta try to limit order in this thing, guys.
free shipping and 365-day returns at Quince.com.
Damn it! I like the 342s better.
She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash. Even a term policy.
77.
Even a term policy? Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 8.
All right, I threw in a limit order for 77 cents. Let's see if it pops and fills me there, because it knows I just threw in an order. 77, 7. I am filled. I am filled. Am I filled? I think I'm filled. No, I'm not filled. I am not filled. Shit. It did not fill me. I am right there though. You guys can see this one. That's me. Hello. This me is 77. Say hi to my order. Look, and then they all jump up. You fucking bastards. It's not going to fill me. It's not going to fill me. They're not going to fill me. Fuck. I think if I put it at 78, it might. Again, you got to watch Home Depot. She could be a little wanker and not, you know, she might not want to play. Let me see here. Let's see here. Fill that man. Tell him, Wiz. Fill that man. Exactly. Look, but look, they all jumped up. They all jumped up to where it is. Let's see if I can fuck. I'm gonna mess with them. Look, let's see if I can jump them all. Oh, they already did it. They already did it. Hold on. I might mess with them. Let's see if we can throw out an 80 and 80.
40 italics.
Here we go. I'm gonna jump in line.
We're back with Disney's moment of truth when earnings hit the tape
There he
tomorrow.
is.
Shares have been outperforming heading into that print, despite recent
I might have
box
messed.
office
Look, let me
disappointments,
jump back down to
profitability
77
pressures,
real
and a
quick.
boardroom battle with Trian's Nelson Peltz. Let's bring in New York Times columnist Jim Stewart.
Order.
Knows this company better than
Order.
anybody. Jim, welcome back. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you,
Come
Scott.
on.
What are your
It's
expectations
messing.
here?
It's not letting me bring up the order
Well, I
because
think
it's
we're
giving
going
me
to see
saved
some
orders.
decent numbers, although
on.
again, they're wild cards. Stemming from the strike and the fact that costs were suppressed, that they didn't get as much new content out there. And as we know, the holiday box office was very weak for Disney. But I think you're going to see solid theme park results, and I'm thinking that we're finally going to see some improvement in the streaming losses. And that's where investors, I think, ought to really be glued for clues to the future of the big Disney streaming bet.
You feel like there's a bit of a conundrum here in that, you know,
All right, 81.
Bob Iger, the
I jumped it up to
now-returned
81.
CEO, has clearly
Wait,
made
I
it a
got
focus
filled.
to
I
spend
probably
less
got
money.
filled.
And he's under pressure
I
to
didn't
do
get
as
filled.
much from whether it's shareholders, activists, and whoever.
Oh my
But at the
gosh,
same
what
time,
is-
the company's
why does it keep
criticized
doing
for
this
the
to
lack
me?
of compelling new content. How's he supposed to navigate that?
Well, I think he's going to look at the data and the subscriber results. I mean, in the last quarter earnings, I was somewhat surprised to see that despite the lack of new content
All right,
going
there we
on
go.
to Disney Plus because of the strikes,
Bang,
the numbers, the subscriber numbers held up.
I'm sitting there
pretty
firm
well.
on
I think
80.
we've seen lately with Netflix revealing what people are actually watching, an incredible amount of viewership is being spent on old
Come on.
material. It's like reruns of beloved previous series. So the new content may not be quite as important as a
Look
lot
like
of
we're
people
getting ready to
once
bounce
thought
off
it was.
VWAP, getting
Now,
ready to go
that said,
positive. They might fill
many
me.
people believe that when Iger said, look, I'm cutting content by 30%, that was a signal to his rivals, and number one of those is Netflix, that, you know, whoa here, can we like maybe kind of put the brakes on this, you know, nuclear arms race of spending that's been going on content? And those hopes were dashed when Netflix came out recently and said, no, we're pouring the money and we're putting the pedal down. We are still spending, you know, $17 to $20 billion a year on content. So that remains to be seen. Like, how important is the new content going to be, and can Netflix now increase its dominance as it
Good old
maintains or
Helmer
steps up in
Gapane.
spending while others are being forced to cut back?
And what do we do about the whole activist issue here? And I'm curious as to
Hewlett
how
Packard.
you're thinking about it, as
I
well
just
as
feel
you
like
know this company and have known Iger
piss me off.
presumably for many
Shit,
years.
not for
so
a while.
Blackwell's
They don't
now
report
today
until-
has the definitive
they
proxy
just-
statement to elect 3 nominees.
They don't report for a while.
You got
Come
Peltz
on.
there. Blackwell's is against Peltz. And Blackwell's is also
got
suggesting
another,
the
like, 2
possibility
weeks.
of splitting the company into 3 entities.
1, 2, 3,
Before
4,
we
5,
get to
6,
that
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
just on the
15, 16,
activist
17, 18,
angle in general,
like 17
how does
to
this all
19
play out?
days.
Well, I think from a shareholder perspective, it's probably good. I mean, I think a lot of the recent
Dude,
improvement
if
in the
Apple
Disney share
starts
price
breaking
is
down,
because of this activist involvement here, and I
I'm gonna get
realize that
rid of this.
incumbent management doesn't like these people coming in and criticizing them and saying they know
gonna
better
leave
and
it- leave my
stirring
order
the,
up so I
stirring the
can
pot like that. But it does put pressure.
mess with 'em.
And in some ways, it gives someone like Iger an excuse to say, look, we've got to move fast. You know, we don't have the luxury of, like, you know, spinning our wheels for a while deciding what to do. We have an activist breathing down our neck. We have a proxy fight. We've got to show some results. And above all, we've got to get the share price up. So it gives him an excuse
I'm
to
just trying to get into this
accelerate
thing,
some
see if I
things
can.
that he
I
might
want to look
otherwise
at
meet with
Apple.
greater resistance. So
Again, I
think
don't
there's
have
harm from a
any.
shareholder
I don't have
perspective to
any
these
size
people
on these. Like
involved.
Home
You
Depot,
take
I just
any-
bought a
you know, I'm
contract to
curious,
see
what
if
are
I
your
could
thoughts
get
about this
in,
idea of
see how
splitting
liquid
Disney
it was.
potentially into
Because I don't.
3,
I
separate
don't think I've
entities?
traded Home Depot really.
Well, I haven't
like
studied
I
that in any
haven't
depth,
really
but
traded that thing, so I don't know
can't
how
believe
she
that That's going
trades.
to get serious traction. I've looked at their proposal a little bit. There's something about, you know, spinning off the real estate. You know, an interesting thing about a lot of activist ideas is it's not like Disney has never thought of these things. I mean, they have much more data than the outsiders do. They have internal strategic planning people. I'm sure they have looked at the real estate situation. They've also, I'm sure, looked at, you know, splitting up the company somehow. I mean, Iger himself, you know, at Sun Valley, now he's kind of walked this back and said, well, you know, we have non-critical assets,
Like I
maybe
say, I
non-core
think
assets
we
that
should
we
be
can
able to
sell
take it
or
down to 180.
spin off. And I
That's
think, as
how.
I said, he's kind of walked that back. It's not
Sure.
as easy. I would have to say that with Disney, like the big assets, you know, the film studios, the theme parks, there have always been pretty impressive synergies there that make Disney a unique company. I mean, they take the intellectual property from the Imagineering side, the movie
BUT's
side,
going
the
nuts, and
streaming,
it's
the
going right
series
in.
side,
Just
and then
got
they spin
slammed
out
right into the
rides,
50-day moving
and
average.
they also get movies out of the ride. So
Anheuser-Busch,
I would be
guys.
very cautious about.
Okay. All right, thanks, my guy. It just got right into the 100-day moving or 50-day. Come on, you fuck. I wish I would have got that Palantir, Phil. I kind of wish there was like a lot that I didn't take today. And in between yesterday. 5 more shares with flowers. I'm okay. I'm good. I made some really good money last month. Like I'm okay right now. I don't know anything about it. Right? It's not on my watch list. I'm not prepared to take it. You know, I don't know anything about it. I'm not just, you know what I mean? It's a nice cup and handle you got going there. If you get a light volume pullback, that's nice. That's some nice volume. Let's see here. What do we got? Flows made $1.70 last week in profits. Beat the street estimate. Market starts pulling back. I don't care how much they made. That shit going to the. That shit going down, along with everybody else. But I will keep that on my watch. I will keep it on my watch. Just like, let's see, the Dow. Let me go to the Dow. Let me get my shit straight real quick. Let me get my shit straight. Alright, weekly chart. It's getting a nice bounce. This is why I do think Home Depot could actually start to bounce here. Daily chart, we have resistance here on the daily right there. Come on, man. I don't know what it is about whatever it is, whether it's the mouse or what, but January high. What do I have here? Do I have a month? I have a month. We are there. You see the volume coming in. It's a new high. You can see we've been putting in. We've been putting in new highs, and the RSI's been putting in a lower high. I'm sorry for the inconvenience of the mouse, of this piece of shit mouse, or whatever it is that's going on here. And you can see that volume starting to show itself just a little bit. The buyers are kind of just giving up here. Let's see if you get one more bounce out of this thing here. I wish I could have her. I wish I could hire her to do that for me every day. Every day when I wake up, good morning. That commercial. I wake up with a smile on my face every day. Resistance up here. Yeah. Come on, please, please.
Subscription revenue actually jumped 17% year over year, with more monthly active users as well, and that's why shares are up almost 3.5%.
This is crazy.
All right, Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos coming up, counting down to crucial earnings in overtime. Snap, just one of the key names we'll be watching.
What did he?
What to expect from that report is still ahead. Closing bell.
Like just now? A little bit ago? I'm sure that they were, but they can't be on his ass for anything. At the end of the day, he hasn't done anything. He said, I'm a gambler. I'm just on here to buy stocks. You do what you want. And he hasn't really done anything wrong. And that's why we need to get Biden and crew out of here. And get rid of Gary Gensler and crew. Because it's like a lot of this stuff's ridiculous. think this has got to go up there. Mm.
It's fabulous. Taking a shower had gone from being a joy to being a burden. I was afraid I would fall.
Elf earnings after hours. Yeah, dude, Elf was a beast. And then some news came out. I thought they were putting in a massive run there for a little bit. I do not. You know what? Let me see here. Where are we at here? 80 cents still. Let me see if they ever filled me. I don't think they did. No. I'm going to exit this order. Damn it. I don't want to, but I'm going to. Oh, Bud Light endorsement for Trump. Or something like that. It's a great American brand. So Bud was hitting right into that 50-day moving average. Oh, it looks like it. Did it bust through it? Yes, it did. It did break it. Got a nice gap fill up here. Monthly value area high here. Right at that resistance. You might have room to 65. You may have room there. Let's see.
Yes, the time has come for a fresh approach to dog food. Every day, more dog
It's a lot of sell side volume. There's a lot of people probably in that name right now ready to get out of it. Sorry, Dave. Give me 1 second. Yes, I know. ADR, ATR. It is a slow mover. Some days because look, it's consolidating. If you look at HD, it's got it feels to me like it's getting ready to make a move, right? If you look at this 30-minute chart here, even on a longer term, like 4 hour, it's like right now it's in the middle. It's still heading to the upside, but I feel like it's getting ready to go test this part of the range. I just feel it in my bones. I feel like she's coming down here to test that range. She's been hanging out, couldn't get through this level. I feel like we could just see her like poop the bed for a little bit, like you had here these 3 days. We'll get the market behind us, and that'll help it, you know. But yeah, I haven't really traded it. Yeah, for sure. I haven't traded it. You know, you got to hit it on those days, like you say. It's boring that you got to hit it on Home Depot. You got to hit it on one of these days where it's got like some movement. We do have Netflix we've been watching. We've been waiting for this. I missed it today. Little bit of a move. So tomorrow, I'm telling you guys right now, I'm going to try to set a limit order in the options if I can kind of get around the price. If we can get a pop back into 560, I'm taking that short. 560 to 563 Netflix. We have nothing stopping us down here. I should at least get Netflix down to 545, 550, even if it takes a couple days. I really like Netflix because now we have broken 560 when the market was sideways and Netflix did nothing but go down. I set an order last night. We were live when they reported, and I set an order at the 50-day. It never pulled back in. I was watching Tesla because I forget what I was watching first. I think because I was waiting for a pullback on Tesla. Tesla made a really nice relative strength move today. This was a really nice move off the bell. I said, oh, okay. Is that what we're going to do? Okay. No, after hours. Well, I didn't play it at all, Dave. I like yesterday with the earnings after they reported and reported guidance, it broke above the 50-day, and then it just never pulled back. And what I did was I had a limit order for 500 shares that I was going to get at, if it pulled back into the 50-day, get filled there, and then do whatever it wanted to do. If it wanted to crack the 50-day, I'd have sold half or got out what I could have got out, and I would have managed it then. But I was thinking with that earnings that we were going to have an extension or a gap up today. So I never got it, and I wasn't even worried about it. I had a great month last month, so I'm not even worried about it, And you did. We got this gap fill, which was down here, right? It never even bounced back.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your frame.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it, and you have to. So, and we seen this coming. We seen it coming. There's no data. There's not even data around the world. It's like we have jobless claims. Like that's about it. Jobless claims and Fed members speaking that they're not even speaking on anything because we know we need to see more unemployment data to we need jobless claims to continue rising and we need data. We get it. We know. So it's been bad. The past 2 days are bad. So it makes you feel like your day's kind of wasted, at least for me. I don't want to go into like selling spreads and shit because I feel like I don't make enough money for me to sit there and do it and manage it and have to stress, you know what I mean, something happening or news hitting the wire at any minute and I'm like, shit, I got, I'm short in 100 calls and then here we go ripping to the upside, I'd rather just be patient and this wouldn't be a bad time, but the minute you put spreads on is the minute some stupid ass news will just hits the wire, some random ass news. That's why I think tomorrow, Roblox, we have Ford, I think tonight. Ford's been making a really nice move. So things should open up tomorrow. We have Alibaba. I think Alibaba might pull back, but I don't know. Because Alibaba may not report as well, but it's like, are you worried about the report or what China's about to start here February 5th? It actually already started. Should have started. Shorter. Huh? Okay. Oh, shoot. What did the SPY move today? I think last time we checked it was just a few cents. But yeah, I'm watching Netflix. And you know what? You know what's funny? We have Disney. It's going to go to $4.95 the last few minutes of the bell. That's so funny. I knew this is why I got out of the $4.95 calls. Because I knew it was going to wait until the very end of the day to start going up here. This is where we said it was going to go. Right there. Bang. Right there. That's where the circle was. Let's see if look, let's see this. Undo. It won't let me undo it because I had the circle up here. That's where our circle was. I will. I'm going to get ready and head out though. Good luck with it, man. If you're in it, but it's a solid company even if they have a bad earnings. I don't know if you're in options or anything. Dude, this thing was a beast like in 2022. Like, look at this thing. This thing's a fucking monster. That's a winner for you. That's a winner. I don't see why it just couldn't continue. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, that is a crazy move. I don't see why it couldn't continue. Yeah, there's no reason why it can't get to $200. It's $25 away. I would hold it till 200. Even I don't think you're going to have that bad of earnings. I don't think you should ever even get rid of this thing, honestly. Because I mean, you know, you do what you want. I can't tell you what to do, but I just, Elf ain't going nowhere. And I'm telling you right now, girls that have money and girls that don't have money buy Elf. They both buy it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you have options or what, but holding this thing long term, I wish I bought this name. This is one name I regret not buying. I didn't even think to buy it. And then this thing was breaking out in 2022. Right here. Dude, it was only $50. I could have swore this stock was more than that. Damn, what an idiot. I can't believe I didn't buy it. I thought it was more expensive. Unless it wasn't until even $70. That's so weird. I don't know. I don't know why. I thought when I seen this that it was like way up there, unless they did a split, which I don't think they did. I thought it was a lot more expensive. Yeah, 90 companies, it is a lot. Zim could bounce off this level. I want to see what Roblox Disney report. They could be some fun. They could be some solid trades. Uber. I know Disney went off today. Snap, Ford, MicroStrategy, right? We could watch Coinbase, which we traded Coinbase yesterday to the downside. We said watch for that failed breakout. A week and a half later, there we go. Gilead, you could watch Moderna. We got 225% on Moderna last week. Fortinet, Chipotle, AAA, H&R. Oh my God, that's so loud. Why was that so loud? I'm sorry if you guys got hurt there with that. And ARM reports tomorrow as well. Pinterest, Affirm. Let's go. So this will open up some opportunity. Hopefully, and after these earnings reports, guys, I will, I'm going to do some work. And kind of like, I'm going to be ready for tomorrow. So even if we just dump right out of the bell, I will, I'm going to be ready.
That means it's a strong market, right? That means it's the kind of persistent rally that you have to respect.
We have Enphase. Enphase can be a fun name too. Let's see here. SoFi closes at, well, no, Mike, not today. It's giving me a mixed bag. No, I didn't mean like today. Its resistance zone is up there. Listen, in order for me to buy this, you know what I mean? Like, look, that's 1, 2, that's a failed hold of the 100. That's a double top on the 200-day moving average. If we can start getting above there, like, then yeah, I will absolutely buy it. But now you have the 200 and the 100. It's coming up for tough skiing there. That is a good close. I'm not going to argue with you there. That's definitely a nice close. You closed above. You closed 780. So we'll see what happens. See what happens. I like SoFi. It's making a higher. You know what? I think you're right, Mike. I'll take that back because this is, if you were to go long SoFi, this is where you should be buying it because you're going to know really quickly if you're wrong. I will agree with you there. You know, you are right. I need it to show me that it's got a little something because I don't want to come in with a gap down if I can avoid it. All right, let's do this. Let's go to some of these earnings, guys. All right, let's get it going.
We've had a few really hot January economic numbers, including the jobs report, both ISMs. We had the Fed last Wednesday and then Powell on 60 Minutes over the weekend, pushing back against expectations of a March cut. I think this is a temporary disruption, but it doesn't really alter the broader trajectory of policy, which is that we are going to get rate
I
increases.
agree.
We're most likely
I don't
gonna
know.
get them
Is a beat
before
on
the second
revenue
half of the
for
year.
Oscar
So if
Michael
not March,
Charlie.
then May. And in addition to that, you're also going to get
Gilead is out.
slowing down, and that we're likely to hear a lot more about at the March
ABNW,
meeting. So,
Aviat Network.
if we were to see a real
Watch
meaningful
Moderna.
acceleration of inflation, that would be a game changer. But you're just not seeing that in the data. So, we had a big disinflation rally in
Going
November,
up by
December.
14,
It's paused a little bit. We've had a
What
little bit
day
of a
is that?
setback on
Oh,
some
yeah.
inflation readings,
God,
but
you're
the
right
broader
again.
trajectory is still one of disinflation, one of a pretty aggressive dovish pivot in monetary policy.
I'm gonna look at it tomorrow.
And you've had a resilient, an earnings season that showed.
All right, watch Moderna off of Gilead.
So, until we see a real material
Even
shift
though-
in any of those three factors, I think markets are going to stay with a healthy bid beneath them.
Okay. Well, we've got Gilead earnings. Those are out. Kate Rooney has the numbers. Kate.
Hey, Morgan.
Dude, this thing's getting
So it's
toasted.
a mixed quarter here for Gilead. We're going to start with EPS here. This was $1.72. This is the adjusted number. Street was looking for $1.76. 4-cent miss there. Revenue was a beat, $7.12
Oh, wow, they did
billion.
beat revenue.
Better than expected there.
All
Q4
right,
revenue, they're saying, was down 4% year over year, thanks to lower
Come on,
COVID and HIV
Ford
drug
and
sales. So
Snap.
that's accounting for the lower revenue, down 4% year over year. Guidance looking like it's in line here. Guys, full year guidance, they're looking for at least adjusted EPS, a range of 685 to
Let's see how-
725. The street was looking for 721. So it looks like that is on the mark there in terms of full year guidance. But again, a mixed quarter. You can see the stock pretty much flat here.
DOX right in line.
Kate Rooney,
I
thank
want
you.
to bring up the
Mike
S&Ps
Santoli, I'm
real
gonna go to you
quick. I'm
because some of the
sorry.
biggest
Give me
movers
1
we saw
second.
in the
Or
market
even
today
the
were actually
Qs.
healthcare names. Lilly, which actually ended up closing the day basically flat, slightly down, but GE Healthcare up almost 12% today. Tells us what, especially as we did just get Gilead about this sector, which we know in
Come on, right
2023
there.
was so beat
Come
down.
on.
Yeah, this has
Bang.
been, I think, one of the breakout groups of the year.
MSTR is out.
Really a neglected area of the market the last year. In fact, all pockets of healthcare, whether it was big pharma, biotech, medical devices, and all almost have kind of rebounded in concert. So I do think it's sort of the combination of
Ford is
growth
out
at a
now.
reasonable price and value. You've got big pharma that's sort of emerging out of this
dang
real
it.
malaise period where they had these huge charges post-pandemic and everything else. And so a lot of it is working. If you look at the 52-week high list, I was looking at it yesterday, it's a ton
All right,
of
Ford is just blasted through the 200-day, guys.
things like other medical
That could be a
devices,
beat
Merck, and yes, you mentioned
for
GE
Ford.
Healthcare also with a big day today.
Blasting through the 200-day. Bang!
That investors are looking outside the obvious
Holy
growth
cow.
areas of the market. There is some catch-up going on here, and it's some room to go in terms of some valuation.
What's and
expansion.
Snap
Obviously,
still
depends
hanging
within
out.
healthcare
Let's look
where
at the
you
SPY.
looking, but so far, that's been one of the areas that I know a lot of the chart readers are loving right now.
FRSH.
Adam, what's your read
Come
on
on.
the market's reaction to earnings numbers so far, where revenues have continued to be weaker than the EPS? Whether you're looking at what's being delivered,
Something
certainly
with
what's being
dividends, I
guided
think.
to,
It looks like the
do
SPY
we
is going to
go
give us a
higher
gap down for
without the
tomorrow.
top
Just
line
saying, telling you guys right
cooperating,
now.
or do we stay here as long as the bottom line cooperates?
No, that's a great point.
Not because of the
a lot
pullback,
companies, some
a
of the
couple
big
other
upside
reasons.
Standouts, it's been all about really aggressive cost cutting, and that's not really sustainable.
29 cent.
If you do it for several quarters, you can
Estimate?
actually compromise your top line. So, I think if this were to continue for another quarter, perhaps
13 cents.
markets
Wow.
would react favorably, or they would
Reported
tolerate it, but,
29 cents with an estimate of 13 cents. That's a big beat. Big beat. I told you guys with those new Broncos. Shut the fuck up, you fuck faggot, mother. I didn't mean to say that word, but I was thinking Happy Gilmore. Beep beep beep. You know. So, yeah, Gilead is going down.
The estimate was a loss of
Um,
$1.60,
Let's see here.
adjusted. That's,
Come on.
HRB.
Fortinet still has earnings. SPY is just pulling back. Look at Ford, guys. What a monster beat, right? Shit. What the hell was it again? I forget. I'm sorry, Zig. I am sorry, Zig. I was trying to, like beep beep beep, But listen, do you? I am not a hater at all. All right, y'all live your lives. That's one thing about me is I don't tell anybody what to do. Unlike your politics. I want you to live your life and live your life to the fullest. Right here. Sorry, guys. Let me get on track. Ford.
Ford says will improve capital efficiency by selectively reducing investments and raising bar and expected returns for initiatives.
29 cents with an estimate of 13 cents. They beat it by damn near 100%. That's crazy. They murdered earnings. They killed it. They killed earnings. Holy smokes. Once this thing started to go through that green line there, that green box, when it blasted through that 200 day, I was like, yeah, Ford definitely reported the street was happy to see that. What else do we have? We did Gilead, Guild.
Long-term upside is central to Ford. Central to Ford. That's letter F.
Yeah, Gilead's not really doing anything. mRNA, it is pulling back, but it had no bearing on Moderna.
Shares of Ford popping here, $13.
What else do we have for earnings? Give me 1 second.
Ford says full-year guidance presumes flat to
Snap.
higher full-year
Oh, we still have Fortinet too. FTNT. FTNT. So look, guys, Fortinet, I think did well. FTNT. Fortinet guides fiscal year EPS $1.65 to $1.70. Revenue of $5.7 billion to $5.8. Analyst consensus $1.67 a share on revenue. Price 78 change percentage. Come on, why is this so difficult? Guides for fiscal year EPS of $1.65. But what was the estimate on the guidance though? Revenue of 5. That doesn't tell me if it's a guide higher or not. Okay, let's move on. Okay, EPS 51 cent beat, 43 estimate. Sales 1.4 versus 1.41. So, sales were right in line. Sales were
Chipotle Mexican Grill.
CMG. Holy cow! I spent some money. I'm not gonna lie. I spent some.
21 cents. The estimate on Chipotle.
10.21. That's a beat. 10.21 versus an estimate of 9.
Adjusted earnings of $10.36 for Chipotle. The estimate $9.75.
Just so you guys can hear that, that's a beat. So we're seeing it. We're seeing all these companies continuously beat. This is why the market should go up until there's a reason for the market to go down. Snap is out now. Dude, they're crushing earnings. Snap. Right here in the left screen. Sorry, guys. Come on.
Was 6 cents.
Oh, that's why, because it's not a ticker. SANP is not a ticker. SNAP. Snap is down. Of course you would go down, Snap. Everybody else would beat and you go down. Wow, that's crazy, man. That's so insane. That's crazy. Come on. Oh my gosh.
But it's the earnings guidance where things get messy here. The company sees a first quarter EBITDA loss in a range of $55 million to $95 million. Now,
I hope it does, Zig. I hope it does, bro. I hope it does for you.
Shares of Snap.
You know, listen, you got a really good shot.
Moving higher now, pulling back down about $4 now.
Like, of course Snap is going to go down. I guess we could have saw that. That's why they were laying off, hoping the market would give them hoping they would give them a break. Well, we laid off a couple people to save a couple bucks. Guess that didn't work.
Increase of 40 basis points versus Q4 of 2022. Authorized repurchases of common stock with a total aggregate purchase price.
That's crazy.
That's CMG.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why. I think, man, this stinks, man, because... So here's what I can say. I don't know when you got to be at 500, Zig, but I don't know when you got to be at 500, but if we can get initial jobless claims to give us another gap up with layoffs, I promise you this market will get damn near close to it, and you'll see the CME Fed projections pull back. You'll see this go back to like a 50-40, like a 60-50. I'd say like a 50, depending on how big the gap up is. Because if we can get those initial jobless claims to give us one more gap up, that's going to have the Fed thinking, okay, not 1, not 2, but 3 weeks in a row, we got a huge jump in inflation numbers. We're talking 189 to 214, from 214 to 226, 224, whatever it was. We haven't had those jumps. We've been at like 205 to 206 to 201 to, maybe we got like, a 201 to 206 to 210 and like a 215. We haven't jumped from 100,000, 180,000 or 190,000 to 114. Like, you're skipping the whole range that we were at for a whole year. I guarantee it. If that jobless claims comes in next week, you will start getting the psychology of this Fed rate tool decision. This 80 will not be there. It will be 60, if not 50%. And you're going to see this come down. I promise. Because they're going to start thinking, okay, we're seeing the job, like we are seeing, like this is not a 1, 2 week, 3 week fluke with a snowstorm and whatever. Okay, the snowstorm is past. Jobless claims are still going up. CEOs have already still came out and said that they're doing layoffs. So they're going to start with drug tests and then asking people to raise their hands who wants to leave. So that would give you a shot to 500. Like, other than that, I'm not sure what the catalyst would be. The SPY is not going up on the back of Ford or Chipotle earnings, even though it should. You just had a good round of earnings here. You can say this level here, if it starts to hold here, maybe you do start trying to go to the upside. It's hard to say, but it just doesn't seem like the market wants to go higher for whatever reason. That you're the only person to worry about data when earnings, the real case why shares go up or down. No, I agree, Mike. I agree. He wants to go to 500. What is a catalyst that's going to get you to 500? Because it ain't earnings right now. Ford, Chipotle, they're all going up and the SPY's going down. Right? So if he needs a catalyst, to get to 500, whether it's this week or next week, what would that be? That would be initial jobless claims coming in a lot higher. Because, and really, initial jobless claims are what the Fed is worried about. So the market will worry about that. I promise you. You get another 190,000, this market will sell off, or it will, because that means the Fed is going to be higher for longer. You had the Philly Fed come out and say it. We are worried about the jobless, or the labor market. We need the labor market to soften. Because here's what happens. Fiscal policy is greater than any earnings or whatever, because that will dictate future earnings that the market will price in. And that's why right now the Fed is more important. And the reason the market has went up is because of what you say, is because of earnings and because financial conditions have eased. Okay, this is the bigger part. It's because the Fed is providing liquidity. Credit and risk is at a low. Right here. This is why this is your market. This is literally the shape of our market in reverse. Financial conditions, because of the banking issue, have caused us to be damn near as low as the COVID lows. Financial conditions are about as low as they were in COVID. I don't think a lot of people are understanding that. All right, I don't think they are. And I agree with you, though, Mike. Listen, a lot of people don't agree with earnings is what helps you, is what guides you for the next 3 months. I agree with that. A lot of people don't. They say earnings don't matter. It's about future revenue. It's a discounted price mechanism, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm with you, Mike. But right now, I got to worry about what the Fed's worried about. Because here's why. Because if the Fed does too much, if the Fed tightens and stays at 5.5 too long, and this inflationary was just transitory, and they get it wrong, and we start seeing signs of, you know, you start getting a credit issue, this market, I don't care what the earnings were, they're going down. Because future earnings are now being priced in at a lot lower price. Because why? Because of macroeconomics, and it's all up to people having jobs. This labor market starts going, people start losing their jobs, they have less money to spend. And I'm talking like a worldwide. And the Fed can try to come in, cut rates, but that is still, that still takes time. They're not going to fix, you know, people getting laid off and, you know, that whole thing, right? That whole spiral of the credit conditions, not paying credit cards, and that whole mess that you get into. He's with, and the Fed isn't doing nothing until maybe March. January, February, March. Well, exactly. It may even be later. It may even be later. You know, it might be later. But, you know, it may be later. The only reason I bring up March is because they have rolled out March, but we still have 4 weeks of labor market data. We still have PCE, CPI. We have 2 of those. So, you know, it's just funny how the Fed works, because they will say one thing and their psychology will change 4 weeks, 6 weeks down the road, 8 weeks down the road. It's funny how it works. Because people are telling me that, like, no, we're not getting March. I'm telling you, if labor market numbers continue this jump, you will get a cut in March. I promise. Because the Fed will get worried that they did too high for too long, and they will start to give us a 25 basis point. That will start to be priced in. The market isn't dumb. The market's been pricing in 6 or 7. Even though the Fed has said, no, we're not doing it. Why do you think that is? It's because they know that they talk to these CEOs on a daily basis. They're getting rid of employees. They start getting rid of employees. We have already gotten rid of double the initial jobless claims in the month of January. Just with the few companies that have. I mean, like, think about that. That's going to take you from 200 at worst to 350 to 375, just under 400,000 in a month and a half to 2 months. Right? That's going to have the Fed thinking, okay, wait, we just doubled the jobless claims in 3 weeks' time. That's not a rate of change that we want to keep. We need to start thinking about rate cuts. There is our reason to cut rates. That's exactly it right there. The data is telling us we need to cut rates. Even though they say they don't, you know, there's this lag effect. But they're going to wait for the data to tell them, which is past data. So what does that mean going forward? If it's already giving you a 100% rollover rate in a month and a half to 2 months. So that's all. That's why I say that. Because then there's the other reason, like, well, how does the market take that? If they do, if Powell and Cruz said we're not cutting in March, and we do get that scenario where they do say they're going to cut in March, how does the market take it? Right? Does the market take it like, okay, we're about to start cutting rates, or uh-oh, why is the Fed changing up and starting to cut rates even though we already priced that in? What is the Fed scared of? So it's like, how do you play it? These are things you got to think about. You got to think about it, because you got to, you know, like, we're getting divergence in the S&Ps and the overall markets right now. We're a little bit overdone. It's like, are we going to continuously stay on this steady path, consolidate, go higher, or are we going to have a little bit of choppiness? Forget the Fed, and you can ask a million people and no one cares about the Fed, and people wanting to make money and going to buy stocks and making new highs every day. Well, I do, because you know what? Whether people care about them or not, I do, because I want to buy asset prices at discounted prices. I want to buy discounted asset prices, not pay up. I want to pay down. So, and I also care about the amount of homeless people and the amount of men and women that cannot afford a home because of 2008, where we just continue this stimulus spending and they don't do anything to slow things down a bit, which we're just going to do it again, which I believe we're just going to do it again. We're not going to get a recession. because they don't want to. They just want to keep this thing going. All right? And then we're just going to continuously have high suicide rates. We're going to have a lot of people that don't have a home because there's too many people. There's not enough jobs to support what it takes to live in the United States of America. Whether you're in New York or whether you're in Alabama. It's pretty sad. We need a recession. Somebody on YouTube tried to argue with me that a recession is so bad, this and that. What are you going to do if somebody loses their job and comes and gets your kids? I'm like they came from a mindset that somebody gets laid off and doesn't get an unemployment check or have a pension of some sort. They're not just going to get tossed out on the street. If they've worked their whole life to a certain amount of time, yes, it's going to be trying times, but if you use your head and understand that even in those trying times, there is opportunity. You just have to know where to look. If people are losing homes, could open up a moving business. Do you have a truck? Right? You can do things to help move. You can move. You can make moves in any type of environment. It's just up to yourself. But, I want to know because so they choose to be without a home. Well, I wouldn't even say that they choose to be without a home. I just know in a lot of parts of America, if you are not bringing home, let's just talk, even just people that whether they're couples, whether they're single, right? If they're not making decent money, they're not going to own a home. I assure you that. The average home where I'm at is $450,000. You want to know what the average salary is? It's not even $50,000. That math doesn't add up. The average home price in my county versus the average income in my county. That is two opposite poles. And if you go look around the United States, you're going to see more about it. You'll see more like it. Just like Toronto. Go ask Market Meldrum. All right, he's a guy on YouTube's level 3 CMA. We need a recession. Just like he said. Toronto's average is $50,000, and you're lucky if you get that. Not lucky, but like if you don't have a trade or a skill, you'd be lucky to have that. You'd be lucky to make $50,000 a year. You'd be lucky to bring home 25. Really, $50,000 is at like $1,200 a week. Bring home, so you're bringing about $36 an hour home. Okay. And if the average price in Toronto is from $400,000 to $500,000, and the average bring home price, there's this disparity that we didn't have for years. All right. And it's not that you can't do it, but it makes it harder for people. These people have 30 years to pay that home off. You have 30, 35 years. No, you have 30 years. But Mike, it doesn't matter. Mike, you're not understanding. The average I guarantee you, if you did a poll around where I'm at, I guarantee you, every average individual does not make $36 to $40 an hour. And if they do, they're not from here. There are people that do. Don't get me wrong. Listen, my parents are fine. My parents have a nice home on the water with the boat. They can walk right out to the boat on the dock. All right? But for the average person, I guarantee you, they do not make anywhere near $60,000 to $80,000 a year. I guarantee you, they don't even make $90,000 a year. And your average home in this area, in this county, is $500,000. Do a 30-year mortgage on that. Your mortgage, even at this rate, is about $2,000 a month, $2,500. I'm telling you, the math doesn't add up, Mike. It doesn't add up. And that's people that do make $36 an hour. If you're bringing home $36 an hour with $1,000 a week, let's not even talk about taxes. That's $1,000 a week, and you have a 30-year mortgage on a $500,000 home. How much do you have to put down on it? Let's say you don't put any money down. Let's say you don't put any money down. How much are you going to pay for that $500,000 home in 30 years? We can do the math right now without an interest rate. Without an interest rate. Without having a vehicle. Without having to worry about the home insurance, the car insurance, without everything else that matters in life. There are homes cost $1 million. And been in the market. It's not about me. It's not about me, Mike. Mike, I don't have an issue. I'm fine. I'm going to be okay, Mike. I am talking about the other Americans that I see and hear about on a daily basis that are struggling. Where there are continuous people, there are so many people, and these homes are getting to a point where they're not affordable. Whether you went to school for 67 years, that's fine. That's fine. This is why we need 10%. Mike, you can say that all you want. I get it. That is inflation. I get it. I know. You went to school. Like, okay, I get it. Mike, the point is you know what really helped? What I'm trying to get at? What happened in the 80s? What happened in the 80s? Where were interest rates? And where were your price of homes? What was your average? Where were the interest rates from 1980 to 1990? And then where were the price of homes? Because there was fair balance there. When you grew up, Mike, you guys had fair balance. There is no fair balance right now, is what I'm getting at. You could go to work. You could get you may have had to get 2 jobs and would have been okay. Whether you had a trade, no trade, you could have went and been a roofer, learned a skill, and did your thing and had work because there was balance, Mike, is what I'm getting at. There is no balance anymore, and it's a fact. Because guess what? Florida's getting ready to go through it now. Because you know why? Because you have all these people from New York, New Jersey, and all these other higher income states that are coming down to New York, or coming from New York, leaving those states, going to Florida, going to places like Maryland and Delaware, right, that don't have the prices that they have there. So the income is just completely different. There's a huge disparity between income. And guess what? Go ask Florida about the issues that they're having, because their people are getting priced out of homes now too, because everybody that wasn't from Florida is going to Florida, retiring. Happened for a while, but we've had a surge of people go over there. And guess what? They're now starting, they're just in the beginning. They have just been starting to deal with it. Because people that aren't from Florida moved there with bank accounts and jobs that Florida didn't have, because their scale of pay and what people brought home was completely different. You have areas like Miami, but you start going from Miami and pushing out to Orlando, and then from Orlando to Jacksonville and all these other places. I'm telling you, go look, go bring up articles in Florida. It is happening. I'm just telling you, there is a huge disparity between where home prices were in the 1980s and 1970s and 1960s and even in the 90s to where rates were and where we are right now between what people bring home. There is a huge disparity. And guess what? It won't get fixed because they want to keep spending. They want to keep letting people come through the border. They want to keep spending. The Fed doesn't want to really do their job and have price stability. They don't want to bring prices down. They just want price stability. So go think about all the elderly people who just got somewhat pushed out just even a little bit further because they weren't prepared for inflation. And that's the majority of America, because I'm going to tell you right now, 80% of Americans and 80% of the world is not in the markets to have that inflationary risk because they don't know. They don't know these things. We're fortunate because we do. You know, me, you know what I did? I chose to not buy a steak dinner. I would much rather go buy a company, right? It's not, and again, this is not about me. This is about the disparity that's going on worldwide. Or not worldwide, but countrywide. They're getting tired of these high-income states and the stuff that they're doing. They're relocating, and there is being a big disparity between house, and everybody's trying to get a buck. How many people do you know now that are real estate agents? What we think doesn't matter, and all this data last year has been great. It has been great. It has been. Japan had been in a recession for 40 years, and the Japanese also was. Yeah. People working with McDonald's get $16 an hour. Yeah. And you're exactly right. Sorry, so I didn't say you said it. You're right. 13 to 16 an hour. Right? And that's fair. And like a manager should be able to make what they should, and that's probably damn near close to 36 an hour to be able to afford a home and the basic necessities of life and maybe be able to have a retirement. Guarantee you they're not getting that. They might be getting 22. Depending on what state you're in. I just think, it's just my opinion. Again, it's just my opinion. I think the Fed needs to stay higher for longer. I think asset prices need to pull back a little bit. I think they do. They really do. Because it's just, you're again, because you have had this progression from 08 all the way up until now. And then you get more people finding out, oh, when the Fed cuts rates, we can just buy everything in sight and jack up the price. Well, that's what's going on. And you're just seeing more and more of, the just a lot more people not being able to sustain that upwardness because of whether their job, whether they chose the wrong career path, whatever it is. They don't know these things. They don't understand, I need to save money, and when the Fed cuts rate, I need to put that money to work. They don't think like that. They don't know. And it's not their fault because they weren't raised to know that. Because their parents didn't have to do things like that. Right? Their parents didn't have to fight. My parents didn't have to fight to figure out where they were going to get their money from after they left their full-time job. Right? My dad's a roofer. He does great. He worked late and stuff like that. But guess what? He went to his work and he would have side jobs and stuff. But the average American, it's like, I guess it's all get in where you fit in, right? I guess you're right. So I don't know what, but it's like it's just like, I don't know. I can just see it. That's all. And maybe I'm wrong. Listen, again, I could be wrong. You guys, you guys are free to have what you guys think. I just think we need a recession. I think we need a mild recession. And, they open up opportunity, but, I would the price of homes versus where interest rates are is not, they're not in conjunction at all whatsoever. There's no reason why you should be paying for a 1,200 square foot home that's 30, 40 years old, and it's $400,000. I don't give a shit what type of land you're on. The disparity between rates and how much these homes are, and this is what the Fed talks about. This is why the Fed is not bringing down rates. They say the same thing. Housing prices are still way too high. And there's only one way to get rid of that is to have them so high that all the buyers step away and the sellers come down. Or have a mild recession, which the Fed won't do, because I don't know if they can do it legally. I mean, we can ask anybody, like Wiz, like anybody else on here, do you guys think that there is a huge disparity between when there was, in the 1980s, between when rates were 10.5, like 8, what was it? It was like 18%. I think your average home price was $80,000. And the average income was around 30, 25, 20, 25. That's where the thing should be. You're making, if your average home even in the 80s was 80,000 and you brought home 20 grand, you're bringing in, the lump sum of your income would have taken you 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 years, or we'll just say 5 to 8 years. Like, there's just a huge disparity between income and where home prices are right now because everybody's trying to get a buck. And everything just keeps going. I get... There really is. Because you should not be paying $500,000 for a house that's 20 years old that doesn't have marble floors. It is crazy. There needs to be a mild recession. That's just how I feel. Other people's opinions, don't assume you know everything. Yeah, and he's not. It's about the demand in the USA getting bigger and why food is... And yes, you're right. And we are getting bigger. We are getting bigger, but it's like, it feels like since 08, like they just haven't had the cojones to take this on the chin and just give it a year and a half, 2 years, and we're out of it. And Mike's fine. He's not doing anything. We all have our own opinion, but need no more. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Mike, you're fine, dude. I'm not. You're good, buddy. I'm just saying that there is just a huge disparity from where the price of homes versus where rates are right now. And that will usually also, and you're right with the demand, that will also it'll get to a point where the buyers will step away. And for some reason, they just haven't stepped away. We are starting to see prices come down, but I don't think they'll come down to that level where they should be. I was looking at a triplex for $300,000 before COVID, and I almost grabbed it. I almost grabbed this triplex. I didn't. It may have needed a little work, but I almost grabbed it and I didn't because it was on there for a little bit, and I just didn't. Things happened, and I just didn't go grab it. I'm curious to know what that triplex went for compared to what I seen it at to what they have it up now. That would be really. I would like to see that. So look, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. It was good shit. These are the conversations we need. It's good to have this. Like I said, guys, I respect all of your guys' opinions. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. But, so, they've been calling me from this weird-ass number. It's like 6 number. I'll let them leave me a voicemail if they need anything. So, yeah, you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys early in the morning. I doubt I'll have a watch list because... I'm still watching the same things, guys, like Coinbase, Netflix. If it pulls back, we'll watch the overall markets, and stuff like that. So, pays good if you own the contract. Ain't that right, Wiz? I know that's right. That's right. And you know what? It is hard, and I did it for a while too. I mean, even when I was a kid, I was doing it with them, and it paid off for my dad. But how many roofers has it not paid off for? Again, it's all up to the individual and the opportunities that you open up for yourself. But it wasn't really about that. It was just like there was just a huge disparity between where rates are. At least that I feel there's a disparity between the house that's right across the street over here and where rates are. There ain't no way in hell that house should be going for $650,000. There ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. No, and that's why we were going to go short. We've been short this name for 2 days, Mike. We've been catching this thing to the downside, and I think it started to, it pulled back yesterday. We got the consolidation. I think this is the 50-day here. And I will be looking to take this further down. 120, if we get $10, that's a few thousand in my pocket right there to the 100-day moving average. Netflix, downside. I'm looking, a lot of these names, I'm looking for the downside. So, other than Apple, until Apple pulls back, I can't get bullish on Apple until it pulls back to like 180 something. 185, I think. 180, yeah, 184. So we'll see. Yeah, Apple actually closed above this level. So tomorrow we'll see what happens if it bumps into the 50-day. It had a nice close. You guys have a great night. I'll see you guys in the morning. I'm going to go clean my charts up. I'm going to have a list of I'm going to run through charts, see what I see, and see if we can't have some opportunity tomorrow. I thank you guys for joining us. All right. I thank you guys for being here. Appreciate the conversations, and we're not attacking one another. All right, we're not doing that. A lot of people don't even they're so scared to talk about shit like that, and then you make one comment and they want to block you. It's like, who are you? All right. Oh my God, people said something. Oh my God, they said who we voted for. Holy shit! I don't care if you want to vote for Biden. I don't care if you wanted to vote for I don't know Elvis. You guys have a great night. I love you guys. Stay up. Stay cool. I'll see you guys in the morning, and I'm going to go, like I said, I'm going to go through some charts. Check it. So, yeah, you guys have a great night. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys in the morning. If I find some opportunity and I feel like I'm making a watch list, that it deserves a watch list, I will. If not, I'll see you guys bright and early. I'll be on here at 7:30. See you guys in the morning. Let's get this week, right? This week's not over. We got another chance tomorrow. We got another chance Thursday and Friday. All right. Monday and Tuesday didn't work out. Yesterday, I was a little tired. I kind of just didn't even try today things fell out of bed on me, and it was just like shit. They just, I was waiting for a pullback that I could tell I wasn't going to get. So it is what it is. Let's just push it, keep it moving forward. Remember last week, guys. Remember, I almost started to think I wasn't going to get it, and I had instinctiveness that, guys, I was getting my triple digit last week, and it didn't come until Friday. It didn't come until Friday morning. So don't give up. That's my jam. But yes, you know what else is? You know what else I like? What song? Fuck. It's damn it. This one right here. Thank you for, because I haven't heard it in a while. I don't know what it's called. I know what it's called. Right here. This is my shit. Right there. Unforgettable Sway Lee. I'm going to be listening to that here in about 5 minutes. I would play it right now. Thank you for bringing that up, Zig. I appreciate that. You guys have a good one, guys. I'll see you guys in the morning, 7:30. If I don't put out a watch list. I doubt I will, because you guys know what I'm watching. Netflix, Apple, Coinbase. I'm going to be watching the earnings. I'm going to be watching, you know, all the ones that report. We'll go over that and whatever news we get. You guys have a good night. See you guys in the morning.